the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 Freddy. The temperature difference between day and night in California is very large. In winter, the temperature is about 20 degrees during the day, but only a few degrees at night, so Kai was very considerate and covered the two ladies with a blanket. Then he sat on the floor between the two sofas and began to look through Harley's record of the incident. As a psychologist, she has a good habit of recording. She will record all the phenomena she observes in a notebook. Report everything she encounters in her dreams. Harley wrote in the record that after they enter the dream will change at a very fast speed. For example, at the beginning of the dream, they are in the place where they fall asleep, such as the bedroom. Then they will be attacked, but this time they will not be hurt, but will be pulled to a place they have never seen by the evil spirit named Freddy. Harley guessed that it was a factory. Harley had a very clear understanding of the scene there, which did not look like a dream at all. There was a shallow layer of turbid sewage on the ground, and the paint on the wall was mottled and peeled off, revealing ugly yellow-brown water stains. Water drops kept seeping out of it and dripping into the sewage on the ground, making a dripping sound. The above is Harley's description of the scene in her dream. It is very real. Harley also has a very clear description of Freddy. He has a brown-black hat and a red and black striped sweater. One of his right hands is a sharp metal claw. He's extremely malnourished and skinny. He looks like he is burnt and his skin is melted. But he is not gloomy. On the contrary, he is a chaplain among ghosts who likes to talk nonsense, joke, is humorous and romantic, has superior intelligence and is agile. Every time he appears, he always approaches slowly and seems to be saying something. Looking at these descriptions, Kai feels that they would attract ghosts for a reason. In the circle of demon hunters, there has always been a rule called the mutual discovery rule. When a person cannot feel or see a ghost, the ghost will also turn a blind eye to this person. Although it is a bit idealistic, it is also correct to a certain extent. It is in line with the saying, but when you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. If ordinary people understand the existence of ghosts and try to find them, the chances of seeing ghosts will be much higher. Anyway, judging from the current situation, Harley and Cherise are in this situation. They found Freddy by themselves. Time passed little by little, but strangely, nothing happened. 5 hours have passed since the two of them fell asleep, and nothing happened. So Kai gradually let down his guard. After all, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and this time is almost the time when people are most sleepy. Kai was bored and actually began to doze off. Suddenly, Kai's body shook. Something was wrong. With his physique and mental strength, if he really stayed up late, he would not sleep for 10 days or 8 days. Why did he suddenly doze off? Kai immediately raised his head. Only then did he realize that the surrounding environment had changed. The house was still the same house, and even the furnishings in the house had not changed. The only two differences were the color and the disappearance of the two girls. Before, the two women were afraid of ghosts, so they turned on all the lights in the room. And the whole house was bright, but now not only all the lights are off, but even the whole house has turned into dark blue, as if a filter has been added. As for the two girls, the sofa is empty, with only a blanket on the ground. Am I in a dream? Kai felt very strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He looked around and found that everything was so real. I heard that there is no pain in dreams. Kai pinched his face, and there was touch, but it didn't hurt. He patted his face again, and it was still the same. After trying it, Kai immediately reacted that he seemed to be a little too relaxed. What he needed to do now was to wake up from the dream quickly. Some people say that if you dream of falling from a high altitude in your dream, you will wake up immediately. Kai walked to the window and looked out the window. It was foggy outside, and there was nothing. This made Kai a little hesitant. Should I jump or not? Just when Kai was thinking about it, the surroundings suddenly changed. Instantly, the air was filled with the smell of burning gasoline, followed by continuous and subtle cracking sounds on the ground, walls, and ceiling around, making people feel very uncomfortable. The originally normal house was cracked everywhere, countless fragments broke and fell, and the air turned into pieces of black and disappeared into the air. The skins of various objects were peeling and deforming, revealing a building that was completely different from before. The wooden door turned into an iron door, the handle turned into an iron lock, and the ground turned from wooden boards into rusted steel. The surface of the building was covered with rusty yellow and red-black bloodstains, and the air was filled with the smell of burning gasoline, rust, and rot. It made people feel very uncomfortable. This style, is it a horror movie? Kai didn't like horror movies in his previous life, because the male and female protagonists would survive to the end anyway, which was quite illogical. Ghosts can't beat the Heavenly Master, and people like exorcists are normal, so why can't they even beat ordinary people? It's too embarrassing for ghosts. And Kai doesn't like the shocking in it. It's not scary, it just feels noisy. The author really doesn't like watching European and American horror movies. They are not scary at all, but disgusting and bloody. Just when Kai was still studying the changes in the environment, a high decibel scream broke the eerie silence. Kai turned his head and was surprised to find that Harley and Shalazi ran out of the bedroom. There was no one there just now. But this is not important. The important thing is, isn't this a dream? Why are these two people here? Are these two people also his dream? The two women just rushed to the living room and saw a figure standing at the living room window, screaming in unison. Kai covered his ears. Forget it, this is definitely not a dream. Who would be so bored as to make trouble for themselves in a dream? The two girls didn't carefully identify who the figure was, and planned to run back, but when they turned their heads, Freddy was standing there with a sly smile. Sure enough, foreigners like this tune, always like to express fear with screams, which is too monotonous. Horror movies in Japan and Thailand are more interesting. The two girls immediately ran out with their hands and feet. By the way, is this thing really that scary? At this time, a familiar voice sounded, making the two girls feel like they heard heavenly music. Only then did they see clearly that the figure was Kai. They ran quickly behind Kai as if they saw the savior. At this time, they didn't care whether the Kai in front of them was real or fake. Come and see, we have a new friend again. Freddy laughed in a low voice, as if his entire chest was vibrating. Poor Freddy loves making new friends the most. As he spoke, the steel claws of his right hand also pressed against the wall, scraping rhythmically, making a harsh metal friction sound. The two girls were almost scared to death. Only Kai was not panicked at all, but looked at Freddy in front of him with interest. To be honest, this look, except that it is a little ugly, I really can't see what's scary about it. The corpses left by Kai the day before yesterday were scarier than this guy. Europeans and Americans have such poor imagination. Are ugly people scary? Superficial. Horror movies, of course, must have atmosphere. There is not even a scary background music. Even if it is the background music of Young Justice Bayo, it would be good. The background music of Young Justice Bayo is really a childhood shadow. Freddy was pretending to be cool, but Kai looked at him philosophically, with contempt, discrimination, and even a feeling of disappointment, but there was no fear, which made the experienced Freddy a little confused. So the scene became very awkward. Excuse me, what's your name? Kai thought for a long time and finally thought of what to say, which was considered to be a reluctant break of the awkwardness. Really, the sudden silence in the air was scarier than this guy. Freddy immediately felt insulted. Who are you? Freddy stood up straight and turned to look at him head on. In his scarlet eyes, there was endless malice. Police, to be precise, the LAPD West District Major Crime Unit. Kai took out his police badge. Police? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Police. Do you know where you are now? Do you know who you are facing? Kai was silent for a moment, then walked quickly to him. Freddy obviously didn't guess what Kai was going to do, so he looked at Kai a little stupidly. I guess you don't understand who you are facing yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked out and hit the crotch of the figure. Ouch! Freddy lowered his head and covered his crotch with his hands. Kai grabbed the back of his neck and hit his ugly face with a knee. Madfuck. The one standing in front of you is a policeman. Copper bastard. Freddy was knocked out like this, and the two girls were dumbfounded. The police still care about ghosts? After Freddy flew out, he immediately stood up, jumped twice, and suddenly stopped. He raised his head, and on his ugly face full of scars from the fire, he showed a hideous laugh. Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt, are you surprised? Kai was stunned and immediately thought of it. That's right, this is a dream, and dreams don't hurt. Ha 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 ha, welcome to Wonderland, Alice. Freddy planned to make an opera-like opening to make himself look more mysterious, but before he could finish his words, Kai punched him in the face again. Hey, why are you hitting me? I have an indestructible body, no reason, I just want to beat you up. You're so disgusting, pervert. Freddy was not angry, but just laughed. I haven't seen such an interesting kid for a long time. Let me see your courage. As he said that, he suddenly pounced on him, and saw his right hand open. The rusty and extremely sharp iron claws grabbed Kai's face. As a result, Kai grabbed his right claw and kicked him in the chest. The next moment, he was kicked and flew backwards. His body flew upside down in the air, but suddenly disappeared in a flash, but his eerie and noisy voice still echoed in this dark space. Oh, so powerful. Are you Bruce Lee? I'm really scared. Kai ignored him, but turned back to look at the two girls who were shocked. That's it, Kai couldn't figure it out. This guy was so weak. Let's put it this way, with this level, any normal person on the street could beat him up. He was only about 1.63 meters tall, which was basically a third-class disability for a man. His strength was also pitifully small. As long as Kai wanted, he could break every bone in his body anytime and anywhere. The only thing that counted was that he was very agile, and then, that was it. This kind of scum actually scared the two girls to the point of wetting the bed. You can just use this weakling as a punching bag and do some exercise at night. What are you afraid of? Just as he was talking to the two girls, a dark shadow quietly emerged from the corner behind him. Freddy's ferocious face showed a mocking smile, and the claws of his right hand slowly touched Kai's neck. Be careful, he's behind you, Sheraz screamed, and at the same time Freddy's hand fell into a clamp-like palm. Don't make trouble. Freddy's grin froze, and the next moment he was thrown to the ground by an over-the-shoulder throw. Then he kicked him away with one foot. After all, girls are afraid of this thing, just like they are afraid of cockroaches. Speaking of cockroaches, Freddy feels similar to cockroaches. He has no killing power, but women are afraid of him. Seeing Kai beat Freddy up like a game, Harley and Sheraz somehow slowly lost their fear. No. No. You are all bad boys. I will dig you up and cut off the evil parts. Let you become good boys again. Freddy was like a burning toilet paper, howling and burning. I will kill you. Kill you. Soon he was burned to ashes, leaving only the ugly roar still echoing in the air. Then Kai felt his body tremble and he sat up. Looking around, he found that he was awake. The women on the sofa were also like this. I asked Bobby. He saw a similar record in an ancient book. That Freddy should be a nightmare. Kai held a cup of coffee and listened to Sam's explanation on the hands-free phone. Nightmare? Harley asked. Is that a demon? In the legends of the Western Middle Ages, the nightmare is a female demon that usually transforms into a woman to enter a man's dream and seduce the man to have sex with it. The male nightmare monster is called a nightmare demon. Traditional religion believes that repeated intercourse with a nightmare will lead to deterioration of health and even death. According to the Zohar, a 13th-century Jewish Kabbalah commentary on the Pentateuch, and the letters of Ben Sira, an anonymous 10th-century document describing the life of the Saint Ben Sira, Adam's first wife Lilith eventually became an incubus. After she married the fallen angel Samael, she left Adam and refused to return to the Garden of Eden. In the Zohar system of the Jewish Kabbalah, there are 4 incubus, also known as lustful angels, around the fallen angels, Lilith, Nama, Ishat Zanunim, and Agrat Bat Malat. In later folklore, one of them became a siren. No, to be precise, it's evil spirits, Sam said. The specific cause of their formation is unknown, but one thing is consistent with your situation, that is, nightmare will kill people in dreams. In the dream, it's so weak, I don't know how it kills people. Is it simply scared to death? This. I am also puzzled by what you said, but there are very few records of nightmare being hunted, and we know very little about it. But I guess it should be related to fear. The two ladies are afraid of it, so they become very powerful, but you don't feel anything about it, so he is naturally weak. Then what should we do now? This time he pulled me into the dream, but next time it may not be the case. Will they be in danger then? The monthly votes are really miserable, doubled, but there are only 40 votes. Please help. Chapter 477 Psychic Medium. This, maybe you need a psychic. Sam thought about it for a while before saying it. The United States is a very superstitious country. I remember that The Economist magazine once conducted a survey, and 47% of Americans believe that there are ghosts in the world, and 15% said they had seen them with their own eyes. According to statistics, only 1/3 of Americans believe that carbon dioxide emitted by car exhaust and factories is the culprit of global warming, and more than 1/3 of Americans believe that global warming is a lie made up by scientists, the government and the media. 1/3 of Americans believe that aliens have recently visited the Earth, and 2/3 of Americans believe that angels and demons exist and are active in the world. Therefore, psychics are very popular in the United States, and there are even special TV programs to promote these psychics. However, the three people present, one is a policeman, one is a psychologist, and the last one is a practitioner closely related to the media. These three people do not believe in those so-called psychics. After all, there are many psychics, and naturally there are many who are just filing in the numbers. Well, I'll give you a phone number. She's her friend, the best psychic in the United States. She should be able to help you. At the same time, Dean and I will rush to Springwood as quickly as possible to try to deal with the nightmare and put an end to this matter. Sam and his friends are now on their way to Springwood, and it is estimated that they will arrive in just 2 days. Okay, this is the only way now. It's useless for Sam and Dean to come to Los Angeles. Only by completely solving Freddy and Springwood can all this end. Then the three of them took Sam's phone and called the psychic named Pamela. As Sam said, this Pamela is indeed very famous. At least they called for more than half an hour before they got through. Before that, they were always on the phone. And Cher has learned from her friends that this psychic is indeed very effective, but she is very low-key and rarely runs around to make announcements like other psychics. After saying that she was introduced by Sam, the psychic named Pamela happily asked them to come to her home in Santa Barbara. There was no conversation along the way. The two girls were scared and had no energy to talk. And they haven't rested for a long time. They thought they could have a good sleep last night, but, in short, the two girls can only rely on taking stimulants to keep their spirits up, but this is only an emergency measure. If they continue like this, the two girls will definitely collapse. Located 150 kilometers north of Los Angeles, back by the Santa Ynez Mountains and facing the Pacific Ocean, it ranks 4th in the top 10 ideal places for rich people in the United States to live. It is a very beautiful place, where the pace of life is slow and comfortable. But Kai and the other two are not interested in everything in front of them. They just want to solve the problem quickly. Dan. It's me. I have something to do recently. I need to leave Los Angeles for 2 days. You will be responsible for the serious crime team these 2 days. Well, I have already said hello to Dustin. Well, it's just a small matter. I will be back soon. You just need to finish the cases. Don't wait for me. Kai parked the car near a remote cabin while talking on the phone. This is the address given by Pamela. When the car stopped, a woman appeared at the door. Are you Sam and Dean's friends? The woman had obvious Hispanic features, beautiful looks, and a high body. She was wearing a tight t-shirt and denim hot pants, which made people feel the passion of Hispanics. At the same time, although the woman's arms were slender, they were full of muscles. She was not a weak woman at first glance. In addition, the tattoo on her neck. It was the logo of a famous motorcycle gang in California. It seems that this girl has been in the gang. Yes, Kai opened the car door and led the two ladies down. The two were already a little excited. Pamela, yes, wow, it's different from what I imagined. Kai did not expect Pamela to be a great beauty. Then what do you think I should be like? A weird old woman. Pamela was obviously very satisfied with Kai's performance. Come on, boy. Your two female companions don't look very good. Pamela didn't feel strange at all because Kai and his friends were strangers. Instead, she was very generous. When he turned around, Kai saw a tattoo on her butt. It seemed that she felt Kai's gaze. How is it? My boyfriend tattooed it for me. Very beautiful. The tattoo or my butt? Pamela turned her head and smiled at Kai. Anyone with a little experience could feel what was hidden in that smile, not to mention that she licked her upper lip with her tongue. They are both beautiful. Kai didn't think there was anything wrong, because Pamela gave people the impression of being casual. After arriving at Pamela's house, Pamela immediately asked Harley and the others to lie on the sofa, and then she took out a piece of incense. Well, it was very similar to the incense offered in the temple. Seeing Kai noticed the incense in his hand. Pamela explained, this is the incense I got in the temple in Nepal. It can calm people and protect people's souls. It is very effective against ghosts, feelings or things merged. But thinking about it, it seems nothing. The profession of medium has always come from the folks. As for where the spiritualism used by mediums comes from, the sources are all kinds of strange, such as voodoo, Christianity, shamanism, and even Indians. It is not strange that something is combined now. After all, the East has always meant mystery. After Pamela lit the incense, Harley and Sheraz were immediately relieved from the side effects of stimulants and fell asleep almost immediately. Soon their breathing became stable and they fell into deep sleep. Is it okay like this? Although I know that the medium introduced by Sam must be professional, but, is this too professional? It was done in a few seconds. How can it be that easy? I can only temporarily prevent the nightmare from finding them, but it is only temporary. I am not sure how long I can prevent it. After all, nightmares are very troublesome. Pamela lit a few candles and placed them on the coffee table next to the sofa. These candles are mixed with some spices, which can calm the mind and relieve the tortured spirits of the two girls. All I can do now is to delay it for one day, and I just hope that Sam and Dean can solve the problem as soon as possible. Harley and Sheraz slept soundly. This was the best sleep they had ever had since they committed suicide. There were no nightmares, no evil spirits, no pursuit, and even less fear and shock. They slept until the next morning. Even if they hadn't woken up and found that the house in front of them was not their own house, they would have felt that everything they had experienced before was a nightmare. Harley sat on the sofa, silent for a long time, and finally accepted the fact that she really encountered a ghost. In fact, if she could, Harley really didn't want all this to be true. Watching horror movies and actually encountering the plots in horror movies are completely different things. At least she no longer believed that she was really fearless. I'm sorry, this was what Harley wanted to say to Sheraz the most in the past few days, but she really didn't have time to say this before. She didn't even have time to be afraid, so how could she have time to be sentimental? When Sheraz heard Harley's words, tears almost fell. It's not like she hasn't encountered ghosts before. She knew that ghosts really existed and were very scary, but she still fell for them. Thinking about it, she felt stupid. However, the good education she received since childhood made Sheraz not blame Harry, even though she once blamed this curious friend. But after hearing "I'm sorry," Sheraz immediately put those things behind her. After all, there was no point in saying these things now. Fortunately, the result was good, wasn't it? It doesn't matter, I am also responsible. After the two sisters understood each other, they noticed that they had slept for at least a day and a night. Looking at the wall clock, they slept for almost 30 hours. As the concept of time returned, the two people's physical feelings also came back all at once. The first was the bladder that was about to burst. The two blushed and quickly ran from the sofa to the bathroom. Fortunately, the house was big enough and there were two bathrooms, otherwise they would be embarrassed. After solving the hygiene problem, hunger followed. The rumbling stomach made the two feel extremely uncomfortable. It was the first time for them to experience the feeling of stomach pain from hunger. Even actors like Sheraz, who would go on a diet for roles from time to time, had never been so hungry. Fortunately, there were two people in the house who had already prepared for this situation. Are you awake? Have some kebabs. The word kebabs is in Chinese. That's right, just kebabs. As for why it was kebabs, there was no other reason, I just wanted to eat. There are always times when people suddenly want to eat a certain food, and they don't know why, but they just think of it and want to eat it very much. Kai had originally planned to ask Afu to prepare the ingredients and then grill the kebabs. As a result, things happened one after another, and he had no time to go home. This is how policemen are, their working hours fluctuate greatly. That afternoon, after Kai sent the two girls to Pamela's place, he did not go back, but stayed at Pamela's house. After they fell asleep, Kai and Pamela chatted with each other over a bottle of dark beer, and when it was time for dinner, Kai saw how Americans cook. Pamela couldn't cook by herself, and there were a lot of microwave foods in her refrigerator. She took them out and put them in the microwave, and it was done with a ding. As for the taste, it's hard to describe. It's definitely not delicious. Pamela later suggested takeout. Kai refused. American takeout, it's hard to describe. Kai felt in his previous life that Michoacán and Elmi were a Genesis invention. And most of the restaurants in Santa Barbara are very good, so many of them don't support takeout and require eating in the store. So he asked Pamela to buy some ingredients and make the skewers himself. Most of the barbecue in the United States is marinated and then smoked, and the taste is very smoky, or it is marinated and then grilled. Let's talk about the taste first. Just look at the appearance of the grilled, it's really not good. Fortunately, the supermarkets in Santa Barbara are well equipped with chili powder, sesame seeds, and cumin. As for meat, there were not many choices, just pork, beef and mutton, and only meat, forget about kidneys and other parts. As for vegetables, I didn't buy eggplants. Foreigners don't like to eat this stuff. Kai didn't buy much other vegetables. He is a carnivore. But he bought some corn and grilled it. He bought a lot of seafood. Scallops, lobsters, and oysters. Kai first made some chili oil with chili powder and sesame, and then grilled it simply. Needless to say, his skills are not rusty. When Kai retired from the army, he made 2 preparations. If the job he transferred to was not to his liking, he was going to do barbecue. One of his father's friends opened a restaurant, not a big restaurant, but the kind that cooked small stir-fried dishes during the day and barbecued at night. The business was very good. Because he had a good relationship with his father, Kai worked there a lot when he was studying, and he had a good barbecue skill. There was absolutely no problem in opening a barbecue stall. But later he transferred to the police force and gave up the barbecue stall. At that time, his parents had already prepared everything for Kai, and they just needed him to go back and find a storefront so that they could open the business. It was a pity. Although some condiments were missing, the most important thing about barbecue was not the seasoning. Many experts only needed salt, chili powder, and cumin to make it delicious. The hidden ingredients were the soul of barbecue. Kai happened to have these 2 things. Although Harley and the others didn't quite understand why the meat had to be skewered into small skewers, it didn't stop them from eating it with their mouth full of oil. So spicy. To be honest, Harley's acceptance of new things was better than that of Salai's. Salai's couldn't eat chili, but Harley liked it very much. Not bad, right? Kai took a kebab of lamb and ate it while drinking beer. To be honest, Kai didn't have any special preference for beer, and didn't even like beer very much, but when eating skewers, he had to pair it with beer, and nothing else would work. It's delicious. I didn't expect you to be able to barbecue, Harley praised without hesitation. Sheraz also nodded, the meat is very tender. By the way, where's this barbecue? It's quite special, Chinese barbecue, over there, this is called barbecue, Kai explained. Really? This is Chinese barbecue. Sheraz was obviously very interested in China, an ancient civilization. I went to China once when I was promoting a movie before. Why didn't I eat this kind of barbecue? Although China in this world is more mysterious than Kai's previous life, it is not completely without communication with the outside world. For example, in the past life, it was not uncommon for Hollywood blockbusters to be released in China, but here, Hollywood movies need many conditions to be released. Anyway, it's very good to have 1 or 2 Hollywood movies released in China every year. This is of course due to policy restrictions. More importantly, China in this world is much more arrogant than China in Kai's previous life. They don't think that the foreign devils movies are good at all. The most important thing is that the ideology is too far apart. In summary, the 3 views are not in harmony. Therefore, Hollywood movies have never performed well at the box office in China. Chinese theaters are not willing to show Hollywood movies at all. The fact that Salai's was able to go to China for promotion meant that the movie she starred in performed well at the box office. After all, who would be so bored as to hire an actor to promote a flopped movie? This kind of barbecue is popular among the people. You go to big hotels, where there is no such thing. After eating and drinking, Harley and Salai's returned to the house. They couldn't run around just yet. Pamela's incense was needed from time to time to resist Freddy. Only when Sam and Dean eliminated Freddy would they be safe. Harley and Salai's finally recovered their spirits after a good sleep. In addition, Kai and Pamela's performance made them feel confident, so now they have no longer the previous worries. They even have the mind to chat about some random things. The last 24 hours have doubled. Please give me a monthly ticket. Everyone, please support me. Chapter 478, Money Power to Eliminate Demons. But just when everyone was waiting for the matter to end at Pamela's house, a phone call changed things. Sam is in a coma. Kai was very surprised. What happened? I don't know. Not long after we arrived in Springwood, we met a man with abnormal behavior in a restaurant. He was about to cut his throat with a knife. Sam and I stopped him, but I don't know what this guy said to Sam, which made Sam become strange at that time. After we investigated, we rested in a motel, and as a result, Sam fell into coma. I suspect it was Freddy's fault, I understand. Dean called at this time, obviously not just to tell them about the current situation, he was asking for help. I'll leave right away and arrive around 3 p.m. Kai didn't explain too much to Harley and Sheraz, just asked them to pack up as soon as possible, and then take Pamela to drive to Springwood. Springwood is not too far from Los Angeles, only 3 or 4 hours drive. The car first got on Highway 1, turned around and circled back, and got on Highway 73 and drove southeast again. Finally, they turned into country road and drove for an hour to arrive. When the car entered the town, they felt that the town was a bit strange. They vaguely felt that the town was shrouded in an uneasy atmosphere. The pedestrians passing by were in a hurry and seemed indifferent to everything around them. Occasionally, through the open car window, they made eye contact with some residents, who quickly turned their faces away without any intention of greeting. Instead, they seemed to be avoiding the plague. The weather in the town was also very different from the weather in California. It was cold and damp. The pedestrians on the street wore jackets and other outerwear. Coupled with the continuous whispers, it gave people a depressing and damp feeling. This was very un-California. California is famous for being the Sunshine State. Not long after entering the town, the two people's car was stopped. A sheriff in a khaki uniform was standing outside the driver's seat. Kai had worked in this profession before, and he leaned down. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The power of the sheriff does not need to be elaborated. When facing this kind of interrogation, the best way is to be honest, because if you make any other move, he may regard you as intending to attack the police. At that time, you can often feel the power of the American freedom fist. Kai put his hands on the steering wheel very cooperatively, indicating that he had no ill intentions. "FBI. My ID is on my waist," Kai gestured to the sheriff. After getting the other party's permission, Kai slowly took out his police badge. Kai saw that when Kai reached for his waist, his hand was also on the pistol on his waist. Seeing Kai's ID and police badge, the sheriff not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but frowned. "What are the federal police doing here? I don't know what here would interest you." "Of course there is." Kai's FBI ID was of course fake, and it was Pamela who got it herself. Pamela is very familiar with this set of things. In the Demon Hunter circle, this kind of forged documents has formed a fairly complete mechanism. The Demon Hunter circle is not just about gun-wielding men like Sam Dean. There are also many people like Pamela who don't participate in frontline battles and are responsible for logistical support. These people come from a wide range of sources, such as psychics like Pamela who have little combat power, old hunters like Bobby, or some technical talents who are not very good at fighting but have a variety of skills. In short, even if the sheriff calls the FBI with the documents, there will be no loopholes. The common practice of demon hunters is to directly hijack the phone signal here. Any call to the FBI will be hijacked. The person answering the phone is a demon hunter, and they will give the caller an absolutely satisfactory answer. Of course, Kai doesn't have to go through so much trouble. He has an acquaintance in the FBI. Remember the FBI Special Investigator Agent Booth? Kai has greeted him, and he will help to solve the identity problem. The FBI owes him a favor, so this is no problem at all. As long as Kai doesn't do anything too extreme, it will be impossible to be exposed. "Who, Andrew?" The sheriff's face froze, and he said in a cold voice, "He is no longer a town resident. He is in trouble, and the FBI should not come here." Kai shrugged indifferently. "If you have any questions, you can contact my boss, FBI Special Investigator Agent Booth." "Sheriff, you should know that I am investigating a serial murder case. This is within the jurisdiction of the FBI, and you are not qualified to stop me from handling the case." Generally speaking, the sheriff does have the ability to not give it to the FBI, but not everyone is as bold as Kai. After all, the FBI is big. Besides, serial murder cases are indeed within the jurisdiction of the FBI, and within the jurisdiction, the FBI has the power to enforce the law. The sheriff certainly has the power not to cooperate, but the FBI also has the right to ignore the sheriff and investigate on its own. No one should care about anyone else. The sheriff was obviously very angry at Kai's words, but he knew that Kai was right. "So what do you want to investigate?" "I want to talk to Dean Russell about this." Unexpectedly, the sheriff's face changed. "Russell is dead. Last night in the hospital, he hung himself outside the window of the ward with a bed sheet." "What?" Kai said in surprise. "It's absolutely true," The sheriff took a deep breath and said, I don't care what your purpose is, I still want to remind you that Russell is dead and you can leave. This place doesn't like outsiders to disturb us. Kai nodded silently, and then pretended to be indifferent and asked, is there anything going on here? We didn't see many people when we came here. The sheriff's face froze, and he said in a cold voice, there are not many residents here. After that, he turned and left. Kai looked at the sheriff's back thoughtfully. There is something wrong with this sheriff. What's wrong? Harley, who was sitting in the back of the car, finally couldn't help but pop up. Kai watched the sheriff drive away from Kai, and he started the car himself, sighing softly. It seems that they are in a lot of trouble. If it was just a small trouble, the sheriff wouldn't be so nervous. Moreover, Kai could see from the sheriff's face that he definitely knew something. Harley became more interested. What trouble? Kai turned around and looked at Harley unusually. This woman's adaptability was amazing. She was scared before, but now she's not afraid at all. Look at Sheraz. This strong woman hasn't recovered yet, especially after coming to Springwood Town. She became even more silent. What do you think? You mean Freddy? Who else could it be? Kai soon arrived at the motel where Sam and Dean were staying. When Kai got out of the car with the three girls, the hotel owner immediately showed a lewd smile. A motel, just like the small hotel next to the university, has always been secondary to the accommodation function. The real function, everyone knows. The hotel owner probably misunderstood Kai as a pimp. Looking at the three high-quality girls, the boss wanted to ask Kai for her phone number. After all, everyone likes beautiful girls. If it's not too expensive, he would also like to try. Knock on the door. Dean opened the door carefully, and when he found out it was Kai, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw Pamela, he was even more overjoyed. Hey, beauty, you're finally here. Oh, boy, it seems that you missed me a lot during the time we haven't seen each other. I miss you so much. Come on. Come in quickly. Sam needs your help. Dean was about to go in with Pamela, but after just 2 steps, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Sheraz. Wait, you are Sheraz? Is that the Sheraz who acted in the movie? Kay had mentioned Sheraz's name on the phone, but Dean never thought that Sheraz was really that Sheraz. After all, there are too many people with the same name. Sheraz nodded a little awkwardly. It was really awkward to meet fans in such a scene. Wow, Dean cheered a little exaggeratedly. I didn't expect to meet you in person. Great, you must sign for me, okay, Dean, don't forget, Sam is still in a coma, Kay had to remind him. Yes, Dean thought of his brother. How is it? Dean asked nervously. I can't feel his soul, Pamela nodded tiredly. You mean Sam is dead? Dean almost fell to the ground. No, he's still alive, he's still breathing, and his heart is beating, Pamela quickly explained. Have you heard of the soul leaving the body? Yes, this is Sam's situation now. His soul has been taken away. It must be that nightmare, it should be, that is to say, as long as we kill that guy, Sam will wake up. Yes, Pamela affirmed. But it must be fast. After all, this situation is not good. Who knows what will happen if it takes too long? You know, a body without a soul is the favorite of all evil spirits. Once Sam's body is occupied by other evil spirits, it will be bad. Now that the target has been determined, we must take action immediately. What do you know about this town? Kai asked. Dean took the information about Springwood Town and said, there's nothing special here. The population is not too many or too few, the economy is not good or bad, and the public security situation here in the database is also within the normal range, and there are not many serious criminal cases. Except for this, Dean put an old newspaper in front of everyone. He continued, more than 10 years ago, a serial homicide occurred here, and it was reported in many Los Angeles newspapers. Kai glanced at the photo on the headline of the old newspaper casually. Child serial killer? Not caught? No, because there was not enough evidence to arrest the suspect at that time, so, he is at large, and now he is committing crimes again. Dean took out another photo of the newspaper headline. So, the suspect was blocked by angry parents in an abandoned church outside the town, and then burned to ashes. Kai was stunned. Okay, that's right, Dean nodded, because the police did not find the suspect's body. The incident of these parents burning the suspect to death was doubtful, and no one went to jail. However, the suspect disappeared since then. This guy's body was burned to ashes, and Sam and I had no clue. We originally planned to look for any relics left by the guy in the town, but before we could act, Sam was caught. Kay nodded and said helplessly, okay, what is this unfortunate guy who was burned to ashes doing? We can only start from this aspect. Freddy Krueger, white male, born in 1948, month and day unknown, height 5 feet 10 inches. He used to be a gardener or a janitor at the Badham kindergarten in the small town. He disappeared in 1996, and so far there is no evidence that he is still alive. Badham kindergarten? What's happening with that kindergarten now? Dean flipped through the information. After those things happened, the kindergarten was closed and abandoned afterwards. Okay, Dean, you go to that kindergarten, and I'll go to Freddy's former home. If we can't find him, you and I will go to the cemetery tomorrow to check. Cemetery? Dean asked curiously. Oh, by the way, you don't know yet? The boy you rescued yesterday committed suicide in the hospital. He dropped himself outside the hospital building with a bed sheet, and his stomach was thrown open. Tomorrow is the day he will be buried. What? The child is dead, yet. After settling the three women, Kai and Dean went to the kindergarten and Freddy's former home to search. Not to mention the kindergarten, it was already in disrepair and it was too difficult to find anything useful. On the contrary, there were a lot of things in Freddy's former house. It was abandoned after Freddy disappeared and then taken back by the bank, but no one wanted to buy the house, so it was left there and kept as it was to the greatest extent possible. Freddy had a lot of things in his former life, but the problem was that it was difficult to deal with them because there were too many things. Can't we burn the house together? Dean was also helpless about this situation. They rarely encountered this situation before. But Kai also had a way. At about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Kai called Afu and asked him to contact the current owner of the house, that is, the bank, and he wanted to buy the house. Then, Kai really burned the whole house and the things inside. Dean stared at the raging fire in front of him in amazement. He had never seen such a hand in his life. Money can do whatever it wants. The fire soon attracted the town police. Seeing the arson, the sheriff planned to arrest people without saying a word. As a result, Kai took out his laptop and opened the email sent by the bank. I'm sorry, Sheriff. Everything on this land belonged to me before I set the fire. I burned my own things. It's not illegal, right? There are no neighbors around Freddy's house, so there is no suspicion of harassing neighbors. Even if the King of Heaven comes, there is nothing Kai can do. I don't know if this is illegal in the United States, but it is in China anyway, so let's just pretend it's not illegal. The sheriff was also stunned. Is this person sick? Second update, please subscribe, please collect, and most importantly, the double time is about to end. Please support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Nightmare. Although the sheriff didn't know what Kai was up to, he still warned Kai before leaving, telling him not to do anything, and that he would keep an eye on him. That's so cool, man. How did you come up with this method? Dean, on the other hand, was like a high school kid, very excited about what Kai did. How did you come up with it? Maybe because I have money. Kai's answer suddenly made Dean lose interest. What the hell, is it great to be rich? Whether it's great or not, let's put it aside for now. The purpose of burning the house is very clear, that is, to exorcise the devil. But when they returned to the motel, they found that Sam was still unconscious. Fuck. That guy is not in his house. Dean was very frustrated and even a little irritable. Kai was very calm. After all, Sam had not shown any abnormality so far, which meant that Sam himself was not hurt, but was just trapped somewhere in the dream. They still had a chance. What should we do now? Sheraz became nervous again. If she couldn't destroy the monster, it meant that she and Harley would not be safe. Moreover, now even professionals were defeated by that demon. How could she not be afraid? On the contrary, Harley's performance impressed Kai. Not only was she not afraid, but she comforted Sheraz instead. Looking at the two scared girls, Kai knew that he had to act confident. Pamela, as a psychic, can you take me into Sam's dream? Just like I entered Harley's dream last time, let me rescue Sam and the others from the dream. Kai thought of the last time he entered the dreams of the two girls. Kai knew that as long as he eliminated his fear of that guy, Everything would be easy. Pamela shook her head. I can't do it, at least not now. I can't resonate with Sam's soul. His soul has left his body, is that so? Kai pondered. This is a bit troublesome. But it's not completely impossible. What do you think? When Freddy kills people, does he enter the victim's dream, or does he pull others into the dream he weaves? No one understands why Kai would ask such a question. Dean was the most direct. What does this mean? I mean, if it's the former, it will be very troublesome. But if it's the latter, it's simple. Pamela was the first to react. You mean, let me bring you into the dream through other victims, and then you go to the dream to solve that Freddy? Bingo. How to do it? Dean asked. Then start with the nearest victim. The next morning, Kai drove Pamela to the cemetery on the other side of the town. It was a gently undulating hilly area with various styles of stone monuments standing there. Among those tombstones, there was a sunshade, where 20 or 30 people were sitting. In front of them was a coffin, and a priest was reading a eulogy. According to the information they found at the police station, the middle school student lying in the coffin was Dean Russell, who died the day before yesterday. A few days ago, he was about to cut his neck with a dinner knife in a fast food restaurant, but was stopped by Sam. But it was useless. That night, he committed suicide in the hospital, and his death was extremely miserable. He cut open his stomach and hung himself on the outer wall of the hospital, as if he was afraid that others would rescue him. Several witnesses saw this tragic scene, including several friends who were going to see him at that time. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the funeral was over. Watching the crowd disperse, Kai walked over with Pamela. Kai's target was those witnesses. Under the awning, several boys and girls were gathered together and did not leave with the crowd. After getting closer, Kai's keen hearing heard the conversation between several people. One of the boys said, Chris, you knew Dean when you were a kid. The girl named Chris was surprised. Oh my god, that was indeed me, but I don't remember taking this photo at all. As far as I can remember, I didn't know him until high school. Hearing this, the other boy looked grim and urged, let's go. The girl Chris continued, Dean said something before he died. Don't say it, the boy with a grim face whispered. Chris continued, he said, you are not real. He repeated this over and over again. Do you know what it means? The boy was silent for a moment before saying, no, I don't know. Dean was taking a lot of medicine, including psychiatric drugs. You know what I mean? He was admitted to the hospital because of this. He even planned to cut his throat in a fast food restaurant. Chris's eyes were filled with tears. Jesse, it seemed like someone forced Dean to do that, but there was no one around him. You saw it, right? No. There was nothing, Chris. That must be your illusion. The boy shook his head. No, I believe her. Another girl who had been silent suddenly joined the conversation. The two looked at her. Chris found a supporter. Do you believe me? The girl nodded and affirmed what she had just said. I believe it, because I saw it too. The boy interrupted. No, you didn't see anything. You were there at the time, you were just scared. So, don't scare Chris anymore, okay? The boy turned and left, leaving the two girls standing there blankly. Kai took the information he got from the police station and found that these three boys and girls were three of the unlucky witnesses. At their age, it was amazing that they were not scared silly after seeing such a bloody suicide. Chris, and this one, can I talk to you? After the boy left, Kai walked over and said with a smile. Suddenly a stranger approached, making the two girls a little scared, but after seeing Kai's appearance clearly, they were relieved. Although judging people by appearance is a very bad behavior, it is undeniable that in this world, good-looking people will always be treated preferentially. For example, if a fierce guy who is obviously not a good person approached them, the two girls would have screamed long ago. But Kai's appearance is handsome, and he looks like the kind of face that can play a positive role in movies and TV dramas. His tall and strong figure also reveals an omnipresent sense of security, which makes the two girls who are in a bad mood nod subconsciously. Okay, after all, at this time, contact with beautiful things can relieve the mood. But immediately, Chris came back to her senses. What do you want to talk about? About Russell, and what you saw. Kai took them to a cafe, which is one of the few places that is still a little popular. To be honest, this town is really a bit weird. It's a big town, but there are not many people in the daytime. According to Chris and the others, it seems that the adults in the town don't allow young people like them to run around. This has never happened before. Kai chose this place to lower the two girls' guard. After all, There are so many people here, even if he wants to do something, he can't do it. After sitting down, Kai said, I'm very sorry about Russell. But the most important thing now is to find out what happened, right? The two girls looked at each other and nodded. Who are you? Chris couldn't help asking. Kai took out the FBI badge. Federal investigators, another girl asked puzzledly. Why did the FBI come to us? After living in the town for so many years, this is the first time they have seen the FBI. Because something similar happened in Los Angeles. By the way, do you know Andrew's family? Andrew? The two girls looked at each other again, and then shook their heads together. No, Kai nodded. Mrs. Andrew said that the pastor sealed the child's memory. It was not surprising that they did not know the Andrew family. Kai looked at the girl who had just interrupted. I don't know your name yet. What's your name? The girl. Just call me Nancy. Nancy immediately asked, what do you want to know? The person you suspect. I think you seem to know who he is. Nancy was silent and looked at Chris, who suddenly became nervous. Chris gritted her teeth. Go ahead, I want to know what he is. Although she said so, her face was not good, full of fear. Nancy, there's a person. He always appears in our dreams. At this point, she looked at Kai and Pamela and found that the two looked at each other, but did not show any expression of distrust or ridicule. Instead, they looked very solemn, as if they were shocked by the answer, and as if they had expected it. Although Nancy was very curious, she continued, I don't know who he is, but recently, I always see him after falling asleep. He seems, Chris suddenly interrupted, as if he really exists. Yes, Nancy immediately nodded very affirmatively. But something that surprised them happened. Is the guy you dreamed of wearing a black top hat and a worn-out sweater with red and green stripes? His skin seemed to be burned, very disgusting, and he had sharp blades on the fingers of his right hand, like a claw. He likes to talk a lot and looks funny. They were surprised that Kai's description was so accurate. But there was one thing they didn't admit. Funny? No, sir, he's not funny at all. He's very scary. Chris seemed to recall those dreams, trembling all over and unable to speak, just nodding repeatedly to show his agreement. Well, maybe, Kai shrugged. He still despised Freddy very much? How powerful could a person who only hurt children be? Such a person is a pure coward. By the way, what else? It seemed that Kai's interruption relieved the tension of the two of them. Every time he appears, he always slowly approaches me and says something to me. What? Do you remember me? These words came out of Nancy and Chris at the same time. Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he was also very curious about why this guy asked this. Then what? Nothing. I woke up when I got here. Me too, Kai pondered. In other words, he hasn't hurt you yet. The two girls shook their heads blankly. Kai's guess became clearer and clearer. Pamela, why do you think that is? Nightmares are very rare, and I don't know much about their habits. But I think you seem to have seen something. Yeah, Kai organized his words. I saw him in my dream last time, but in my opinion, this guy is so weak, with a height of 1.6 meters, no strength, and nothing but a little speed. But for Harley and Cherise, he can't beat him. Don't you think it's strange? Pamela had never seen Freddy. So naturally she couldn't have any say. Kai continued, I think there is a condition for him to want to hurt the victims. That is fear. The more afraid he is, the stronger his power will be. But if you are not afraid of him, then he will be just like that. What are you talking about? Nancy was a little confused. She was a little confused about what the two people in front of her were talking about. Have you also encountered that demon? Kai did not intend to hide it. It was not shameful. Yes, I once protected two victims like you, so I was dragged into the dream by that guy. After that. You see, I am fine now. You should understand. Can you defeat the demon? Chris immediately stood up and shouted in surprise. Her shouting made everyone around look over. Hey. Hey. Girl, keep your voice down. Kai quickly pulled her to sit down. Chris also felt a little embarrassed, so she sat down with a red face, but still asked excitedly, Who are you? Can you really defeat the demon? I said, I'm a policeman. I didn't lie about this, Kai said without blushing, but she is not, she is a psychic. Well, by the way, after seeing that guy, you should be able to accept psychics, right? Nonsense. A group of people dreamed of the same guy, and some people died because of this. Such a weird thing happened. Even the most stubborn people need to rebuild their worldview. We are here to solve this matter. The FBI is also in charge of this. Business expansion, Kai said with a smile. He didn't bother about this issue. When did your nightmare start? How often? For example, once a month, a week, or every few days. The two girls also thought Kai was talking nonsense, but now someone told them that he could solve this matter, and he said it for real. Why don't they believe it? As for whether he is FBI, what about Keir? Nancy, it just started a month ago, but it seemed like there was a week's gap. In the past few days, he appears almost every day. Chris shook his head. No. After Dean died, I slept very little. When I took a nap at noon today, I seemed to see him again. That's great, Kai said happily. The two girls immediately looked at him expressionlessly, and Kai was not embarrassed at all. Then can you do me a favor? Thank you all for your support. Chapter 480 Dreaming. Without much discussion, the two girls quickly agreed to Kai's request. Even after learning that Kai was going to help them exorcise the demon, the girl named Chris was very generous and asked Kai and his friends to come to her house. There was no one at her house, and her parents were on a business trip to Europe. Of course, this was also the reason why Chris wanted them to go to her house. She was really afraid. However, this made Kai teach her a lesson. They had not met for more than an hour, and this girl took them home. What a sense of prevention. Even elementary school students in China would not do such a thing. Chris was almost wronged to death. She was obviously kind and trusted you, but she was scolded. But the more this happened, the more Chris trusted Kai. After all, bad people would not teach her like this. It was almost afternoon, and Kai brought Harley, Sheraz, the Wen brothers and Pamela to Chris's house. Chris was still a little confused when she saw so many people coming together. But after seeing Sheraz, the two girls put everything aside. They screamed and blushed with excitement. They might not be fans of Sheraz, but how many chances do ordinary people have to meet a real movie star? Moreover, Sheraz is such a star, so even if they are not fans of Sheraz, they will be too excited to control themselves. Kai looked at the two girls who completely forgot that they were in danger and kept talking to Sheraz and asking for autographs, just like a loyal fan. But Kai clearly saw Angelina Jolie's poster in Chris's bedroom. Seeing that it was still early, Kai simply cooked dinner at Chris's house and planned to go to sleep after everyone ate. Chris and Nancy were very surprised to see Kai rolling up his sleeves to cook dinner. In American families, men rarely cook. Either fast food is used, or housewives cook, and men rarely cook. Of course, except for barbecue. The key is that Kai really doesn't look like he can cook. Kai opened Chris's refrigerator and found that the food inside was very rich. There were fast food that only needed to be microwaved, as well as fresh meat and seasonal vegetables. It seemed that Chris's family atmosphere was quite strong. Because of the lack of necessary ingredients, Kai could not make any earth-shattering delicacies, but simple 3 dishes and 1 soup were no problem. Watching Kai skillfully cut vegetables and stir-fry vegetables, Chris and Nancy thought it was so cool. It looked professional. Soon a dinner with good color, aroma and taste was served on the table. Kai made Chinese food. Fortunately, Chinese restaurants in the United States are not rare. In fact, many Americans have eaten Chinese food. Compared with French and Japanese food, the price of Chinese food has always been very affordable. Although those are modified versions of Chinese food, they are very different from authentic Chinese food. Kai's is also a modified version. There is no way, the ingredients are really different. Besides, he is the only Chinese here, so he can only deal with it this way for the time being. After dinner, Chris and Nancy, who were exhausted from nightmares, began to feel sleepy. It is easy to feel sleepy after eating. This is a common problem for people all over the world. So Pamela and Dean acted quickly. They pulled away all the sofas and furniture in the living room, leaving a vacant space. Pamela took out a dark blanket. In fact, it is not accurate to say blanket. It is a kind of black cloth with an extremely smooth surface. It is engraved with 6 pointed stars and some demon runes, which looks like devil worship. Dean took out an old bronze round basin, which looked very rough. According to Dean, this thing is really an antique. It came from ancient Israel and was discovered by modern tomb robbers. It is very popular among demon hunters and has incredible power. It can amplify the witchcraft of demon hunters. After everything was ready, Dean began to throw some strange things into the copper basin. There were dried bat wings, lizard tongues, venomous snake teeth, wolf tails, various dried herbs, and a few drops of vampire blood and so on. Meanwhile, Pamela began to prepare a spell. The spell was in Aztec, an ancient language from Central America. Few people can speak this language nowadays. The spell was very long. It was also at this time that Kai asked the girls to prepare for bed. If possible, you'd better move your sleeping things out. You have to rest in the living room tonight. There's more space here. Chris immediately took the girls upstairs. Girls don't sleep like those rough guys. They can sleep in any way they want. Among them, Sally is used to wearing silk pajamas because it feels good and comfortable. Harley doesn't like being restrained. She likes to sleep naked, so that she can be free. The two girls are very long, just shorts and tight vests. Of course, it's better to wear pajamas that keep you warm. It's the end of April, and it's still hot and dry in California. There's no need to keep warm. Kai was reminding them that pajamas should cover more personal privacy and not be too sexy. After all, they have something to do. After a busy period, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The afterglow of the sunset fell on the grass outside the house. Everyone in the living room stayed at their own place. The whole house seemed very quiet. Kai nodded to Dean and Pamela. The girls were exhausted. Even though they were excited and scared, they couldn't resist the exhaustion and fell asleep one by one. You should be ready. If there's any problem, immediately wake them up with ice water. Kai walked to the middle of the carpet brought by Pamela and laid down. What about you, me? Don't worry. If I really stay in the dream, I will definitely not regret it. Pamela walked to Kai's side and fed her a bowl of liquid made of unknown ingredients. Anyway, Kai would never go into the details of what was in it. After drinking the liquid, Kai closed his eyes. In an instant, the dark world after closing his eyes was switched, and another world appeared in front of him. This is still the living room of Chris's house, but it has become rotten and old. There was a thin layer of muddy sewage on the ground, and the paint on the wall was peeling off, revealing ugly yellow-brown water stains. Water drops kept seeping out of it, and then dripped into the sewage on the ground, making a dripping sound. Can't you change the style? Why do you have to make it so dirty every time? The room was empty, and only Kai was sitting in the middle of the living room. He didn't rush to act, but looked around. As a result, there was only the decayed and old scene of the house, and the foul smell of sewage. There was actually a smell, which was much more real than the last time he entered the dream. If it were someone else, they might have been scared by the situation. But for Kai, it was just like that. Fake is fake. There are too many loopholes. In fact, as long as you observe carefully, this illusion is actually useless. He walked to the door and walked out of the open door. Standing on the grass in front of the door, he looked up. In the dark sky without a trace of light, a little bit of granular snowflakes slowly fell, and a layer of shallow floating snow had accumulated on the ground. It looks very real, but in fact it is full of loopholes. For example, if you stare at the snowflakes quietly for a while, you will find that these snowflakes are all copied and pasted. Even the trajectory of the snowflakes falling is the same, as if it is a repeated GIF picture. The street is still white, with only a dim street lamp every few dozen meters, dimly illuminating a small piece of road surface below. The street is cut into fragments of darkness and dimness, like a passage between the underworld and the living world. A typical American horror movie layout. Looking around, I saw a vague figure a few dozen meters away, moving forward step by step. That was Chris. She was still wearing the low-cut V-neck t-shirt, plus a pair of light blue boxer shorts, which was her pajamas. Kai was about to call her, and saw her suddenly turn around and run into an alley. Kai chased her, but just as he ran to the corner, Chris's figure turned into a little girl in a dress and flashed from another corner. Kai only saw a back and a flying hairband. Seeing this, Kai hurried to catch up. After passing several roads, Chris in front suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at the roadside. On the roadside, on an upright wooden stake, an old iron nameplate was quietly hanging there. She reached out and brushed off the snow and dust on it. A name was revealed, Badham Infant School. Kai raised her eyebrows. This was where Freddie used to work. Chris had returned to her normal form at this time, but her clothes were still the children's dress that the child had just worn. Chris seemed to wake up. She looked at the abandoned kindergarten in front of her in horror, not understanding what had happened to her. At this moment, a low and hoarse call sounded behind her. "Hello? Little Chris," she turned back in horror. A figure stood not far behind her. "Oh, you have grown up." The voice was full of memories. Chris stared at him, gritted his teeth and murmured, "You are just a nightmare, don't you remember me?" The figure slowly approached, his face hidden in the backlight, just a dark mass. "Who are you?" Chris backed away, trying to keep a distance from the figure. The figure walked slowly and continued to move forward. "No, you must remember, you are my favorite." "Well, okay, you are just my second favorite. My little Chris." Chris was frightened and stepped back again and again. "You are not real." The figure laughed lowly, as if the whole chest was vibrating. "Hey. Yes. So, no one knows I have been here." As he spoke, he put his face close to Chris's hair, took a deep breath, and pressed the steel claws of his right hand against the wall, scraping rhythmically, making a harsh metal friction sound. "Aloha." Just when Chris was about to be swallowed by fear, a mocking voice appeared. Chris and the figure turned their heads to look over. Kai walked out of the snow in a pretentious manner. He folded his hands and shivered. "On a snowy day, we should stay in the warm home. Right? Chris, don't you feel cold?" His tone was calm and he smiled slightly. Just like an elementary school language teacher who patiently guides children. After saying that, Kai looked at Freddy. "I say, why are you so boring, always chasing women and children? You are such a bad guy. I am ashamed for you." Unexpectedly, Freddy was not angry at all. Hearing this, he chuckled. "Really? Well, I like small and beautiful things. It's disgusting. Shameless people are invincible in the world. Others like this." Kai's words really can't irritate him. "Forget it, I'll just send you to death." Kai stretched out his hand. "You know, I suddenly remembered something. We are in a dream, right?" An M500 revolver appeared in Kai's hand. "See? I guessed right. Since we are in a dream, it doesn't make sense that only you can do whatever you want." Freddy's face was livid. Well, this was Kai's subjective conjecture. After all, it was really hard to tell his expression from that face. But anger and hatred could still be seen from his face. That looked like a car accident scene. "Go to hell, bastard." Kai was not interested in listening to him. Bang! The power of the M500 is needless to say, not to mention that this isn't a dream. The power of a firearm is completely subjective. Kai thinks that the M500 is comparable to an anti-aircraft gun, so it is comparable to an anti-aircraft gun. A bullet directly blew Freddy's chest apart. The short Freddy flew to the corner like a ragdoll, motionless. "By the way, did you see Nancy?" Kai looked at Freddy's body gradually turning into ashes, put away the pistol in his hand, turned around and asked Chris. "Is he dead?" Chris had not recovered from the shock just now. That demon who looked so terrible was actually shot down by this detective? It's too unreal. It's too early. Kai didn't lie to the little girl. "You can't kill this guy unless you find his weak spot." Kai immediately comforted her, "But as long as you follow me, there will be no problem. In fact, if you are brave, that guy is just a weakling. His power comes from your memory and fear of him. The more you recall his past and the more afraid you are of him, the stronger he will be, until he can kill you. Otherwise, why do you think he is playing tricks there? Just for fun." Kai can see what this guy is doing. He likes to play with his prey. Of course, it's because of his bad taste, but more importantly, his power is not obtained out of thin air. He needs to feed on fear. This is why he never kills his prey at the beginning, but constantly tortures the victim mentally, causing the victim to have a mental breakdown and finally fall into fear of him. At that time, he can turn everything in the dream into reality. To put it bluntly, they are just dreaming now. But when the victim's fear explodes, he can hurt the victim. Otherwise, he is just scaring them. He is just a coward, a useless coward. There is nothing to be afraid of him. As long as you are not afraid of him, then everything he does is false. Chris listened to Kai's explanation and gradually calmed down. She was no longer as scared as before. "Okay, follow me. Let's go find Nancy and Sam." Kai looked up at the sky and said, "This dream environment is really terrible. When did California have such weather?" The sky was still raining gray and black snowflakes. After these snowflakes fell on the ground, they did not form snow piles, but instead seeped into the mud, making the ground muddy and dirty. Kai took Chris to the abandoned building. Freddy deliberately lured Chris here, and he definitely had a purpose. Chapter 481 Timid Sam. Nancy ran desperately on the dilapidated streets. She couldn't see the devil, but she knew that he was behind her, chasing her. Nancy was very scared at first, so she ran desperately, but in the middle, she felt very angry again. "If you chased me, just chase me. Why do you sneak around? Even if you want to kill someone, do it quickly." But she was discouraged immediately. This mental journey is really hard to describe. In this way, she was chased and ran to an amusement park. Nancy remembered that there seemed to be no such amusement park in the town, but now she didn't care and ran desperately into the amusement park. The style of this amusement park is obviously completely different from the previous town. The previous town was shabby and cold, and the sky kept raining gray and black snowflakes. It looked dirty, but this amusement park was different. The lights were bright and all kinds of amusement facilities were in operation. The only thing that made people feel uncomfortable was that there was no one here, no Ferris wheel, no claw machine, and even the place selling popcorn was empty. There was no other sound except the sound of the machine running and the music of the amusement park. Even the sound of the wind became smaller here. Such a weird scene made Nancy, who was already extremely scared, feel even more terrified. But at this moment, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out, accompanied by a man's roar. "Get out! Get away from me! Don't come over!" Nancy immediately ran towards the direction of the gunfire as if she saw a savior. After taking a few steps, she saw a tall and handsome man running out of the haunted house. He was in a mess and his face was covered with sweat. "Hey, ha 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 ha!" A burst of screams came from the haunted house, and a clown in funny clothes jumped out of the haunted house with a balloon. "Sapris! Little Sam! Come and play with us, get out!" Nancy saw Sam holding a gun and shooting at the clown, but the bullets hit the clown's body and only exploded a handful of shiny colored pieces, which was useless. Sam, Nancy recognized the boy. When Kay and the others brought him here, they were shocked. It turned out that the boy was also entangled by Freddy, but he was different from them. He was not killed by Freddy, but was trapped in Freddy's dream. Although she didn't understand what was different between Sam and them, Nancy couldn't help but shout out when she saw Sam. Sam heard someone calling him, and when he turned around, a girl he had never seen before was standing not far from the gate of the amusement park, looking at him anxiously. Sam didn't know if he was scared silly, but he forgot to be vigilant. He rushed to the girl, grabbed the girl's hand and ran out of the amusement park. But just after running out of the gate of the amusement park, they looked up and appeared in the amusement park again, and they were facing the amusement park. Nancy was shocked, took Sam's hand and turned around to continue playing outside the amusement park. But just after stepping out of the amusement park, they looked up and they were back again. They couldn't run away. At this time, something went wrong with Sam. He suddenly fell to the ground, breathing rapidly and unable to move. "What's wrong with you? Don't let him come over." Sam turned his head away from the clown who was walking towards them slowly, and said hurriedly. Nancy saw the clown and thought, "What's there to be afraid of?" But the clown was getting closer and closer, and Nancy also felt that she couldn't let such a strange thing get close to them, so she snatched the gun from Sam's hand and shot the clown. The clown was hit in the chest, and then a big hole was broken in his chest. "Asshole, go to hell." Seeing that the clown could be hit by her, Nancy got brave. Shoot again and again. The clown was beaten back and couldn't get close to them at all. When shooting, Nancy also noticed one thing, that is, the bullets of this gun are actually unlimited. She doesn't know much about guns, but she still knows that a magazine can only hold a certain number of bullets. But how many shots has she fired now? 20 shots? Or 30 shots? Anyway, a pistol definitely doesn't have so many bullets. But who cares? Anyway, there are many abnormal things in this dream, not to mention this one. But something weird happened immediately. The clown suddenly squirmed and turned into Freddy. "Haha, baby, let's play." Nancy is not afraid of clowns, but Freddy, she is really afraid. But at this moment, a strong arm took the gun from Nancy's hand and continued to shoot. Nancy looked up and found that Sam was actually fine. Bang bang bang. Nancy didn't pay attention to Freddy. After all, she was afraid. She forced herself to focus on Sam. "Are you okay?" Sam was also helpless. His problem is really incurable. He knows that his fear of clowns is a bit ridiculous, but he just can't control it. And as he gets older, this disease is getting worse. He doesn't know what to do. "I'm afraid of clowns, but not him." Now it's Freddy's turn to be helpless. What the hell is wrong with these two people? But there was no other way. For Freddy, fear was the source of his strength. If no one was afraid of him, he would be nothing. So he had to turn into a clown again. Then a funny scene appeared. When Freddy showed his true form, Nancy was scared to death of him, but Sam was not afraid of him. After all, no matter how disgusting he looked, Sam had seen him many times and was not afraid of him at all. So when Freddy showed his true form, he was chased and beaten by Sam. When he turned into a clown, Sam was scared to death, and Nancy got excited. Are you performing a farce? When Kay brought Chris, Harley and Sally's, they saw the three people foolishly seesawing there. They not only completely destroyed the terrifying atmosphere of the dream, but also turned it into a comedy. That was enough. Harley and Sally's were found by Kay when he was looking for Sam. When Kay saw them, he knew that Pamela's idea was right. If multiple people enter the dream at the same time, they will only be pulled into one dream. This is why Kai and his friends need the help of these children. They need to use them to sneak into Sam's dream. Seeing Kai, Sam almost cried with joy. For a guy with clown phobia, he simply couldn't describe what he had experienced in the past few days. It was simply a nightmare within a nightmare, worse than hell. How many times did he almost think he was going to die here? If he wasn't a demon hunter and knew some of the characteristics of nightmares, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. But he was also at his limit. He used all the methods he knew to get out of the dream, but everything was in vain. Just when he was desperate, he met Nancy. It was because of such a stranger that Sam came back from the edge of collapse. However, this was still not as good as seeing Kai. Sam knew more about Kai's strangeness than most people. With him, at least he could be saved. Freddy also saw Kai. This abominable bastard. Unfortunately, Kai didn't care about him. Anyway, they couldn't do anything to this grandson here. Fortunately, his goal was achieved. They found Sam. You are so shameful. You are so old and you are afraid of clowns? Forget it, I don't even want to say anything to you. Get out of here. Kai was speechless about Sam. After all, they were the famous Winchesters, but they were trapped in a dream by a clown. No. You can't go anywhere. Freddy was furious when he saw Kai ignored him and planned to take a few people away. The others were fine, he could play slowly, but what really made him angry was that Kai wanted to take Sam away. How much effort did he put in to trap this demon hunter? As a result, Kai planned to take everyone away. He immediately turned into a shadow and pounced on everyone. As a result, Kai protected them behind him and stood in front of them with his head held high. The shadow that Freddy turned into was very huge and looked extremely terrifying, especially his right hand with claws, as if he wanted to crush everyone. Unfortunately, this thing was useless to Kai. The huge claws grabbed Kai but did not hurt Kai at all. Instead, it made others see clearly Freddy's bluffing. Suddenly, the fear in his heart decreased a lot, which made Freddy feel powerless. His strength was draining away. In an instant, the people behind Kai suddenly disappeared. Freddy's ugly face showed a roar of dissatisfaction. No. They're all mine. All mine. Then Freddy's skin seemed to melt into pieces in layers, mixed with some rotten dark red flesh. His eyes were yellow-green vertical pupils like snakes, staring at Kai closely. The hatred and malice in his eyes almost turned into substance. Don't lose heart, ugly monster. I think we will meet again soon. The next time we meet, it will be goodbye forever. Kai waved his hand and did not take his dissatisfaction seriously at all. Sayonara, swish, Kai's figure also disappeared in the dream. No. In Chris's living room, Kai took an ice bucket from his head with an expressionless face, and then took the towel handed over by Pamela. Actually, I can wake up by myself, there's no need to pour water on me. Dean was a little embarrassed. Haha, I was anxious for a moment and didn't think so much. At this time, Sam also came over. He originally planned to hug Kai, but seeing Kai's resistant expression, he could only withdraw his hand a little embarrassedly, but he still had to say thank you, Kai. Kai nodded and accepted the thanks without any hesitation. You need a psychologist for your problem. It just so happens that we have one here. Sam's face turned red. Indeed, who would be afraid of clowns except children? Nancy thought of Sam's performance in the dream and laughed out loud. Then she shared with her little sister the scene of her and Sam fighting the enemy in the dream. In short, it was very happy, and she completely forgot the fact that she was scared by Freddy and almost wet her pants. Just when a group of girls were excited by Nancy's bravery, the phone at Chris's house rang. What? A group of people looked over. The smile on Chris's face faded a little bit. And then sadness and fear climbed onto her face. As Chris's best friend, Nancy naturally asked what happened. He killed Jesse. Nancy looked shocked. Jesse is dead. Who is Jesse? Kai asked. Jesse is the boy who talked to us in the afternoon. He is also our classmate. Nancy shook her head and said, we should have asked him to come with us. Another person died. Kai quickly thought of something. Do you know if there is anyone else who has been having nightmares like you? Nancy quickly understood and immediately said, there is another person, Quentin Smith. She actually didn't know whether Quentin was harassed by Freddy, but she could see that Quentin's condition was very similar to hers before. So whether it was or not, she said his name. After all, human life is at stake. Quentin died much faster than expected. When Kai saw Quentin, he thought he was Quentin's father. He looks too anxious, and most importantly, he looks like a gangster, especially his conspicuous shoehorn face, which makes him look like a gangster. But after communicating with him, I found that he just looks anxious. In fact, he is very honest and a top student. By the way, his biggest hobby is to play with cameras. He said that when he graduates, he will go to Los Angeles to learn how to make movies. Just call me Quentin. Quentin looked very haggard, and even walked unsteadily, as if he had been up all night for 7 or 8 days and could die at any time. Kai looked at his expression. How long have you not slept? Quentin's expression became even more bitter. I don't know, maybe 2 days, maybe 3 days. Then he looked at Kai and the others eagerly. Chris said you can help us solve the problem? That's great. I'm about to collapse. I want to end this quickly. Oh my god, I'm starting to doubt whether everything I'm experiencing is real. Seriously, you are all real, right? Not just hallucinations caused by taking too many drugs, right? At the end, Quentin began to beg. It seems that he was about to be tortured to go crazy. Bang! Kai directly proved to him that they were all real. He slapped him in the face. Quentin was almost knocked unconscious by the slap. He pressed his burning face and looked at the sticky liquid on his hand. Blood, see, this is not an illusion, you can still feel the pain, Kai said with a smile, but his face changed the next second. Boy, if I know you take drugs again, I will break your legs. Saying that you take drugs in front of the police is just uncomfortable. Kai doesn't know what other policemen think, but he can't stand this kind of thing. The proliferation of illegal drugs in the United States is partly because Americans are richer and more idle, and want to find excitement. On the other hand, the United States has never been very good at regulating this aspect. Although the government has the DEA and the FBI to combat drugs, they only combat drug trafficking and do not care much about drug users. For example, smoking marijuana leaves. Many police officers do not think there's anything wrong with this, as they think marijuana is not a drug. Chapter 482, 1, 2, Freddy is coming for you. After the slap, Quentin was somewhat sober, but half of his face was swollen, and he needed to see a dentist. He felt that his left tooth seemed to be loose, and his nose was bleeding. Quentin felt that he was unlucky. We must find out the truth, so that we can solve this matter. Sam sat on the sofa with a bad face, analyzing how to solve this nightmare. Kai pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, don't bother, I know what he wants to do. Kai flipped through the table a few times and found the results of his afternoon research. Have you seen this place? He cast his eyes on the table. There was an old photo on it. It was a kindergarten with a big sign on the roof, Badham School. That kindergarten, several people shouted in surprise. Yes, it's this kindergarten. According to the information revealed by Mrs. Andrew, something happened 12 years ago, about the children there. If I'm not mistaken, you are all around 17 now, right? Or maybe a little younger, the Wen brothers nodded. They had received some information before, so they knew the kindergarten. It was where Freddy worked before his death. It was also because of the rumor that he molested children in the kindergarten that he was hunted down by parents and burned to ashes. This kindergarten is in Springwood Town, so you may have gone to school there 12 years ago. And, pay attention here, Kai took out another photo, which was obtained from Mrs. Andrew. It was a photo of the kindergarten children attending summer camp together 12 years ago. See if there are any familiar faces among them. Chris, Nancy and Quentin immediately stretched their heads to look at the photo. This is us, Kai Honda. So, at least the three of you were in this kindergarten back then. I saw Dean and Jesse, Nancy said sadly. Dean is his boyfriend, and what's even more unfortunate is that Jesse is her ex-boyfriend. What a star of misfortune. We always thought we knew each other in high school, Chris murmured. Me too. Nancy felt a chill running down her spine. Harley and Sherriz looked at each other, but we didn't. When they were in kindergarten, we were already in high school. Why would we? Kai said unhappily. Why were you targeted? Didn't you know? Harley immediately raised her hand to show that she knew she was wrong. Sheraz also looked embarrassed. I got a message. After that incident, someone erased all the children's memories of that time. And it was at the request of your parents. Kai broke the news again. Chris was a little shocked. How could they do that? Memory is the most private part of a person. Now they know that their parents have erased their memories without permission. This is much more serious than peeking at diaries. For Americans who value privacy, this seems to be very serious. But Kai thinks it's nothing. How many parents haven't peeked at their children's diaries? The only difference is that some were discovered, while others hid it very well. Oh. If they didn't do this, how could you have grown up so big? And I don't think what your parents are hiding is the point. That pervert is guiding you step by step to reveal what he wants you to know. The three looked confused. But don't be afraid, aren't we here? We are here to solve this problem. That guy is indeed a trouble, but that's it. Otherwise he wouldn't have waited until 12 years later to start harassing you, to be honest. Freddy's ability seems to be unsolvable, but in fact it is not the case at all. If he was really that powerful, he should first take revenge on those who killed him. Kai doesn't think that this is because someone is magnanimous and let these adults go. The only explanation is that he can't do it. Why can't he do it? Because that guy is afraid of those who killed him. It can be seen that this guy is indeed a complete coward. Then what should we do? We have burned his house and burned all his belongings. And he doesn't have a body, it's all burned to ashes, Dean said distressedly. No, there must be something missing, Kai said firmly. The answer may be here. Kai pointed to the old photo. Although the girls were reluctant to go there, the boys were very determined, even Quentin, who looked timid. He wanted to know the truth, and he wanted to know why he was so unlucky to be haunted by a ghost. A group of people drove on the road in the town at night, and a few minutes later they came to a forest on the edge of the town. After stopping the car, everyone got off and Kyle led everyone forward. After crossing a forest, they stood on an old and desolate road, surrounded by large cornfields that blocked their sight. Everyone walked along the road for a few dozen meters, and a building appeared on the side of the road. It was a bungalow, and the sign on the roof of the bungalow was dilapidated and damaged, with only the two letters bar remaining. On a wooden pillar on the roadside in front of the house, the font on a gray and old nameplate was faintly visible, Badham Kindergarten. Even though it was late at night, even though there were no lights, even though the building had been in disrepair for a long time, they almost subconsciously knew that they had found the right place. In the night, the abandoned building looked eerie. It would be a pity not to make a horror movie. In fact, some people really thought so. Quentin somehow talked to Sherazi on the road. This guy looked timid, but surprisingly had ideas. He actually planned to make a movie about this. What's more, Sherazi actually expressed interest. According to Sherazi, if we put aside the reality that they are experiencing now, this story is indeed very interesting. The key is that horror movies in Hollywood have always been a typical example of low returns and high returns. After all, most horror movies don't even have many sets, most of them are indoor scenes, and there is no need to invite any big names. The acting skills only need to be improvised, and everything will be solved if the atmosphere is in place. No one really thinks that horror movies need any acting skills, right? What? There are still people who act badly in horror movies. Oh, that kind of people have no acting skills at all, and are not within the scope of discussion. Let's go in. Kai could actually see that the two of them were talking so excitedly, but they were afraid and didn't want to go in. Kai didn't actually plan to let them follow him, but these people really didn't dare to leave Kai and his group. But Kai couldn't really follow them and waste time. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. One person has already died in just one afternoon. If it's a little slower, who knows if there will be more deaths? Kai led the way, and the Wen brothers followed behind, surrounding the group of beautiful women in the middle. Everyone entered the house. And Kai and Pamela had already picked up two LED camping lights in their hands. The bright white light broke the darkness in the house. There was dust everywhere, and it was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. After walking around, Chris and the other two looked unhappy. Although this place is quite different from the nightmare, the main environment is the same. They have entered this house many times in their dreams and were awakened by Freddy. Harley and Shalazi were relatively better. Seeing the three people who were a little distracted, Kai spoke again. Let's go. It seems that there is no answer you want to hear. They walked around the kindergarten. The place was really more and more terrifying. There were old chairs everywhere, and there were some inexplicable noises from time to time. Although most of them were made by small animals living here, they still scared a group of people. Finally, they checked all the rooms in the kindergarten and found nothing unusual. In the end, only the basement of the kindergarten was left. Looking at the dark entrance of the basement, everyone was a little hesitant, mainly because this place was too dark, as if something terrible was hidden. It was creepy. Let's go. Kai took the lead and walked towards the basement. Several girls and Quentin looked at each other, followed him through a passage in the house, and after turning a corner, they saw a door at the end of the passage with the English words maintenance room printed on it. Kai stepped forward and pushed open the door and walked down. This is a basement, which is a common tool room or maintenance room. It is still dusty and old. The maintenance room was converted from a basement. It was very large. All the facilities of the kindergarten were connected here. Various pipelines and lines were concentrated here. It was very messy inside. Except for a table, a few chairs and an iron cabinet, it was all garbage. Coupled with the various facilities, the terrain inside was like a maze. After a group of people entered here, Pamela originally planned to have people search for clues separately. But Kai refused. Has Kai never seen horror movies? In this case, searching separately is basically the beginning of those ghosts and monsters. He is not that stupid. It is better to be a little slower, but at least it is safe. After a group of people searched around, Quentin was the first to find a clue. Quentin picked up something from a shabby table and muttered, "That's right, this must be his place." Quentin was holding a finger knife, which was part of the claw-like weapon in Freddy's hand. Nancy glanced at it for a moment and then stared at a painting. "I think there's something behind this." It was no longer clear what the painting originally depicted, but it was obvious that it was a child's graffiti, very abstract. In this environment, it looked scary. "Stand back, let me take a look." He hung the camping lantern on the wall and reached out to tear off the children's painting with a serious postmodern style, revealing a small door underneath. "No, it can't be considered a door, it's more like a piece of wood. If you don't look closely, it's really hard to find that there is a space behind it." With a gentle force of both hands, he took down the small door, moved it to the side, squatted down and took a look, and found that there was a hidden small room inside. He took down the camping lantern on the wall and put it into this hidden small room. He looked up and looked around the room, revealing a cruel smile. "I caught you. This room is much smaller than the outside." It was a space formed by building two walls in the original corner of the room. There was only a single bed with a pile of gray bedding on it, and no other furniture. There were only various crude patterns painted on the walls. Over time, the paint had turned gray and black, not cute at all. Looking closely, it was quite scary, like dried blood. Nancy stared at the patterns, reached out to touch them, and murmured, "These seem to be drawn when I was a child." Kai didn't pay much attention, just looked around, picked up a dusty black paper box from the bedside, opened it, and revealed an old small photo album. He opened the album and found some old photos sealed in plastic. He just flipped through 2 pages and put it away immediately. Damn, this guy is really disgusting. Kai felt that his moral values were challenged. "What is that?" Chris asked curiously when she saw Kai's actions. "Nightmare." Kai didn't intend to show this thing to others at all, but directly asked Dean to bring an iron trash can, throw the photos in it, set it on fire, and watch them turn into a pool of ashes. While doing this, Luke used his body to block the view of others, so that they could not see the contents of the photo. Nancy and the other two saw Kai's action and immediately seemed to understand something. Chris quietly retreated to Sam's side and did not speak. Nancy had a conflicted look on her face. She wanted to know what it was, but she was not brave enough. Quentin was simply curious and had a big heart. "Okay, let's start preparing." "Prepare for what?" Chris asked curiously. "Of course, burn this place." But at this moment, the flames in the trash can suddenly gradually became smaller and began to go out. "Here it comes." Dean saw this situation and immediately understood that it was time for a decisive battle. He threw his backpack to Sam, and Sam immediately took out a short double-barreled shotgun from it. Then he threw the backpack to Harley behind him. "Ah, I want to fight too." "No, it's to protect yourself." Sam loaded his shotgun and said in a deep voice, "It contains salt bullets. It will hurt a person at most, but it won't kill anyone. Don't worry about accidental injuries, but it is very useful for ghosts. In fact, when salt bullets hit people, it is definitely not as simple as hurting a little." But he was not wrong. It really can't kill people. It will just break a few bones, which is much better than death. Harley was also very straightforward. After knowing that it was inevitable, he immediately grabbed a single-barreled shotgun from the gun. The others followed suit. Several students were the most nervous, as they had hardly touched a gun. The next moment, everyone's ears echoed with a faint singing voice, as if several little girls were singing a nursery rhyme, and there was also the sound of ropes hitting the ground rhythmically. Not far from them, 3 little girls in white dresses suddenly appeared. 2 little girls were waving skipping ropes in their hands, and the little girl in the middle was jumping, and the 3 little girls were singing the nursery rhyme. 1, 2, Freddy is here to see you. 3, 4, close all the doors and windows. They seemed not to see them. But there was nothing unusual on their faces, and they continued to sing and dance. Under the pale fluorescent lights, the 3 pairs of eyes in the shadows were like black holes, and the weird smiles on their lips made the people's hair stand on end. Suddenly, the 3 children turned their heads and looked at the crowd. Several girls were frightened by this scene and stepped back desperately. The heads of the 3 little girls shifted in the direction of the girls' movement, the ropes in their hands were still waving, the jumping steps were still non-stop, and the monotonous singing was still echoing in the corridor. It was just that the voices were getting louder and louder, and more shrill. 5, 6, hold the cross. 7, 8, stay up until dawn. 9, 10, never fall asleep. Chapter 483 Complete Kill. Seeing this weird scene, even Dean and Sam, who are brave, were a little hesitant. Well, it's a bit like that. Kai was a little surprised. After all, the fantasy Freddy showed before was like a B-level movie with a poor crew and a casually made scenery. Now there are some well-made horror movies in Japan. No matter what the scenery is, the atmosphere is right. Kai walked forward. He wanted to see how powerful Freddy would be after coming to the real world. But as soon as he took a step out, the singing of the little girls stopped abruptly. Kai was stunned. The scene around him changed. The environment around him turned into a classroom. The classroom was surrounded by dark walls. Under the dim red light in the space, it was as disgusting and ugly as a pool of coagulated blood. He turned around and found that everyone had disappeared. This change made Kai raise his eyebrows. Finally, there was something new. They were all dragged into the dream. And they didn't know it. No matter what happened before, everyone knew that they were asleep before falling into the dream created by Freddy. But now it was different. No one noticed when and where they entered the dream. Maybe when they entered the kindergarten. Maybe when they entered the basement. Who knows? Kai was not panicking. At this point, all Freddy could do was to fight on. They had found this guy's Achilles heel. As long as they burned down the room, everything would be over. It was funny to think about it. This guy actually liked to show his Achilles heel to others in his dreams. Was he afraid that others wouldn't find it? So Kai was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he was checking everything in the room with interest. This was Freddy's last-ditch effort. When people are asleep, the body's reaction mechanism will drop to the lowest point. In this case, it was easy for Freddy to pull people into the dream, but Kai remembered clearly that he had been awake all the time. In this case, Freddy still pulled him into the dream. On the one hand, this certainly showed that Freddy was awesome, but on the other hand, it also showed that he had run out of tricks. The reason was simple. If this trick was really that easy to use, why did he kill the victims one by one? Why not drag all the people who killed him into the dream and have a killing spree? Would that be more exciting? Like the previous times, it was really difficult to wake up from the dream on your own, unless you completely lost your fear of Freddy. But this time was different. Kai needed to study the specific reason. Kai walked to the edge of the dark wall, touched the wall gently, and then closed his eyes. After almost a few minutes, Kai smiled. Sure enough, the restrictions of dreams have weakened a lot. In Freddy's dream before, Kai felt that his mental power was suppressed. The feeling was very special, just like being entangled in a spider web. He had the power, but he couldn't use it. Kai didn't understand why, but now, this restriction was gone. Kai's mental power can be released. As Kai closed his eyes again, his palm on the wall began to emit a faint golden light. Then Kai touched the wall, which seemed to come alive and began to twist slowly, like a slug burned by a cigarette butt, constantly trying to get away from Kai's palm, but it was powerless. After about 3 seconds, the wall blurred and disappeared completely. Then Kai appeared at the end of the classroom corridor. In front of him was the entrance to the basement. At the end of the basement was the maintenance room. He opened the door with the words maintenance room written on it, and a space full of various metal pipes appeared in front of him. Kai couldn't help shaking his head when he saw this. How much does this guy care about this maintenance room? With these thoughts in his mind, Kai walked over. The dark red and swaying light came from several boilers burning with flames, making the whole space look hot and terrifying. A burst of laughter came from a distance, and there was also the sound of metal knocking. There was no doubt that it was Freddy. My little Nancy, do you really think that coming in with a bunch of bad boys can save you? Freddy's very distinctive low voice sounded, and suddenly the voice changed. That will only make them die with you. They can't save you, you are mine. Even they are the same. You will all be with me forever. Forever and ever. Hearing this voice, Kai's first reaction was to save people, but when he ran to the direction of the voice, there was no one there. But the voice continued. Little Nancy, look, what I brought you, Quentin. This is Nancy's voice. Ho ha, sappers. Are you surprised or not? Your boyfriend is really stupid and cute. He can actually make himself unconscious. I can't bear to kill him. With him, I won't be bored at all. Come on, stupid kid, say hello to cute little Nancy. Quentin made a slightly long cry again. It sounded like he was injured. I have to admit that Freddy's character is really bad. This guy, before getting the prey, he must play with it hard before he really takes action. Kai couldn't really understand it anyway. Little Nancy, look at your boyfriend. He's such a bad guy. How can he protect you like this? Freddy's voice sounded again, becoming unusually frivolous. Come on, come to Uncle Freddy. You're my favorite, ha. Kai felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Who knew if this psychopath would kill someone? He closed his eyes again and released his mental power. A golden ripple spread from Kai's body to the surroundings. When these ripples spread to the gap between two boilers in a corner of the room, they suddenly bounced back, as if they hit something. Then the air twisted, and then three figures slowly appeared. Quentin was lying in the gap between the two boilers. Nancy retreated to an iron staircase not far away with a panic on her face and began to run away. Freddy followed slowly, his right hand bouncing up and down on the iron pipe guardrail of the stairs. The iron claws rubbed against the iron pipe, making a rhythmic metal scraping sound, which echoed in the boiler room. Freddy's voice continued to echo in the room. Haha, let's play a game of hide and seek, okay? If you get caught, little Nancy, you have to hide. Okay, Uncle Freddy is going to count. 10, 9, 8, Nancy was running away like a headless fly, and ended up bumping into Kay and falling to the ground. The girl's first reaction was that she had bumped into Freddy, but when she saw that Freddy was not far behind her, looking at her in disbelief, she immediately realized that someone had come to save him. Kay, but before Nancy could be happy, Freddy's eyes suddenly flashed with a green light. The walls and ceiling on both sides of the passage suddenly began to flow with a lot of scarlet liquid. Almost in an instant, the liquid flooded the passage. And Nancy was submerged in a swish, without even a bubble. Ha, gone. Little Nancy is gone. Guess where she went? Seeing Kay standing in the blood, motionless, Freddy seemed even happier. Freddy laughed. Look, you can't do anything. I will kill them one by one, and you can only watch. This is my world, and I am God. All you can do is beg, fear, and despair. Run. Run. The farther the better. To be honest, being drowned in blood is definitely not a good experience. Those almost black viscous liquids exude a pungent smell of blood and rot. This thing is like a quagmire of corrupted blood. Although he knew it was fake, Kai still felt disgusted. After all, there is no difference between shit-smelling chocolate and shit. Kai sighed. I don't want to play this kind of bad game with you at all, idiot. Boom. A ball of golden fire came out of Kai's body. Almost in an instant, those black viscous liquids that exuded a pungent smell of blood and rot disappeared in the golden fire. Nancy appeared on the ground in front of Kai, her eyes closed, her hands and feet desperately scratching, as if she was struggling in a muddy swamp, and she kept shouting for help. In Nancy's own senses, she felt suffocated immediately after sinking into the muddy blood. The slippery blood poured into her mouth and nose crazily, and the strong stench and bloody smell made her feel like she was falling into hell. That feeling was similar to the feeling of an ordinary person falling into a cesspool. It seemed a long, but also a short moment. Her body, which was falling in the muddy blood, suddenly became empty, and her eyes changed from darkness to slightly brighter. She opened her eyes and saw Kai in front of her. I'm okay, please, Miss Nancy, how many times have I told you that this is a dream? Everything is fake. Unless you believe this is true, you will not be hurt here. No matter how real a dream is, it is just a dream. No matter how real a dream is, it is fake. Rather than saying that Freddy killed people in a dream, it is better to say that Freddy told the victim through a dream that you are dead. The spirit affects reality. This kind of thing is not uncommon, at least in this world. Sometimes people think they are dead, and then they are really dead. Why did Freddy have to torture the victim in a dream before killing? In addition to the fact that he needed fear as a force, he also had to make the victim collapse. Only through dreams could he distort the cognition of young people like Nancy and hypnotize them step by step. As a result, he ignored or had no intention of thinking that the dream was fake. When he killed someone, he actually just subconsciously thought that he was really dead. Just like Nancy's friend Russell, everyone saw him trying to cut his throat with a knife in the restaurant, but in fact, from Russell's perspective, it was Freddy who grabbed his hand and cut his throat. Unfortunately, no one believed Russell. Everyone thought he was crazy and planned to commit suicide. Of course, overcoming fear is easy to say, but it is extremely difficult for an individual to do it. After all, this is not watching a horror movie, but being there, watching a scary-looking demon hurt you. How many people can turn a blind eye like Kai? What's more, the reason why Kai can turn a blind eye is that his mental strength is far superior to that of ordinary people. If Kai were put in the position of an ordinary person, he might not be able to do what he has now. No, Freddy was very angry when Kai exposed the truth about his power. Especially when he saw Nancy's consciousness becoming more and more clear, Freddy felt that his power was rapidly fading. He pulled everyone into the dream together, and the power consumed was several times that of usual. He needed to rely on everyone's fear of him to barely maintain the dream. Even though Sam and Dean could remain calm, they could not fundamentally eliminate the fear in their hearts. The difference was just a matter of how much. Now Nancy's fear of him is getting less and less, which means that the dream will become more and more unstable. So he must do something. He rushed towards Nancy like crazy. He wanted to torture this girl and let her gradually recover her fear of himself, so that he could continue to trap these people in the dream and kill them bit by bit. But his illusory figure was caught by Kai in the next moment. Seeing his neck being grabbed by Kai, Freddy immediately became terrified. How is it possible? You can catch me. In the final analysis, Freddy is just an evil spirit. He has no entity. Without an entity, there is no such thing as being caught. But Kai caught him. Nothing is impossible, Kai said with a sneer. This is a dream. Everything in a dream can be distorted. Freddy can create a bloody quagmire out of thin air here. Why can't Kai catch him? It is true that this is Freddy's domain, but don't forget that everything here is forcibly created by Freddy, and he is originally incapable of it. His control over this place is not as strong as the gun. In addition, Kai's mental power is originally very strong. In this purely spiritual world, Kai can distort the dream slightly and it is not difficult to get it. Although he can't change the dream as casually as Freddy, it is enough. It's over. After catching Freddy, Kai's body burst out with a strong light again. That is the embodiment of Kai's mental power. Kai opened his eyes and forcibly broke out of the dream. His body retreated rapidly, and his hands pulled out a figure wearing a red and green striped sweater from the void. Welcome to my world. Kai showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at Freddy who was caught in his hand with a panic. Almost at the same time, everyone in the small room recovered from their nightmares. They were still standing there, and the iron trash can was still burning the photos that had been burned before. It seemed that Freddy pulled them into the dream when they were burning the photos. Hello, everyone, come and see our new friend. A nightmare. Kai saw that they woke up, and immediately carried Freddy in front of them like a little chicken. Quentin, the unlucky kid, just woke up from his coma in the dream, and saw Freddy's tattered face only 3 centimeters away from him, and immediately fainted out of fright. This kid was unconscious in the dream, and unconscious again in reality. I hope he will be fine. The Wen brothers acted the fastest and immediately raised their guns. Wait a minute, Kai hurriedly stopped the 2 brothers. I finally caught him, don't break him up. Then, what should we do? Dean didn't quite understand what to do next. After all, they had never met anyone who could catch a ghost with their hands. How? Of course, do what you are best at. Pour gasoline and salt here. Burn it. No. No. You can't kill me. I'm Freddy, I can't be killed. Freddy struggled as soon as he heard this. Unfortunately, in the real world, he is weaker than a chicken. Don't worry, we will burn this place clean, Dean grinned. When it comes to arson, they are professionals. There is no ghost that can't be solved by a fire. If there is, then said another one. Weak, helpless, and pitiful, Kai laughed abnormally viciously, strong in dreams, but a coward in reality. That's you, Mr. Freddy Krueger. I regret to inform you that this house and this land belong to me, and now it is a private territory. You are evicted, and I will tear down every inch of this house. Block the basement with salt and pig iron. No, Freddy was really anxious now. If Dean burned the room to force him to death, then Kai's behavior was simply because he disliked that his death was not thorough enough. The recommendation votes are a bit miserable. Please support. Chapter 484, Confused Case. As always, the aftermath of the incident was handed over to Afu. Kai asked him to buy the land for the kindergarten. As for how to do it specifically, Afu would take care of everything, and Kai didn't have to worry about it at all. After that, Kai took the two girls and the Wen brothers back to Los Angeles. Pamela took the initiative to ask to stay in Springwood Town. She planned to wait here for a while and wait until the aftermath was completely completed before she left. As a psychic, she could find anything wrong at the first time. Kai naturally did not comment on Pamela's decision, and the Wen brothers also expressed their support. Nancy and the others raised their hands to express their approval. In fact, after going through all this, they needed such a professional to make them feel at ease. By the way, Sheraz and Quentin, the shoehorn face, really agreed to put all this on the big screen. Sheraz felt that everything she had experienced was indeed very attractive, and Quentin, as the experiencer of the incident, was undoubtedly the best screenwriter. Of course, there will definitely be a lot of professionals helping to adapt the script, so there is no need to worry that Quentin will write too badly. After all, what Sheraz needs is that Quentin can write out the kind of immersive tension and fear. After returning to the long-lost big city, everyone immediately felt relieved. After all, such an experience is really exhausting. Seeing the busy life in the big city makes them feel like they have survived a disaster. Harley originally planned to follow the Winchester brothers to learn more about the supernatural, but both Kai and the Winchester brothers rejected her curiosity. The beginning of things like hunting demons is often due to this unnecessary curiosity. The more you know, the more you will be trapped in it. Demon hunters are never a good profession. It is often accompanied by death and killing. At the same time, becoming a demon hunter also requires taking on pressure and responsibilities that ordinary people cannot believe. Therefore, no demon hunter will take the initiative to reveal too much knowledge about demon hunting to ordinary people. That is not doing a good thing, but harming people. Harley is beautiful and smart, and has a decent and well-paid career. There is no need to ruin her life for that curiosity. Listen to others' advice and eat your fill. Sheraz is very smart. After hearing the cautious warnings from the Wen brothers, she immediately stated that she would not participate in such things. She still wanted to be her own star honestly. But Harry Starr is the kind of iron-headed child who will not hit the south wall. In her opinion, even if she knew those things, as long as she did not go to hunt demons, she would not be considered a demon hunter. She felt that the Wen brothers were exaggerating. The most obvious example was Kai. Didn't he just act as his own policeman? However, the Wen brothers obviously did not intend to really explain the difference to Harry. Anyway, it was highly likely that they would not meet again. Boss. Are you back? Less than 3 minutes after Kai returned to the police station, Chap came to him with full energy. What? Are you healed? Kai looked through the documents accumulated in the past few days and found nothing important, so he threw them aside. This is also the reason why Kai asked why a deputy team leader who is not on the establishment should be set up. Kai has always been working on the front line and is not good at clerical work on the documents. Of course, Dan is not good either, but it doesn't matter. Who said Kai is the leader? He has to be good even if he is not good at it. It's okay. Chap patted his chest with an expression that I am fine. In fact, Chap almost cried out just now. How could it be so easy to heal with a broken bone? But the problem is that he feels that if he doesn't leave the hospital, he will have no credit at all. Chap is indeed a sentimental policeman who takes his responsibilities very seriously, but it does not mean that he is unwilling to be promoted. Kai saw that Chap was not fully recovered, but did not say much. After all, he has come here, which means that even if he is not well, there should be no big problem, Otherwise the doctor would not let him go so easily. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Kai took a cigar from the cigar box on the table and threw it over, then lit one himself. Speaking of these cigars, Kai didn't know much about them before. After all, this thing is no different from cigarettes to Kai. Even if he smoked cigars before, it was mostly for show. But since Afu started to take charge of Kai's daily life, Kai's knowledge reserve in this area has made great progress. Let's talk about cigars. The principle of 30% smoking and 70% maintenance for cigars. As we all know, cigars are very delicate. If the temperature is too low, the cigar's aging process will be weakened. If it is too high, it is easy to cause cigar bugs or mildew. It is not good to be too wet or dry. It is best to control the humidity between 65% - 75%. At the same time, cigar maintenance cannot only talk about temperature or humidity. Only when the temperature and humidity are perfectly controlled, the cigar will be aging and the taste will become more mellow. A professional cigar cabinet can accurately control the temperature and humidity, and will not be affected by the external environment at all. A truly professional cigar cabinet can provide all-round maintenance for cigars. Kai used to be a country man. He didn't know this. He put the cigars in the cigar box when he bought them, and smoked them directly when he wanted to. Until Afu appeared. Now Kai's cigars are all prepared by Afu, and then Kai smokes them directly. This also led to Kai's cigars being famous in the police station. Even Dustin would go to Kai's office to mix cigars when he was free. Chap took the cigar and sniffed it hard under his nose, then lit it and took a deep puff. These days in the hospital have made him feel suffocated. Smoking is not allowed in the hospital. This rule is simply inhumane. Did you always ask me to collect information about drug dealers in the West District? I have almost sorted it out and can act at any time. Chap's so-called information collection is naturally not literal. In order to rectify the West District as soon as possible, Kai hinted to Chap that he could use some extraordinary means to create conditions and prepare for the big cleanup planned by Kai. Will there be no tail? Violation is violation. Once they are caught, it is a small matter for them to receive a little punishment. The real problem is to let those criminals go unpunished, which is not good. Once these guys escape the punishment of the law, the consequences will be quite serious. After all, if they find that even the police can't do anything to them, they will only become more rampant. I will do it, don't worry. Chap is also an old hand. He knows very well what is taboo and what can be done and what can't be said. That's good. You can do it. Kai took out an authorization from his drawer, signed his name on it and threw it to Chapter. Chap's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Kai to be so straightforward. Kai had been planning this matter since he took office, and it was not implemented until now. Not to mention the manpower and material resources consumed during the period, just to say that after the success, the credit will definitely not be small. But I didn't expect Kai to give it to him. This is not a question of generosity, but Kai was originally a leader, and it is legitimate and natural for him to lead this matter. If Kai really wants to make a career, this is of course impossible. But the question is, does Kai need this credit? When he first came, Kai needed it. He needed to establish this prestige, otherwise how could he lead the team? But now it's different. A series of major cases have established Kai's prestige, so the credit of the big cleanup has become dispensable, and he doesn't expect to be promoted. In fact, Kai already feels that his current position is the limit he can accept, otherwise what should he do? Is he really going to be promoted to police inspector? Sitting in an office? That was not the life Kai liked. So he let the credit go. Chap joined the police force at the age of 20 and worked undercover for 8 years, which led to a style of work that was very different from that of an orthodox policeman, which kept him standing still for more than a decade. This was obviously a bit unfair, so Kai was naturally happy to give him a chance. Chap got the authorization and immediately planned to do a great job with full confidence. Remember, this opportunity is given to you. Don't mess it up, Kai reminded him at last. Understood. After Chap left, Dan and Chloe came in one after another. Dan first briefly reported on the daily affairs of the Major Crimes Unit and the progress of some cases. Kai was listening to Dan's report while looking through the recent case briefs of the Major Crimes Unit. In a big city like Los Angeles, there are countless cases happening every day, and many of them are diverted to the Major Crimes Unit. But in general, the Major Crimes Unit's capabilities are still good, and there is basically no disclosure. But sometimes there are always exceptions. Well, what's the matter with this case? Kai found a case that was a bit interesting when he was looking through the case briefs, which were completely inconsistent. Kai asked Dan to give him the details of the case. This case was very simple, a robbery and murder case. According to the description in the briefing, Skid Row in Los Angeles is located in the famous Skid Row, Poor Street, in Los Angeles. It includes 54 blocks between 3rd Avenue and 7th Avenue. The sidewalks of the blocks are full of garbage, and the air is filled with the smell of urine, feces and drugs. This is where the homeless, gangs and criminals in the LA area gather. When you pass through this place, you will see many outdoor tents on both sides of the street. Those are where the homeless live. Many of them are actually addicted to drugs, alcohol, and other psychological problems, and then they wander outside. It is really a poor street. And it is less than 8 miles away from the high-end Hollywood. Isn't it ironic? At the same time, there are many Mexicans gathered here, and the case happened in an apartment in a Mexican community. At that time, a gunfight broke out in the apartment, so someone called the police. The Los Angeles police arrived quickly, but unexpectedly, someone stopped them. DEA people. According to the description of the DEA, they were arresting someone for a drug deal, but the drug dealer resisted, so they opened fire. According to general procedures, even if this is a case handled by the DEA, the local police have the right to know part of the case. At least the local police need to know the casualties. But the team of DEA agents refused, which made the West District Police Station very angry. DEA was causing trouble in their jurisdiction, and it was fine if they didn't notify them in advance, but there was a gunfight and casualties, and they actually refused the West District Police Station to understand the situation, which was a slap in the face. So the West District Police forcefully asked them to get out of the way and opened the scene of the gunfight to the West District Police Station. This is a legitimate request. Although the DEA has a certain priority in combating drug trafficking, it does not mean that they can override the local police. After that, the police officers of the serious crime team set out to investigate the scene. There were a total of 4 deaths, 2 men and 2 women. They were a family, parents and a pair of children. Needless to say, the parents were both drug dealers with a long criminal record. They deserved to die. The father died in the corridor, shot several times, and blood covered the entire corridor. The poor drug dealer crawled on the ground for about 10 meters before he died, from the living room to the front door. The mother died in the bathtub in the bathroom. She was wearing headphones and taking a bath in the bathtub. A shotgun shot a big hole in her chest. The water in the bathtub had turned red with blood, and a large red stain was also flowing on the ground. What really made the West District Police dissatisfied was the couple. The eldest daughter was just 17 years old and had her birthday 2 days ago. She was shot to death at the end of the corridor on the right side of the door of her own room, and was shot on the back by a shotgun. The most distressing thing was the little boy, who was only 5 or 6 years old. He was shot to death at the intersection of the corridor at home. Judging from the trajectory, he was shot when he ran out of his own room. The young body was full of bullet holes, and he was shot 8 times. His room was a mess, with bullet holes everywhere, and they were not caused by the same gun. Except for the father who showed signs of firing back, the other 3 dead showed no signs of fighting back. If the DEA arrested and killed the drug dealer, why were 3 women and children who were powerless killed? In addition, drug dealers should at least have 1 buyer and 1 seller, right? They can't sell to each other, right? Then what about the other seller-buyer? The DEA couldn't provide a complete chain of evidence. But later, the DEA told the West District Major Crimes Unit that the other party in the drug deal was not present, and their intelligence was wrong. Why was this case marked as closed? Such a serious case was marked as closed only 2 or 3 days after Kai left. Are all the major crime units detectives? And this case with such contradictions can be closed? Who are they fooling? Dan hesitated and said, "It was the DEA who gave a greeting." What greeting? 2 minors have died there. What greeting can make this matter pass? Kai was very unhappy with this statement. If this happened in his previous life, it would be impossible for anyone to give a greeting. 2 children died. All the participants in this matter, including the direct leaders, must be suspended and investigated. It will not be over until the truth is revealed. Damn it, do those people in the DEA think we police officers are idiots? Would drug dealers trade in their own homes? Looking at the death of 2 minors in the file, Kai was furious. He was angry because of the DEA's disregard for human life, and he was also unhappy with the DEA's perfunctory handling of the matter. This case must be reinvestigated. You call the DIA and ask those idiots to come to the police station for questioning today. If they can't get a summons, just arrest them. Fuck. Chapter 485 Investigation in the First Year. LAPD is awesome, but not as awesome as DIA. No matter how rich the former is, it is just a local law enforcement agency. What about DIA? It was indeed not established for a long time, but it is a solid federal law enforcement agency. Its law enforcement power is much greater than LAPD. Although LAPD can ignore DIA, DIA can also ignore LAPD. Dan's phone call was useless. DIA didn't care about the summons from Los Angeles police, let alone a major crime team. They called Dustin's office and told him that they, DIA, were very angry and that your West District major crime team was messing around. Dustin was a little confused at first. He knew about this case. After others gave him a heads up, Dustin didn't think much about it and directly notified Dan to close the case. Police have always been a relatively united group, and it is not uncommon for officials to protect each other among American police. You can see a lot of such examples by searching the news, so I won't go into details. So Dustin gave DIA this face. But now, he was beaten back by his major crime team. What's going on? Dustin was a little angry. There's something wrong with the case. Kai knew what Dustin was going to ask before he was called to his office. This is definitely not manslaughter, but murder. Dustin was stunned. He didn't expect Kai to be so serious. He was just a drug dealer. Who would care if he died? Do you have evidence? Evidence? Kai sneered and threw the information in his hand on Dustin's desk. With this information, even a rookie can see the problem from it. Those bastards didn't even do a basic cover-up. It's complete nonsense. Dustin was speechless. He really didn't pay much attention to the case, but he never thought that the DIA could do things so roughly. But until now, Dustin still didn't want to make the relationship with the DIA awkward. As one of the 3 largest police departments in the United States, the Los Angeles Police Department and the DIA have a lot of cooperation. If they have a good relationship with each other, many things will be much easier. Then what are you going to do? Subpoena. Interrogation. Reinvestigation. Kai was very determined. Dustin felt a toothache. It was a headache for him to meet such a serious subordinate. But then again, could he stop him? He couldn't. Not to mention that he had no good way to deal with Kai. Others had backgrounds and merits, and they were qualified to ignore him. This kind of thing was not very impressive, so how could he suppress it? And even if he could suppress Kai and stop him from investigating, would Kai have no other way? Apart from anything else, as long as Kai reported this to the media, Dustin would be in trouble. The media in the entertainment city was much more powerful than the Chicago media. If such a breaking news was caught and it didn't cause a sensation, it would be a shame to the reputation of the city of Los Angeles. After all, Hollywood is an eyeball economy, and those reporters dared to say anything for exposure. Dustin picked up the information, which showed photos of several victims. Dustin might be more like a politician than a policeman, but that didn't mean he was really greedy. Seeing the death of the 2 children, Dustin nodded with difficulty. I understand. Do what you want to do, thanks, boss. Dustin smiled. It would be a bit embarrassing to say that he really agreed to Kai's investigation out of justice. But it would also be embarrassing to say that he had no sense of justice. People are never simple creatures. Complexity is the norm. At the Los Angeles branch of the DIA, McGee walked into the office of DIA Inspector Norman Stanfield. Stan, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has notified us that we will be investigated. McGee is Norman's deputy. He has always been the member of the team responsible for calming Norman's volatile emotions. Norman Stanfield, sitting behind his desk, wearing a beige suit, wearing headphones, waving his hands to the music in the headphones, ignoring his companion's words. McGee did not urge him, he knew that Norman heard it. When listening to music, Norman likes to devote himself to it wholeheartedly. At this time, it is best not to interrupt him. After about a few minutes, when the music in the headphones came to an end, Norman raised his head and looked at McGee. What's going on? Isn't it done? Not sure. The major crime unit in the West District just issued a subpoena to several of us. But Chief Haxon pushed back. But this matter still alarmed other people, so Haxon asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to come over to go through the motions. He told us to be honest recently and wait until the storm is over. McGee actually didn't agree to kill the drug dealer's family. They could use more covert means to get back their stolen goods. Even if they were to kill people, there were many ways. Every year, Unknown number of anonymous people were sunk off the coast of Los Angeles. It was completely unnoticed, so there was no need for such a violent move. Indeed, their immediate boss, Chief Jackson, could be their umbrella. But the umbrella was not used in this way. I think you should take a leave for a while. No, Norman didn't listen to McGee at all. We haven't got our goods back yet. That batch of goods is worth $20 million, but we searched that guy's house and couldn't find the goods. McGee felt that Norman was becoming more and more dangerous and could lose control at any time. This guy is almost destroying his brain by taking drugs every day. He thinks that what this guy needs to do most now is to quit drugs. Otherwise, everyone will be killed by him sooner or later. No. Isn't there a girl left in his family? Find her. She must know something. Norman took out a tin box 1/3 the size of his palm from his chest slowly. He put it to his ear and shook it, listening to the subtle sound of the collision. After opening the small tin box, he took one of the 7 or 8 capsules inside and put it in his mouth. It's just a child. McGee still felt a little ridiculous. If you don't want your share, you can quit, but I won't give up. Norman didn't care at all. McGee's face changed. This profit was enough for him to work for half a year before. McGee naturally couldn't give up so easily. Go find that girl. Find this girl. Kai pointed to a girl in the photo and said to Chloe. After Kai left Dustin's office, he immediately brought people to the scene of the crime and conducted a full-scale investigation of the scene. If he wants to forcibly summon several DEA agents, he must produce solid evidence. Kai got the information of the DEA agents involved in the case. It was a DEA drug enforcement team, and the team leader Norman Stanfield was not an unknown figure in the Los Angeles Police Department. The reason was that Norman Stanfield, a senior DEA agent, had received too many complaints. Excessive use of force is not uncommon for DEA agents. A DEA without such complaints must be a fake DEA. But Norman had several disputes with the LAPD because his team accidentally killed the family of the traffickers during the operation. In other words, there are more than one similar cases like this one. Generally speaking, Norman Stanfield himself is not a big deal, but the DEA behind him is really not easy to mess with. The police station and the DEA had also had several disputes before, but in the end, they all ended in nothing. This is one of the reasons why Dustin didn't intend to get entangled. After all, there is no point in dragging it out. Besides, the family members of the drug dealers are all dead. Naturally, no family members will bother him. Dustin has no pressure to solve the case, so he can naturally do a favor for the DEA. Unfortunately, Kai jumped out. Of course, Dustin will not go to great lengths to stop it. After all, this matter has nothing to do with him. If the favor can't be sold, then it can't be sold. He doesn't rely on the DEA to get promoted. Whether this matter is investigated or not from the beginning, it has little impact on Dustin. Since Kai is willing to confront the DEA, he will not stop it. This is also the reason why Dustin is so easy to talk to. When it doesn't concern him, people are still willing to be reasonable. There is actually nothing to investigate at the scene. As mentioned before, the DEA agents didn't want to cover it up at all. The evidence is everywhere. Based on the traces at the scene, we can roughly infer the course of the case. A group of DEA agents broke into the house, killed the eldest daughter of the family first, then kicked open the bathroom door, shot the mother of the family, and then had a shootout with a male owner of the family near the shrine. The male owner killed a DEA agent and was shot. Later, while escaping, he was knocked down in the corridor. The drug dealer male owner dragged his wounds and crawled to the entrance, and then was shot dead. He was shot 6 times. According to ballistic detection, all 6 shots came from the same gun. Every shot was fatal. In other words, the bastard with the gun didn't need to shoot so many shots. He clearly wanted to kill people. In addition, there were signs of rummaging everywhere in the room, and even the mattress in the room was cut open with a knife. Obviously, these people are looking for something. Fortunately, there is a girl who survived in this family. Now this girl is very important. Not only is she very likely to be in danger, but more importantly, this girl is very likely to know the motives of the DEA agents. Yes, the evidence in front of us is not enough to convict these people. The most DEA can do is to argue with the Los Angeles Police Department, and then, as before, it will end in nothing. Oh, those people are beasts. Not only did they not let the poor family go, they even planned to kill me, the drug dealer's neighbor, an old lady in her 90s, said to Kai tremblingly. Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't think the old lady was lying. It was just that the old lady was too calm. The reason why she was trembling was because she was too old. She seemed to be accustomed to everything in front of her. Old lady, aren't you afraid at all? After all, they all threatened with gunfire. Chloe was also surprised by the calmness of the old lady. Unexpectedly, the old lady was even more surprised when she asked Chloe this. Hey, girl, where do you think this is? This is a poor street. Shooting and murder happen every day here. If I were afraid, I would have been scared to death. My windows are broken by bullets 3 times a month. And this is much smaller than the scene of Japan bombing Pearl Harbor. Have you also experienced the bombing of Pearl Harbor? Of course. I was a military nurse at that time. Seeing that Chloe was about to lead the old lady off the building, Kai hurriedly took out a few photos for her to identify. Did these people do it? Oh, wait. I need my eyes. The old lady went back to the house to get her own glasses. Well, this is not. This one seems to have him, and this one. I don't recognize him. What happened next was ridiculous. Kai put the photos of several DIA agents who were present at the time and several other photos of unrelated people under the old lady's eyes. As a result, the old lady seemed to be playing a trick on him. All the unrelated people were identified, but none of those people were recognized. When the social worker who specialized in helping the elderly in the community came, it was found that the old lady's mind was a little unclear and her eyesight was ridiculously poor. In any case, the testimony of this old lady was useless. There was no need for a famous lawyer. Even if Kai went alone, he could make the jury not believe the testimony of this old lady. Does anyone know where the child went? Kai asked Chloe, who had just led the police to ask the nearby residents. Chloe shook her head in embarrassment. People here are not good neighbors. You know, everyone cares about themselves and doesn't mind other people's business. Because no one here wants to know what their neighbors do in their rooms at night. Okay, this building is an old-style apartment, and there are not many residents in it. There are only 3 households on this floor. There are a few families downstairs, but most of them don't want to cause trouble. According to them, they haven't even heard gunshots. By the way, you just said that there are 3 households here. Kai looked at the house at the end of the corridor. No one opened the door. So he asked. Yes, there is only one person in that household, an Italian man, about 40 years old. He hasn't been back since the day before yesterday. In the poor street, if someone suddenly never appears again, don't feel strange. This is too normal. Maybe he left, maybe he ran away, maybe he took too many drugs and died in a dark corner, or... In short, it's normal. No one will care. No one pays attention. Ask the landlord if we can go in. Kai looked at the house and found that the view from the peephole of this house was very good to the room where the crime happened. So Kai wanted to check it out. This was just a whim. The landlord was very happy and opened the room for Kai and his friends without any scruples about the so-called privacy. After all, the previous tenants had checked out. The room was unexpectedly clean and everything was meticulously placed. The room was clean and odorless, either a transvestite or a gay. Just when Kai was about to check the room, his cell phone rang. Kai took out his cell phone. It was Pepper. Hello, Kai? I need your help. Tony is in trouble. Okay, calm down, don't panic. Talk slowly. Tony was kidnapped, in Los Angeles. Kai was surprised. After all, the security around Tony has always been very tight, especially after the last terrorist attack in Chicago. No, in Afghanistan, the recommendation is really miserable. Get rid of it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Origin. Afghanistan? Why would a playboy like him go to Afghanistan? Kai didn't react for a moment. A rich playboy like Stark would go to Afghanistan for nothing. It's not important. What's important is that Tony has been missing for half a month. Pepper didn't have the energy to explain to Kai why Tony went to Afghanistan. What she was most worried about now was Tony's safety. As for other things, they were not important. Fortunately, Kai soon understood. The Dem Stark Industries Group is one of the largest arms suppliers of the U.S. military. Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is nothing unacceptable about Stark going to Afghanistan. Just like in the previous life, the Afghan war in this world still started, and even the process was almost exactly the same. The 2001 Afghanistan war was a war led by the US-led coalition against Al-Qaeda and the Taliban on October 7, 2001. The war was a retaliation by the United States for the September 11 incident, and it also marked the beginning of the War on Terror. The coalition officials said that the purpose of this war was to arrest Al-Qaeda members such as bin Laden and punish the Taliban for supporting terrorists. After that, the United States was stuck in the quagmire of Afghanistan. The Taliban was not eliminated, and the casualties of the U.S. military remained high. This year, with the outbreak of the financial crisis in the United States and the Democratic Party taking power, the trajectory of the Afghan war was destined to change. Soon after President Benjamin took office as the U.S. president at the beginning of this year, he announced that he would comprehensively evaluate the situation in Afghanistan in order to formulate a new strategy for the entire Afghanistan and the surrounding areas. Subsequently, Benjamin announced twice in March and September to increase troops in Afghanistan, designated Afghanistan as the main battlefield for anti-terrorism, and clearly proposed to gradually withdraw troops from Afghanistan starting in July 2011. It is well known that Benjamin is an anti-war president. His two increases in troops are the last chance for domestic hawks. No matter what the war situation will be in the future, he will start to consider a decent withdrawal from Afghanistan in July next year. After all, the benefits of occupying Afghanistan are far less than what was expected when the war was launched. On the contrary, because of being stuck in the quagmire of war, the U.S. military expenditure has been rising again and again. In addition to making a lot of money for those stakeholders linked to the military, other groups have not gained much. So starting this year, President Benjamin's proposal to cut military spending was approved by Congress. The president prefers to use diplomatic means to solve the Afghan issue. This is good news for many people. But not for Stark Group. This means fewer orders and a plunge in stocks. This is why Tony Stark will go to Afghanistan. They must win more orders during the war transition to stabilize stocks. At the same time, it is also to carve up a larger share in the shrinking arms market. After all, Stark, the president of the group, is always doing things that are not his job. Now that the company has problems, he must come forward. Go to Afghanistan in person to try to get orders from the military. What do you want me to do? Kai asked very calmly. Kai is a Los Angeles police officer, and his jurisdiction does not include Afghanistan. I don't trust those people, Pepper finally told the truth. This is indeed the case. Tony Stark has been missing for a week, and Pepper has only received news. This is not normal at all. Tony Stark is not a cat or dog. It is not normal to have news after being missing for so many days. It is conceivable how much tricks there are in this. What's more, Tony Stark disappeared under the protection of the U.S. military. This made Pepper even more distrustful of the Afghan U.S. military. Pepper didn't know who to trust at all. This was not Pepper's groundless worry. After all, Tony Stark's itinerary was originally confidential and few people could access it. But when Tony Stark was kidnapped, the other party seemed to be well prepared and kidnapped Tony very accurately, and killed the 12 fully armed U.S. soldiers responsible for protecting Stark in the fastest time. They didn't give them a chance to ask for help. If there is no conspiracy behind this, Pepper would never believe it. Moreover, after Kai helped Tony break the window paper between them, Tony handed over all the company's affairs to Pepper, which caused dissatisfaction among many company veterans. Pepper has just turned 30, but he has openly grasped the power of the president of the Stark Group. It is impossible for a lot of old guys not to have some opinions in their hearts. So now Pepper doesn't even trust the group. The only person Pepper can trust now is Kai. I hope you can rescue Tony. The U.S. military has been in Afghanistan for a week and has gained nothing. Pepper feels that there is no hope. Kai hesitated. Although he doesn't like watching superhero movies, he also knows that Tony Stark is the son of the plane, and it is not so easy to die. And he has a lot of things to do here, so it's not easy to leave. But then he thought, no, this is the real world, who knows if it will be like the movie, what if? Although he and Tony are not very close, it's not too much to say that they are friends. It's really inappropriate to watch it with your own eyes. It's really inappropriate. Pepper didn't say anything, waiting for Kai's response. She also knew that a request was a bit excessive. But now she has no one else to turn to. I'll leave tonight, help me arrange it, it's better to save him, just in case Tony really dies. In fact, Kai planned to take Sage and others with him, but he thought about it and didn't think it would work. Sage and Meatball are already planning to get married and are still staying in GA Town to prepare for the wedding. Portman had just been transferred to Chicago before Kai came to Los Angeles. He needed help like a firefighter, so the sooner the better. Now he had no time to wait for them to come, so he had to go alone. But this also had its advantages. It was easier to do it alone. I see, there will be a plane flying directly to Afghanistan in 2 hours, Pepper said excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Kai sighed and felt that he was really busy every day. Boss, there's a discovery here. Kai hadn't figured out how to ask for leave yet, and Chloe called out over there. The witness took out a piece of women's underwear and came over. It's a bit inaccurate to say it's women's underwear. A more accurate statement should be girls' underwear, with cartoon patterns on it. Girls' underwear appeared in a single man's room. Kai felt sick holding the underwear in the evidence bag. Damn, did he encounter copper smelting again? There's blood on it. The forensic officer continued. Kai raised his eyebrows. Chloe, yes, I'll give you a task. Find this Italian man and that girl. Got it, Chloe answered excitedly. Just as he was about to express his determination, he saw Kai turning around and leaving. Boss, where are you going? Ask for leave, again. Kai had just returned from leave. Dustin approved the leave very quickly. It was not because Kai leaked the news of Stark's kidnapping, but because Dustin thought it would be better for Kai to avoid it. The deal had a lot of opinions. Although Dustin was not afraid, it was troublesome. As for why Kai asked for leave, it was none of his business. He was just a small police chief and had no right to intervene. Just as Kai stepped on the plane to Afghanistan, Stark also started his self-rescue plan. About half a month ago, the convoy escorting him was attacked. He was injured and unconscious. After losing consciousness for a period of time, he entered a state of semi-coma and semi-awake. The huge pain like a nightmare kept haunting him. When he wanted to sleep quietly, many bearded people kept swaying in front of him and shouting something around him, which made him upset. He could not tell the meaning of these shouts. Everything seemed to happen in a dream. He had forgotten most of the scenes after seeing them. Until one moment, he finally came out of his coma. After waking up, he finally confirmed that he was kidnapped and thrown into a cave. But the good news is that he is not the only one who is unlucky. He has a cellmate with him. Soon he knew that the bald middle-aged man was called Ethan, a scientist and a doctor. The two of them were in the same boat. Both of them were unlucky people kidnapped by the Kung Fu members outside the cave. However, Ethan, the doctor, was at least healthy, but Tony was horrified to find that there was a pit on his chest. This is nothing. Tony can understand this situation. After all, he remembers that there was an explosion before he fell into coma. But what he can't understand is why there is such a big magnet connected to his chest. The electromagnet is not the worst. The worst thing is that the electromagnet must be powered by a bulky battery. Don't despise it. Without this electromagnet to absorb the rocket shrapnel remaining in his chest wound, they may flow into the heart through the blood at any time and kill you. This is how Dr. Ethan comforted Tony. It was Ethan who helped Tony perform surgery, remove the shrapnel, and install the electromagnet. Therefore, Ethan is the young master's savior. Then, Tony experienced a special experience that he had never experienced in his life. He was tortured and threatened. These terrorists actually asked him to make Jericho missiles. Well, by the way, Tony came here this time to promote this kind of missile with great power and huge range. Faced with this torture, Tony agreed very happily. He had never suffered such a torture since he was a child. Faced with a request of the gang leader, the young master felt extremely complicated. The military was actually not as visionary as the terrorists. It was just an order of hundreds of millions, and he, the president of the group, had to come out and promote it in person, but others came to him on their own. If the military was more straightforward, maybe he would not be so unlucky. Now, a super rich man like him actually has to work for terrorists. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. But the gangsters are also very persistent. They don't want money or fame. They just want the third-rate missile he just developed. What shocked Tony even more was that after he agreed to cooperate, when he was taken out of the cave for the first time, he saw the trademark of Stark Industries on the hands, cars, and weapons piled up by these gangsters. He couldn't believe where these terrorists got these things from. He didn't remember that there were terrorists in his company's customer list. Of course, arms dealers can sell arms to anyone, But when it comes to arms dealers of his level, it's not the same. They have to talk about more than just profits, but also positions. Ethan, because he was unlucky and was arrested for a longer time, knew some inside information. From Ethan's mouth, he learned that this group of people have always had channels to purchase weapons and equipment from the Stark Group, and the quantity is quite large. They even do the business of second-hand dealers, distributing the weapons purchased from the Stark Group to other terrorist groups and organizations. Tony was puzzled. How could he not know that there was such a distributor? But he couldn't help but believe it. He had a lot of powerful anti-tank missiles and anti-aircraft missiles before. The production batch numbers showed that they were new goods in recent months. It was very wrong for such a number and power of weapons to appear in the hands of the empty cloth elements. What's more terrible is that as the president of Stark Group, Tony was completely unaware of this. There must be something wrong with his control over Stark Group. Tony was not stupid. He quickly associated it with the attack on himself. Moreover, the gangsters even prepared the raw materials for him to make Jericho missiles, which meant that this kidnapping must have been planned in advance, not just impromptu. There is a ghost inside. Someone betrayed him. Tony's heart was even heavier now. The terrorists promised him before that as long as he cooperated and made Jericho missiles for them, they would let him go. Tony thought he was talking nonsense, but now it seems that not only is his freedom hopeless, but even his life is in danger. As long as the terrorists are not stupid, they will know that if Tony really lets him go back alive, these empty cloth elements will definitely be hated by him for the rest of his life. Being hated by a world-class arms dealer for a lifetime is not a good thing. Moreover, the mastermind behind this matter is even more unlikely to let him go back, otherwise the betrayer will also be in big trouble. So he must save himself. Here we have to admire Tony's brain. He only took about 6 hours to come up with a rough plan to save himself. First of all, he must solve the big hole in his chest and the magnet. He can't hold the battery every day. Convenience is secondary, the most important thing is that it is too stupid. Tony would rather die than make himself look like an idiot. So he tricked the terrorists into giving him some materials and let him build a portable magnet. A few days ago, Tony finally made what he wanted. Tony carefully picked up an object like a small wire ring with tweezers, put it in a small disc, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. After connecting some lines, a cylindrical object emitting a light blue light appeared. So you spent so many days just to build a battery for yourself, but when Ethan saw the thing, he was so surprised. Of course it's not that simple. This is a miniature arc shock reactor. I have a bigger one at home, which is used to power my factory. If you add an electromagnet to it, it can prevent shrapnel from entering my heart. It can get me away from that stupid battery. Of course, this is just a supplementary function. Its real function is, Ethan's eyes became brighter as he listened. You are such a genius. Then in the following days, Tony went to the terrorists, asked for a bunch of scrap copper and spare parts, and honestly started working as a blacksmith, a promising profession. Chapter 487 Tracking. When Stark's escape plan was about to be completed, Kai also arrived at a U.S. military base near Kabul. It was this U.S. military base that was responsible for receiving Stark before, and the U.S. military's command in Afghanistan was also inside this military base. Kai certainly didn't come here just to carry a head on his shoulders this time. He also had the identity of a congressional investigator on his head, and this identity was obtained by Pepper through connections. How to say the power of this investigator? It's big, it's very big, he can handle everything. It's also small. After all, the identity of an investigator can't scare those U.S. military commanders far away from home. In the U.S. military base, a black major named Rod received Kai. In Rod's office, Kai put forward his request to him. I need all the information you investigated after Tony disappeared, whether it's useful or not. Major Rod didn't like Kai's attitude. I don't think it's necessary. We will rescue Tony. If you're really as good as you say, I wouldn't come here. Isn't it? Let me solve this trouble quickly and let everyone relax a little, okay? Kai can understand this emotion. It's like, you investigated a case, you firmly believe that you can find out the truth, but the higher-ups suddenly asked you to transfer the case. Of course, you will be unhappy. But Kai really doesn't have time to argue with a soldier. He is very busy. Rod's face darkened. Well, he is black, a very pure black, and it is hard to tell whether his face is dark or not. You don't think that you can solve the problem that thousands of our soldiers can't solve by yourself, right? Why not? Isn't this the reason why I came here? Soldiers, professional matters should be left to professionals. You should go and deal with those human bombs. You can't play this kind of technical work. Kai has carried out missions in Afghanistan and stayed there for a while. So he knows very well what kind of people these American soldiers are in Afghanistan. War-torn Afghanistan is a lawless place. In such a place where order has collapsed, you can't expect these American soldiers to have strong discipline. Kai even found that the U.S. military traded opium with the enemy. In short, Kai didn't like these U.S. troops stationed in Afghanistan. And Rhodes was very keenly aware of Kai's attitude. He frowned and said very unhappily, "Please pay attention to your words. Your words are very unfair to those soldiers who sacrificed for their country. It's also very disrespectful, Tisk." Rhodes. "Major. I was a soldier, so don't say such diplomatic words in front of me. You and I know very well the difference between fighting for the country and killing civilians." In fact, Kai didn't have any special feelings about the United States attack on Afghanistan. After all, Afghanistan did support terrorist activities, and there was nothing wrong with the attack. But what really made people uncomfortable was what the U.S. military did after entering Baghdad. It was said that it brought a smart tour, but in fact it was a predatory exploitation of the occupied areas. After the United States attacked Afghanistan, 90% of Afghanistan's private enterprises disappeared. Afghanistan's share of global opium production soared from 19% in 1986 to 90% now. Warlords are separatist and the people are suffering. Has the United States really cared about this country? No. Every year, the United States spends tens of billions of dollars in Afghanistan. According to a survey report released by the American non-governmental organization National Priorities Project, the United States spends about $4 million on military operations in Afghanistan for every hour. But has any of this money been spent on the construction of people's livelihood in Afghanistan? No. Instead, American companies have entered this country in large numbers and controlled more than 80% of the country's national production resources. This country is being exploited. In short, no matter how lofty the reasons for the United States attack on Afghanistan were, they basically all changed later and were definitely not just. Major Rhodes' face turned black. There's really no way to say this kind of thing. The U.S. government has spent hundreds of billions of dollars in Afghanistan. Is it really for justice and fairness? Don't be funny. If there were no benefits, the masters on Capitol Hill would have withdrawn the American soldiers long ago. The military-industrial complex alone cannot really control the U.S. military operations. That is to say, Afghanistan has really become a quagmire, and the input and output are not proportional. The government plans to withdraw troops, otherwise President Benjamin will be useless even if he is a pacifist. Let's get back to the point. Even a pure soldier like Rhodes can't refute Kai's words. Because what he said is correct. Besides, so many of you have been kidnapped by Stark, so what's the problem with me coming? Rhodes was very unhappy with this remark, but he was still speechless. As a responsible officer and a good friend of Stark, he still applied to access Kai's information, but found that most of Kai's information had been sealed and he could not access it with his authority. This strange phenomenon gave Rhodes a little confidence. After all, Pepper endorsed him in this matter. You get what you want. Rhodes turned and left. But Kai stopped him immediately. Give me a car, fill it with gas, and prepare some spare gasoline and food for me. I will leave soon. No problem, the supplies you need can be prepared today. You can rest for a day and leave tomorrow morning. I have detailed satellite images here. I think this may be helpful to you. Major Rhodes looked at Kai, thought for a while, and reminded him according to his duty. Do you need some weapons? You know, this is not a safe place. Kai shook his head and smiled and said, No, I brought my own weapons. You just need to provide me with what I just said. I will leave overnight to clean up your soldiers' butts. Rhodes waved his hand angrily and said to a soldier in the office, Help this gentleman find a car and prepare things according to his requirements. Kai didn't care about Rhodes's dissatisfaction. Instead, he patiently looked through the information provided by the U.S. military. In fact, the information is very scarce, because the U.S. military has not yet determined who kidnapped Stark. But Kai didn't count on them. What he needed was the distribution map of those forces in Afghanistan. While the war has caused suffering to this country, it has also created a large number of warlords. As of now, Afghanistan is a situation of one superpower and many strong powers. The Taliban is far ahead and is the undisputed boss, but there are also many factions inside. Afghanistan is a multi-ethnic country, mainly Pashtun, Tajik, Hazara, Uzbek, etc., and the people are extremely tough. Afghanistan has no tradition of great unification. The tribes fight each other, so that the central government cannot command all tribes. The tribal chiefs still have supreme authority over their tribes. Even if the capital falls, the armed forces in various places will continue to resist. Although there is no unity between ethnic groups, as long as there is an invasion by foreign enemies, they will be surprisingly united. These things are what Kai really cares about. He needs to know who his enemies are. The Gobi and mountainous areas in Afghanistan are very large, and one person can never search such a large area. But Kai also has his own way. Remember the smartwatch Tony gave Kai? The watch was originally connected to Tony's smart butler system Jarvis. After it was given to Kai, although the link with Jarvis was cut off, the watch's artificial intelligence Friday was one of Jarvis' subsystems and still had the authority to contact Jarvis. Kai relied on this authority to directly connect to Jarvis. Originally, Kai hoped that Kingsman's people would directly hack into Jarvis' system through this link to get Tony's location. As a high-tech geek, Tony has a lot of smart devices on him, while ordinary people have mobile phones and other things. Butler Jarvis can locate and connect these smart devices. As a result, Kingsman was embarrassed. They couldn't do anything about an artificial intelligence, and they almost suffered a loss and were tracked back by Jarvis. In the end, Merlin was awesome and resisted Jarvis's tracking. But because of this incident, Kingsman senior executives felt very embarrassed. It was so hard for Kai to ask them to do something, but they failed. So Kingsman decided to support and allocate funds in this regard, and strive for the next time. Not to say winning, but at least not losing. In the end, Kai contacted Jarvis directly and made a request to Jarvis. Artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence. After understanding Kai's needs, it did not refuse, but took the initiative to help Kai allot the location of those smart devices. However, Jarvis could only determine the approximate location because those smart devices were destroyed not long after the attack. But this was enough. At night, Kai drove the car behind a hill and planned to camp here. This is also the place where those smart devices were finally destroyed. This afternoon, when driving past a market, Kai bought some things needed for the evening ceremony at the market. After dinner, Kai sat on the roof of the car to rest. Although this country is suffering from an unparalleled disaster, the people on this land are still strong and alive. It must be said that Afghans are really tough enough. Afghanistan is really a magical country. In the history of ancient and modern wars, Afghanistan is used to being called the graveyard of empires, the sad place of powerful countries and the meat grinder of great powers. It has experienced the invasion of almost all major powers in human history, but in the end it failed and dragged down the other side. In order to compete with Tsarist Russia for control over Central Asia, the British colonists invaded Afghanistan in the 19th and early 20th centuries. There were 3 large-scale battles between Britain and Afghanistan. The Afghans used backward weapons to defeat the British Empire, which was at its peak, and declared independence in 1921, breaking away from British control. In September 1979, Amin in Afghanistan launched a coup. At this time, the Soviet Union, which was at its peak in history, immediately sent troops to Afghanistan. As a result, the Soviet Union paid a painful price and could not bear it in 1989. 2 years later, the Soviet Union disintegrated, which became one of the reasons for the final disintegration of the Soviet Union. Now the United States also has this trend. Kai sometimes wonders, what is the reason that supports the people on this poor land from ancient times to the present to continue to resist aggression? Looking at the clear starry sky under the war, Kai emptied his mind and relaxed himself. It was about 11 to 12 o'clock. Kai finally started to do business. He used a wooden stick to draw a huge magic circle on the Gobi Desert, and then took out a cow blood and sheep blood bought at the market today. The blood had been processed and did not coagulate. Blood has a very special status in many civilizations, and the same is true for cattle and sheep. Many ancient civilizations believe that cattle and sheep were necessary sacrifices to communicate with gods, such as the ancient 3 animals, also known as teleo, that is, when ancient emperors sacrificed to the land and grain, cattle, sheep, and pigs, pigs, were prepared as teleo. Some civilizations even believe that cattle are messengers of gods, such as India. For example, in ancient Chinese legends, Cattle can see ghosts and gods. Therefore, their blood has always been a necessity for many magic rituals. Of course, as the spirit of all things, humans are more effective, but as a policeman, Kai still instinctively refuses to use that thing. Kai poured the cow blood and sheep blood into the drawn magic circle. Then he put down copper basins in various corners of the magic circle and lit some spices. Finally, Kai walked into the magic circle, opened the king's treasure house, and took out a large black metal book from it. This is the Book of the Dead, a treasure that Kai robbed from the ancient Egyptian priest Imhotep in Egypt during World War I. It was once the artifact of the ancient Egyptian gods. This book records countless spells and secrets, which are used to drive the power of darkness and death. Unfortunately, it is a waste of money in Kai's hands. First, compared with complex and mysterious spells, Kai trusts more simple and crude power, such as the battle spells learned from Asgard, which are simple and clear. Just do it. Another example is his own body. Kai is a martial artist, and he has always been confident in his skills. What's more, after waking up again, Kai's power has declined significantly, and he can't use the spells in the Book of the Dead at all. However, after so many years of brushing experience, Kai can already use this artifact. He didn't use it before, but it was mostly out of habit. Kai recited the spell on the surface of the Book of the Dead, and the Book of the Dead gently floated up from his hand. Then Kai waved his hand, and after a mechanical sound, the heavy, dark, and cold Book of Death opened and began to turn pages. Soon the page automatically turned to the page Kai needed. Kai recited the spell on the page and took out a bag. The bag contained ashes. This was also bought from the local market, from some corpses in ancient tombs. Since the Taliban took the lead in destroying the Bahmayan Buddha, Afghanistan has always been rude in its attitude towards cultural relics. As long as the cultural relics do not conform to Islamic teachings, they will be destroyed. This has led to rampant reselling of cultural relics in Afghanistan. These corpses were dug out from Buddhist tombs and have a history of hundreds or thousands of years. But in the market, this kind of corpse is not much more expensive than beef and mutton. After Kai bought it, he ground it into powder. What a sin, what a sin. When the spell was finished, Kai grabbed a handful of ashes and blew them out. The ashes fluttered gently, and then began to fly into the magic circle under the influence of a mysterious force. Then a gust of wind blew. Countless sand and gravel were swept up by the wind and mixed with the ashes. In less than a minute, a pair of ragged mummy warriors appeared in the magic circle. They lined up neatly in the magic circle, holding their hands in front of their chests. "Go find Tony Stark," boom. All the mummy warriors put down their hands in unison and knelt down to salute Kai. Then the painting made a stream of wind and sand blow in all directions. Kai continued to stay in the center of the magic circle, waiting silently. Chapter 488. These mummy warriors don't have much fighting power. After all, they are just skeletons. Ordinary people can deal with them if they are brave enough. But they come and go like the wind. They can turn into sand and travel 1,000 miles a day. They are most suitable for finding people and things. So that night, when the enemy suddenly found that the wind and sand were blowing inexplicably at night, these sands came fast and went faster. They passed by with a whoosh, but there was a faint sound of ghosts crying in them. It scared many people. Soon, these mummy warriors found a suspected target. It was a camp built in a secret valley. It was well camouflaged, but he could fool satellites, but he couldn't fool the eyes of ghosts. There were many people in the camp, and there were more than 150 assembly personnel. They were entrenched in the valley and surrounded the valley tightly. It was not normal at first glance. In order to ensure correctness, the mummy warriors made by Kai turned into sand and rushed into the camp, trying to find Tony Stark. "Old Ollie, how long are we going to stay in this hellhole? There's not even a ghost in this place," a patrolling militant complained to his companions while wearing a scarf to resist the wind and sand. Ali, an ordinary Afghan, was just an ordinary farmer before joining the war. In order to make a living, he planted more than 10 acres of poppies. Although he couldn't say he made money, at least his family could rely on it for a living. But after the outbreak of the war, everything was ruined. His land was in the U.S. military occupation zone. Although the U.S. military didn't care much about the poppy planting in Afghanistan, they would still take care of it in the present, as an image project. So the poppy fields on which Ali's family depended for survival were destroyed by the U.S. military. This made Ali's family lose their source of income. After that, their family began to be displaced, and in the end, Only Ali survived. Ali is now 32 years old, but under the torture of war and suffering, he looks almost 60 years old. So many people call him Old Ali, but this is not nonsense in Afghanistan, where the average life expectancy is only 38 years old. Ali grins with a half-toothless mouth, smiling at the young man in front of him who was only 19 years old but had fought in the war for 6 years. What's wrong? Do you miss your bride, Rad? I think we should be able to go back soon. The guy locked in the cave is about to make what our leader wants. When the time comes, the leader will take the thing and sell it for a lot of money, and we can go home. Maybe after dividing the money, you can find a wife. Ali likes this little brother of his very much. Because in him, he sees his past, just as naive. Ali actually likes the present very much. He doesn't like fighting. What's good about fighting? His whole family died in the war, leaving him alone to survive in this hopeless world. Like now, hiding in the ravines is indeed boring, but it's safe. War will kill people. Tisk. What's so good about women? I just think it's too boring to stay here. Allah's warriors shouldn't be doing nothing like this. We should go out and fight with the Americans. That's what Allah's warriors should do, and we can also get some good spoils. But we are here, just waiting for the American in the cave to build something. There is no need for so many people. Looking at his fanatical companions, Ali's face, which had become old and dark due to wind and sun, showed a bitter smile. He was different from those fanatics. The reason why he joined the guerrillas was that he didn't have to starve to death. Originally, according to Ali's personality, he would not care about the life and death of this fanatic. He had his own principles of doing things. He didn't show up when fighting, he hid behind, and rushed to the front when he got benefits. As for whether other people lived or died, at this time, caring about others is a luxury, and taking care of yourself is the real thing. But seeing Rad's young face, Ali could always feel his past, so he decided to say more. Kid, don't always think about fighting. You are lucky to be alive today. The right thing to do is to live honestly. Leave when you make money, find a safe place, get married and have children. Don't always listen to those people's nonsense about fighting the Americans to the death. Their own children have already gone to other countries. They just expect a fool like you to fight to the death. Young people all over the world are the same, always thinking that they are right. Rad is the same. He is very unconvinced. But the dumbest thing is that he doesn't know how to refute. But he made up his mind and just waited until he was free to find the boss. He wanted to fight the Americans. He is a warrior of God, not a jailer. Ali looked at the child who was unconvinced and felt helpless. He himself is also a religious believer and knows that religion cannot make people extreme, only hatred can. Huh? What's wrong? Ali turned around and looked at Rad when he heard the noise. Just now I seemed to see a long face passing by. Ali looked over and found nothing but darkness. Don't scare me in the middle of the night. It's getting scary. You've killed people before. Why are you afraid of this? Rad teased. What's so scary about people? Ghosts are scary. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's find a place to rest. Who would come to this damn place? I really don't understand why we have to patrol. Okay, Ali likes to slack off. At this time, Stark, who was working all night, suddenly felt cold all over, as if a cold air blew on him. The temperature difference between day and night is indeed large in this place, but it is not so cold, as if he had just fallen into an ice cellar. What's going on? It's so cold. What's wrong? Ethan asked curiously. Nothing. Stark didn't care. At the magic circle, Kai was still resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly he opened his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Huh? A gust of wind blew, and all the mummy warriors appeared in the magic circle again. Finally found you, huh? Another gust of wind blew, and all the mummies turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. The blood on the ground also dried up in an instant and turned into ashes. The magic circle on the ground was also covered by the gravel brought by the strong wind. Kai rushed to the outside of the valley as fast as he could. It was almost 5 or 6 in the morning. The bandits were like a group of rats. Many people stayed in the cave. There were many iron doors and guards scattered in the cave. There was no room to avoid. It was almost dawn now. The bandits were frequently entering and exiting several caves. After all, there was no entertainment in this broken place, so they could only go to bed early and get up early. It would be easy to be discovered if he went out now. The complex caves scattered everywhere had complex enclosed terrain. His movement speed would definitely be greatly limited after he was exposed. There were too many people on the other side. Before killing them all, it was very likely that he would force them to jump off the wall. The Kongbu members were not members of the Los Angeles gang. Their thinking was different from that of normal people. Once they were forced into a corner, some psychopaths would directly detonate the explosives and die together. He was not afraid of this, but he was afraid that a certain young master would be buried alive in the cave. After thinking about it, Kai decided to retreat temporarily. There was no other way. Time was not in a hurry. He would think of a way at night. Thinking of this, Kai secretly retreated. He found a cave not far from the valley and planned to rest there for a day. He did not sleep all night and would go out at night. However, he did not expect that his decision would also lead him to an unexpected discovery. Just as he was retreating, a group of people came towards the valley. At first, Kai thought they were accomplices of the terrorists. It turned out that this group of people was a little different from the terrorists. They were too neat. If you see those terrorists, you will find that these people look like they are fleeing, and they are embarrassed. They are dirty and smelly. But this group is different. They are very clean and very organized when they move. It can be seen that they have received long-term training. The weapons on their bodies are also standard equipment. The cars these people drive are all U.S. military Hummers. They don't look like locals at all, but like a small U.S. military unit. Kai felt that this group of people was different, so he followed them secretly. These people came to the valley where the terrorists were and were immediately welcomed in. Among them, there was a thin old man who was very conspicuous. He was wearing a gorgeous black robe. He did not wear a turban like ordinary Afghans, but wore a hairpin like a Taoist priest. Kai was naturally curious to see such a Chinese-style character in the land of Afghanistan. It was just that it was not easy for him to get close to the valley, as it was too easy to be discovered. However, Kai did not wait for long before he saw the group leaving the valley. Kai hurried to catch up. The convoy came to a small town. The thin old man wearing a hairpin walked out of the convoy and was immediately welcomed by the enemy. He also smiled like a kind old grandfather and asked his men to distribute some candies and other things to the children who surrounded him. He walked among the crowd with 2 children, and everyone spontaneously made way for the road. Some people followed him and said various blessings loudly. It can be seen that he is very popular here, even respected. Kai mixed into the crowd and wrapped himself tightly with stolen clothes and headscarves. He wanted to see who this old man was. The old man didn't look very tough, but he was full of bookish air, which made people feel very comfortable. The only thing that Kai couldn't understand was that he was such a person with a great temperament. Why did he wear so many rings on his hands? And those rings looked gorgeous, making people feel like they were seeing a nouveau riche, which was very inconsistent with his temperament. The old man was soon welcomed into a mosque. He sat in the main seat. The mosque was surrounded by armed guards. Kai wanted to approach, but was stopped. They said, Mandarin is negotiating with the elders, and the mosque does not accept outsiders now. The same is true for enemies. No one will disturb at this time. Kai had no choice but to leave secretly, and then in a hidden corner of the town, he caught one of the old man's entourage. Look into my eyes. Kai grabbed his head and made him look at him. A golden light flashed through Kai's swollen eyes. The man who was struggling immediately stopped moving, looking at Kai stupidly as if he had lost his soul. Tell me, who are you? Who is your leader? Tisk. It's the 10 Rings Gang. Kai's face looked a little ugly. The 10 Rings Gang has a long history and is considered the oldest criminal organization in the world. Its birthplace is in ancient and mysterious China, and the organization has a history of hundreds of years. Some people even describe the organization as a belief. However, a few decades ago, after the founding of New China, the organization was hit by the New China government and had to leave its birthplace. It was also at that time that they began to develop all over the world. Now, except for China, there are signs of the 10 Rings Gang's activities on almost every continent. The 10 Rings Gang does not have many people. They will divide the entire gang into many branches, and all branches operate as single units, and each unit operates independently of each other. This makes them look very scattered. But in fact, they have a very mysterious system inside, which allows them to cooperate with each other and always be in a state of unity. When Kai was serving in the military, he once encountered people from the 10 Rings Gang. This gang is very troublesome. Every member of the 10 Rings Gang seems to have been brainwashed, fanatical and desperate. The Ten Rings is one of the most powerful terrorist organizations in the world, and its members are equipped with all types of military weapons, even experimental weapons. Anything that may be stolen or purchased on the black market will eventually find its way into the arsenal of these terrorists. The Ten Rings use a variety of rifles, machine guns, pistols, heavy weapons, and even tanks. They are the largest arms dealers in the dark world. According to the intelligence that Kai had previously tortured, by the beginning of the 21st century, the Ten Rings were mainly operating in Afghanistan. They cooperated with the Taliban, got drugs from them, and then traded the arms they got from all over the world to the Taliban. And that old man is the famous leader of the Ten Rings, Manlinda. That is the legendary Mandarin. Kai only knows one name about Mandarin. He is very mysterious. In the dark world, he has the title of the Master, is considered to have unimaginable wisdom, and is very respected. Now it seems that Tony's kidnapping is related to the Ten Rings. But Kai still can't think of how the Ten Rings can be connected with Tony. Although they all sell arms, their nature is completely different. The Ten Rings would not mess with those arms tycoons for no reason. There was no need. Thinking that the Mandarin was here, Kai wanted to kill that guy for a moment. But then he thought, killing the Mandarin is fine, but what about Tony? Kai could imagine that if he just killed the Mandarin, Tony might be executed directly. Forget it, I'm just a policeman now, there's no need to worry about the US government. Let's go save Tony. Chapter 489 Rescue. The night came as expected. I don't know if it was because of Tony's face as the son of the plane, but today was a rare cloudy day. The thick clouds covered the sky tightly. There was no moonlight, no starlight, and the vision was very poor. But this was a good thing for Kai. His eyes were much more useful than night vision goggles in this situation. He took advantage of the darkness to sneak in. "Ali, did you see the Mandarin today? Is he as wise and kind as the rumors say?" Kai encountered the first sentry soon after sneaking in. This sentry was on the hillside at the edge of the valley. The view here was very good, and you could see the exit and the inside of the valley clearly. So here, the terrorists used barbed wire and sandbags to build a fixed sentry. There were 2 heavy machine guns and a high-power searchlight. But the searchlight was not turned on. It was also true that in this dark place, turning on such a high-power searchlight would completely guide the enemy. When Kai sneaked to the edge of the sentry, he happened to hear a young voice talking about what happened during the day with great interest. Mandarin. He is really an extraordinary person. Although I don't like those big men, Mandarin is different. I can feel the real compassion from him. He really pities those of us who lost our homes in the war, another more mature voice said with great emotion. Alice. What a pity, I didn't even meet such a respectable person. Ha 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 ha, don't feel sorry. Mandarin will appear anywhere. He is like a prophet. He will appear in front of everyone who needs his guidance. Wait, he will appear in front of you at the right time. Really? Of course. The mature voice stood up while speaking. Where are you going, Ali? To pee. When people get older, they pee more, the older man said unhappily, and then Kai saw a figure walking out of the sentry post. Kai shrank in the shadows and followed him silently. Hula. It was quite a lot. After the man shuddered and put away his things, Kai used a dagger to quietly cut his throat. The man seemed to want to shout something before he died, but the dagger cut too deep and completely cut his neck muscles. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out except for a bunch of blood foam. After Kai cut his throat, he turned and walked towards the checkpoint. The young man heard some strange noises, but he didn't care. He thought it was the noise caused by old Ali when he was going to the bathroom. In this ghost place, even the most daring herdsman dared not approach except them. The young man was still immersed in his own world. He wanted to be the best warrior, kill more Americans, and become a hero in his hometown. He even had a little extravagant hope in his heart, hoping that one day he could be respected by everyone like the Mandarin. He walked in the crowd, people lined the streets to welcome him, rushed to touch his shoulders, knelt down on the land he walked on, and sang praises for his deeds. That kind of life was exactly what he dreamed of. Of course, the young man also knew that he would never reach that level, but it didn't matter. He heard a sentence that people should have dreams. Thinking about these messy things, he suddenly felt someone standing behind him. Without thinking, the young man thought it was his companion. Why did you pee for so long? He turned around to tease his companion. But as soon as he turned his head, he was grabbed by a strong arm. And then he felt a heat in his throat, and blood kept pouring out of his throat. Snap! The young man's body fell to the ground powerlessly, and his dreams and ambitions were completely lost with the heat of his body. After doing all this, Kai disappeared from the sentry post without any fluctuations, and entered the valley like a ghost, while the two people in the sentry post gradually stiffened in the cold wind. In the middle of the night, not all the people in the camp went to sleep. In fact, although these guys looked like a mob, they were also a semi-military organization. They still had basic vigilance, so they still had basic patrols. When Kai entered the valley, he happened to meet a patrol team, and the direction they were heading was the sentry post at the entrance of the valley. Kai sneaked up and quietly followed the team. The last person in the team was walking when he suddenly felt someone behind him. He just wanted to turn his head, but his eyes went dark. He just wanted to struggle, but he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then he knew nothing. The person walking in front of him didn't feel anything. So just like that, a team of 5 people, less than 5 meters away, disappeared without knowing it. Kai walked along the mountain road towards the enemy camp. When he passed an intersection, he suddenly stopped. There was a stone on the right side of the bare valley. A little fire could be vaguely seen behind the stone. It should be someone smoking. 2 strongholds were built on the hillsides on both sides with sandbags, and there were 2 heavy machine guns guarding the main road in the valley. Behind the stronghold was where Stark was imprisoned. If it weren't for Kai's strong vision, it would be difficult for ordinary people to detect their existence at night. Kai did not move forward rashly, but stayed where he was and observed quietly. After counting the number and position of the enemy, Kai began to act. Kai bent down and tried to get close to the hillside to avoid being seen by the people on the hillsides on both sides. He had tried his best to lower his body and be careful, but when he was only 5 or 6 meters away from the other party, the crunching sound of gravel under his feet still alarmed the terrorists who were on guard behind the stone. When he stood up and stuck his head out from behind the stone to see what happened, a bullet hit his forehead. His eyes went black immediately and he knew nothing. Seeing that the other party was about to fall, Kai immediately took 2 steps at a time and rushed over like flying, holding the other party's body to prevent him from making any sound. Kai stopped for a moment and found that the other party did not react. Then he gently put down the body and sped up to move towards the destination. In front of the cave where Stark was imprisoned, a group of terrorists were gathered together to warm themselves by the fire. The nights in the mountains of Afghanistan were very cold, and a group of people did not want to leave the campfire at all. A terrorist tried to tear the hot bread in his hand, and said with disdain, "I always feel that the leader was deceived by the American. He may not have built any missiles at all, but was stalling for time. Americans are like this, very cunning." "That's meaningless. Outsiders can't find it here at all," the companion next to him said indifferently. "Besides, when the time comes, whether he can build missiles or not, we will kill him. So, let him be." Oops, the man was still talking a second ago, and suddenly felt like his neck was bitten by a mosquito. How can there be mosquitoes in this weather? When he reached out to touch his neck, he suddenly felt that his breathing was not smooth. Then the whole person was out of breath. In less than 3 seconds, he fell to the ground, twitched a few times, foamed at the mouth, and died. When this person first fell, the others had not reacted yet. Seeing someone fall down, they all turned their heads. "What's wrong with you?" The nearest person hurriedly leaned over to support his companion. Kai suddenly jumped out of the darkness, and the whole person jumped up from the ground like a spring. At the same time, the pistol with silencer escaped from the holster and was already in his hand. The terrorists all looked at their companions lying on the ground. When they noticed a dark shadow suddenly appeared, bullets came towards their vital points. With a few low voices, several terrorists fell down before they could see the person coming clearly. When the last person reacted, Kai rushed in front of him and stabbed him in the chest with a dagger in his left hand. He twisted, pulled out, and quickly stabbed twice. The enemy opened his eyes wide, staring with fear and helplessness, and lay straight. In less than a minute, Kai cleared all the enemies. Perfect infiltration. But the time is almost up, and he must retreat with Stark immediately. Other enemies in the camp may find the body at any time. At that time, they'll really have to force their way out. Kai doesn't care, but Stark is a weak chicken. When Kai walked into the cave where Stark was imprisoned, this guy was welding something with another bald old man, each holding an electric welder. That thing was full of the former Soviet style, a hideous and terrifying mechanical exoskeleton, with messy wires wrapped around it, an armor made of uneven iron plates covering the mechanical exoskeleton, which looked like a poor rag picker. Ha ha ha, I am really a genius. Looking at this pile of rags, Stark laughed wildly, as if at that moment, he owned the whole world. Of course, the reality is that this is a broken cave, full of waste, because there is no ventilation. The smell here is simply, and in front of him, except for an old man, there is a pile of rags. It looks particularly funny. I agree with your self-perception, Mr. Stark, but there is a problem now. What? We were discovered. Dr. Ethan pointed to the location of the cave entrance. Stark turned his head suddenly and looked over. He found that Kai was standing at the entrance of the cave with his hands folded, looking at the two of them. Aloha, Kai used the Hawaiian greeting. Why are you here? Stark said in disbelief. I came all the way here from Los Angeles to save a stupid, hapless playboy. So this is your first sentence to me? Kai saw that Stark had no other problems except that he was a little dirty, so he was willing to say a few words. After all, it was rare to see Stark in such a mess. Bah. Who needs your help? I can get out soon. In fact, Stark was very happy when Kai appeared, but every time he saw Kai's face, he thought of this guy being Pepper's first love, and it was still a little unclear. This little thing would not change because Kai was the matchmaker between him and Pepper. Even if this guy helped him a lot, it wouldn't work. After all, favors are favors. And he still didn't want to be a minotaur. Damn this pile of junk. Who said that? It's my masterpiece. The Mark prototype. Oh, it's great. Can we go now? Those guys outside may find out that I've sneaked in at any time. So we have to hurry. As for this pile of junk, just leave it there, no matter how noisy it is. The most important thing now is to leave this broken place quickly. Impossible. This is my hard work. I won't throw it away. In fact, if it weren't for Kai, Stark himself would have hated to throw away this pile of junk. Master Stark, when did you use such a broken thing? But in front of Kai, Stark didn't want to lose face. After saying that, Stark actually ran to put on the pile of junk on his body. Don't say it, this guy's design is pretty good, at least it's really easy to wear, just one set is enough. But it's so fucking ugly. It's completely a fat man. After putting it on, Stark moved around a few times and found that it was not bad. Look, it's pretty good, isn't it? Stark originally wanted to show off, but somehow, when he raised his arm, he triggered a switch, and a ball of flame sprayed out at Kai. This really scared Kai. But that's not all. Stark's so-called Mark prototype has no means of attack. The only means of attack is the flamethrower. This is also because the raw materials provided by the terrorists do not include firearms or anything like that. Think about it, no matter how stupid the terrorists are, they will not send weapons to Stark. So as the only means of attack, Stark can only make a fuss about the flamethrower. This makes the flamethrower very powerful, and it can spray more than 30 meters at a time. But the problem is also because of this. The flame he sprayed only scared Kai and did not hurt him, but the problem is that the flame ignited something, and then, boom. A violent explosion shook the entire valley. Fuck. Who gave you the courage to say you are a genius? I think you are more like an idiot. You killed me. Stark obviously did not expect such a mess to happen, and he was speechless for a while. Hurry up and leave. Kai picked up an AK and went out. The terrorists living in the cave were startled by the noise. The leader of the freedom fighters, Raza, turned over from the camp bed and shouted, "What happened?" Two men rushed over. "It's not good, leader. The enemy attacked the mountain. It should be for Stark." Raza grabbed the HK-416 that was easily accessible at the bedside and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill them. God is with us." The other men rushed out with rifles. Kai had already rushed to the sandbag stronghold, picked up an old-fashioned heavy machine gun inside, pulled the bolt, and fired wildly at the terrorists. There was no need to aim, anyway. The road leading to the cave was very narrow, and there was no cover, so he just fired at the bottom. The 12.7mm bullets formed a barrage, sweeping across the entire camp. In front of bullets, all beings are equal. No one can stand up after being hit by a bullet. When the leader of the freedom fighters, Raza, saw that the enemy had actually knocked down his door, he shouted angrily, "God is watching us, kill them." He stood up first, holding the HK-416 automatic rifle and firing at Kai and his men. Raza's heroic move stimulated his men, who stood up from their hiding places, holding their guns and shooting at the entrance. The bullets hit the sandbags without cost, and sand and stones flew everywhere. For a time, Kai was suppressed. This made the terrorists more rampant, and some even began to charge and planned to rush up. Kill them with a rocket launcher. At this time, someone shouted from below. Chapter 490, A Little Death Expert. Kai quickly jumped out of his position. Boom. The sandbags were blown up to the sky, and the yellow sand inside was like hail, crackling down, and a thick smoke made people breathless. Damn it, these terrorists are weird. The weapons and equipment on hand are better than those of the Afghan regular army. Not only does everyone have an HK-416 rifle, but they also have M2 Browning machine guns, L6 howitzers, and now even M762 rocket launchers. It's just that the heavy machine guns are a bit inferior, but that thing doesn't need to be very advanced, as long as it is powerful enough. You can't expect the accuracy of heavy machine guns to be high. But this is luxurious enough. I really can't figure out whether these people are terrorists or the new Afghan regular army supported by the US military. Damn it, ordinary US troops are not so generous. Just when Kai was about to use some tricks, the newly born Mr. Iron Man saw the situation, operated the simple mecha, and held a huge irregular iron plate as a shield. He launched a heroic charge against the enemy. The enemy discovered Stark's intention, turned the gun head, and sprayed countless bullets at Stark. The heavy fat armor could not withstand the continuous attack of heavy machine gun bullets. Tony's body shook violently, giving other gangsters more opportunities to attack. He looked at the enemy more than 50 meters away, angry in his heart, but helpless. He overestimated himself and underestimated the enemy. If this goes on, this ordinary armor will soon be penetrated by the heavy machine gun. Shame. Stark thought so, and he didn't expect the firepower of the terrorists on the opposite side was so fierce. Suddenly, he felt a heavy stab in his thigh, and a glance found that there was a small hole there caused by the machine gun bullet. Fortunately, the bullet did not completely penetrate the armor, and the thick leather inside cushioned the impact of the outer layer breaking. Although his thigh hurt, he could still move. Feeling that he couldn't go on like this, Stark immediately raised his hands and pressed the button. 2 fire dragons immediately sprayed out, looking very scary. But it was useless. The distance was too far. Stark swore that when he returned, he would definitely make a mecha that was countless times more powerful than the current one, especially the firepower system. He would uphold the principle of bombing, and the firepower must be sufficient. It was definitely not like now, where he could only take a beating and could not fight back. However, Stark was not as useless as he thought. On the contrary, his actions gave Kai a great opportunity. While the flames blocked the enemy's sight, Kai immediately took out a string of grenades. But the first thing Kai used was not a fragmentation grenade, but a stun grenade. This move is called blinding your dog's eyes. Kai took out 3 stun grenades, timed them accurately, and threw them out. The 3 stun grenades exploded in the air. Because Kai was on a high ground, the enemy had to look up if they wanted to shoot, and because it was dark, these terrorists needed to focus their sight. So they were hid all at once. The shock emitted a very dazzling, dizzying bright light in succession, and what was even more terrifying was that it also emitted a very harsh high-decibel noise. The sudden appearance of the bright light in the dim night instantly made the terrorists scream. My eyes, wow! Even some terrorists who were close to them were knocked unconscious. Before the terrorists could wake up, Kai threw a series of fragmentation grenades. The landing points of the grenades were all calculated to ensure that each one fell in the densest part of the crowd. Boom! Ah, Allah! For a moment, the terrorists were blown up and cried for their parents. At this time, Kai also set up another heavy machine gun. Da 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 da. Illuminated by the strong light and bombed by the grenades, the terrorists whose eyes had not recovered, like blind and stupid people, could only wave their hands and try to grab things. In an instant, the terrorists in the valley were like being hit by a hammer and rolled down the hillside. For a moment, the terrorists in the valley were thrown to the ground. Seeing the terrorists being suppressed and beaten, Stark, a rookie on the battlefield, did not stay still, but operated a simple exoskeleton armor and held up a huge simple shield. He launched a heroic charge against the enemy. Someone among the enemies discovered Stark's intention and immediately turned his gun around and fired bullets at him. However, after Kai's tossing, the enemy's firepower had already been destroyed, which really gave Stark an opportunity. He smashed the man and the gun into pieces. Unfortunately, Stark seemed to have the disease of only being handsome for 3 seconds. He just showed his power, but in the next second, he rushed out a long way because of his unskilled operation and failed to brake, and fell like a dog. But this also brought Kai an opportunity. Kai threw the heavy machine gun that had no bullets. This thing needs a special person to load bullets. The firing rate is too fast. It is difficult to operate it alone without a reloading belt. He pulled a rifle from the bandit's body from the side, and with his other hand, he skillfully took out the 2 magazines on the bandit's chest. This is a first-class product of Stark Industries. It has higher shooting accuracy than ordinary rifles and feels softer. At this moment, most of the bandits in the valley are of this kind of firearms. It would be a waste not to pick it up. He raised the gun and immediately pulled the trigger. First, let's test the deviation range of this rifle with a 3-shot burst. In fact, every gun cannot be exactly the same. As long as it is not a gun that you are familiar with, you must adjust and adapt before using it. It's nonsense that the protagonist in the movie can hit the target every time he picks up a gun. In reality, if you get a gun, you must adapt and calibrate it first. Even some special professionals need to adjust the weight of the gun body, such as adjusting the spring and the receiver. Of course, Kai doesn't need it. On the one hand, his superhuman senses and physical fitness can ignore many factors. On the other hand, he has the ability of must hit and can kill people with a needle. The reason why he went to test the gun was completely a professional habit. As a mass-produced rifle, the accuracy of this gun is still excellent, and the deviation value is within the acceptable range. Satisfied in his heart, the gun in his hand fired continuously without hesitation. After 1 magazine was fired, more than 20 terrorists had already been killed on the opposite side. It was also at this time that the terrorists brought 2 machine guns from nowhere. They were ready to focus on Tony in the field. They aimed at Stark, who is the big target. Seeing Stark's death, Kai couldn't ignore it. This is also the reason why Kai doesn't like unprofessionalism, because on the battlefield, unprofessionalism will kill people. You are a playboy, just stay here honestly. Look at how smart that old man is, Dr. Ethan. Knowing that you can't help, just hide away and avoid trouble, which is the greatest help. Kai had no choice but to replace the last magazine of the rifle in his hand, slightly adjusted it for a moment, aimed at the machine gunner who was firing wildly at Tony, and pulled the trigger decisively. Bang bang bang. The machine gun was not set up yet, but it fell on the street. Kill them. Blow it up for me, Laser shouted wildly. Just now, he lost more than half of his men. This is also thanks to the fact that his men are all fanatics with firm beliefs, otherwise half of the casualties would have collapsed long ago. Hearing the order, 5 or 6 men immediately climbed along the stone steps to the machine gun base. Laser ran to take out an L6 grenade launcher from the pile of weapons. Grabbing it with both hands, he pulled the trigger and fired 4 grenades in one breath. Although the aim was not good, he fired 4 grenades quickly at a short distance, directly covering the mountain road. A series of explosions overturned the steel machine. This set of steel battlesuit was just made temporarily, it was very rough, and the shock absorption effect was very poor. The explosion just now made Stark a little dizzy. He struggled to stand up and planned to charge at Laser. After all, he had no other means, the flamethrower. The distance was too far. Kill him, Laser was also injured. It was Kai's masterpiece. A grenade exploded less than 5 meters away from him, and the fragments hit his left arm directly. The injury was not serious, but not light. At least it was impossible to hold the gun with both hands. The pistol could barely be used, but the rifle was out of the question. Kai quickly cleared out the terrorists who surrounded him. As for Stark, it was okay as long as he didn't die. At this time, several men risked their lives to rush to the side of the machine gun, pushed away the bodies of their companions, pulled the bolt, and pulled the trigger. The 12.7mm bullets hit the chest armor of the steel Micha. Although they could not penetrate, each bullet hit the steel plate and made a small dent. But in fact, Stark was really uncomfortable. Those bullets hit his chest like a warhammer. He felt that the palladium battery in his chest was about to fall off. Fortunately, Kai's support came in time, and he killed those machine gunners with bullets again. Stark, who was relieved of the pressure, immediately pounced on Laser like an angry bull. He remembered very clearly that it was this bastard who tortured him and waterboarded him. Stark had never experienced that feeling in his life. It was too unforgettable. Seeing the Mecha rushing towards him, Laser perfectly showed a fearless style. He would not do this if he was afraid of death. He raised his pistol. "Kill this thing for me." The other terrorists also reacted and opened fire with their guns. Hundreds of 5.56mm bullets hit the steel suit, making a ping-pong sound like a blacksmith shop. For Stark, 5.56 is more acceptable than 12.7mm bullets. At least he won't feel so uncomfortable that he wants to die. When the distance is enough, Stark raised his right hand and sprayed flames. The fire dragon swept past, and immediately 7 or 8 terrorists were on fire and screaming and running around. But it was doomed to be futile. Soon in the flames, the screams of these people became weaker and weaker. When Laser saw Stark raising his hand, he knew that something was wrong. He immediately dropped his gun and rolled and crawled behind a big rock. The rock blocked most of the flames, but the high temperature still burned Laser's arm. Stark kept spraying fire at Laser with one hand, and waved the other hand constantly, using flames to drive away the terrorists who were trying to save the leader. The piercing pain stimulated Laser, and the men who were constantly being killed around him stimulated his already crazy nerves. He shouted loudly, "Allahu Akbar," then he picked up a bundle of explosives and grenades from the side, and used the traditional supernatural power of terrorists, human bombs. He planned to die with Stark. As a result, he was killed by a bullet as soon as he showed his head. It was Kai who first captured the leader. Originally, the situation was already settled here, and Kai could only drive away these terrorists so that he could take Stark and his new friend away from here. But Stark once again showed his amateurism. I don't know whether he didn't react or he was venting his anger, but he actually sprayed fire at the dead Raza. Boom! There was a loud explosion. He ignited the explosives on Raza's body, and somehow, it caused a secondary explosion. Amid the series of explosions, the surrounding bandits involuntarily hid in the nearby bunkers, and didn't bother to attack Tony anymore. As Tony was closest to the center of the explosion, he suffered the most and was directly blown away. That would have been fine, but after being blown away, he somehow triggered another function in his mecha. Jet flight. The huge thrust quickly pushed the heavy fat armor off the ground, and it continued to increase its output. In less than 2 seconds, this big lump of steel got rid of the constraints of gravity, suddenly rushed up diagonally, and flew into the air. On the ground, a pile of ammunition boxes also exploded even more. The surging airwaves made him faster, and soon he swept over the ridge on one side of the valley and completely left this hell on earth. Kai couldn't help but look up following the young master's flight trajectory, and he looked up higher and higher, and lost his voice. "Madfuck. You are going to die?" Tony in the air was actually cursing. He didn't want to. But the problem is, this mecha is simply a shoddy semi-finished product, and it has not been tested and debugged at all. Even he himself doesn't know how many problems there are inside. Anyway, he can't control the mecha now. After all, the conditions are limited, and the leg jet device of this armor is too rough. Now the jet device has a malfunction inexplicably. After taking off, it did not output stably, but instead sprayed out more fierce flames. What's worse is that he has no way to control the flight trick. He can only fly like an Indian missile, flying in an irregular trajectory. As for what will happen next, Stark doesn't know anyway. Tony screamed in despair. His scream was so miserable that Kai heard it on the ground. Fuck. It would be a miracle if this idiot died from the fall. Kai had no choice but to grab Stark's new friend and run away. Fortunately, with the leader killed and more than 3/4 of the personnel lost, the terrorists were already in chaos and running around. No one wanted to stop Kai and his men anymore. When Kai found Tony in a desert 3 kilometers away, half of his body was stuck in the sand, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Kai quickly pulled him out of the sand. At this time, Dr. Ethan, a doctor, immediately rushed over to check on him. Fortunately, only one leg and one arm are broken, and there may be a concussion, but it shouldn't die. Kai looked at the scattered fragments of the mecha on the side and nodded silently. It was indeed fortunate that this grandson didn't fall to death after flying so high and so fast. It must be the blessing of their Stark family ancestors. Especially if he didn't fall headfirst when he fell before. Even if he didn't die on the spot, he would be suffocated by the sand. After realizing that Tony was not in danger, Dr. Ethan also stumbled and fell to the ground. Kai hurried to check the situation. "Let me rest, I'm really too tired, let me lie down for a while." Dr. Ethan waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, just too tired. Indeed, This man's body was 60 years old, and it was too exciting after this night. After a while, Dr. Ethan fell asleep on the sand. Looking at the two people lying in the sand, and looking at the surrounding environment, there was nothing he could do. He could only suffer the pain himself. If they lay in the desert like this for a night, these two people would probably get seriously ill. Chapter 491 Trivia. About 3 days later, Kai and Stark returned to the United States together, while Ethan returned to Switzerland. Dr. Ethan's hometown is in Switzerland. This guy came to Afghanistan with a humanitarian support team before, but was arrested. His family was worried, so they planned to go home first. At the same time, he accepted Stark's invitation to become Stark's personal doctor and research assistant. He planned to return home to rest for a few months before taking up the post. Originally, they couldn't leave so quickly. After all, this matter was not small. The US military had too much information to understand, such as how Kai found the terrorists, how he rescued Stark, and a series of other questions. But who is Stark? How could he be so honest to cooperate with those soldiers to ask questions? He called the country directly and asked someone to pick him up. Tony had already had great doubts about the US military. After all, his itinerary had always been confidential. How could it be so coincidental that the terrorists ambushed his convoy halfway? This obviously didn't make sense. So he was unwilling to hand over his safety to the military. The military was also helpless about this. After all, it was they who lost Tony. In fact, because of this incident, the military leaders have already started an investigation, especially those who are close to the Stark group, and are ready to hold the US troops stationed in Afghanistan accountable. In the kingdom of money, when there is a lot of money, the energy that can be exerted is unimaginable for ordinary people. So the group left Afghanistan smoothly and returned to the United States. When Stark was pushed off the plane with a wheelchair with a plaster cast, Pepper's tears flowed out with a bang, and she completely forgot about Kai, who was beside Stark, and kept asking Stark about his well-being. This performance is far from Pepper's image as a professional woman. In the end, Kai, who couldn't stand the two people showing off their love, simply left without saying a word. He still had a lot of things to deal with and had no time to watch others show their love. After returning to the police station after 5 days, Kai was not greeted with good news, but a lot of bad news. First of all, the little girl who survived the Dia murder case has not been found yet, and the Italian man who might have taken the little girl away is also missing. Second, the Dia expressed great dissatisfaction with the West District Police Department for summoning their officers, and the lawsuit has been brought to the headquarters. The headquarters did not want to confront the Dia, so they tried to smooth things over, hoping that the West District could make a big deal out of a small matter. After all, this kind of thing happens every year. The DEA's case handling methods are not bad in foreign countries, because no one cares about the dead family members, but in China, they have always been criticized. The conflict between the police and the DEA is not only due to the conflict of authority, but also because of the essential difference in their methods of doing things. The police pursue small casualties, do not cause panic, and focus on maintaining order, but the DEA faces drug dealers, who are not ordinary people. If the means are not tough, they can't be scared at all. Therefore, the West District Police Department has been under pressure from the headquarters. Although the West District is still holding on, no one knows how long it can hold on. The key is that there is no evidence. If there is evidence, it's fine, and the official business will be handled impartially. Anyway, the Los Angeles Police Department does not need to please the DE, but if there is no evidence, then there is nothing to say. Third, Chap's operation was messed up. It's not that his little tricks were discovered, but, when they raided a drug dealer's den, they were strongly counterattacked by the other side. 1 police officer was killed on the spot and 3 police officers were injured. The matter was serious, and Chap was suspended from his post for reflection. Dustin was very annoyed. Kai was called over when he returned to the police station and scolded. And fourth, Chloe was injured. She was shot by a drug addict. Although Chloe killed the drug addict later, her arm was still scratched by the bullet. Although it was a blessing in disguise, Chloe was still temporarily suspended from her post. It's not that Chloe made any mistakes, but the regulations. After the police shot and killed people, or suffered serious injuries, they must go through a period of investigation and mental evaluation to prevent any mental problems. After all, urban police rarely have the opportunity to shoot and kill people. Although there are always news reports that police abuse force, in fact, When it comes to individuals, there are very few opportunities to shoot. But Chloe was unwilling to take a vacation. She insisted that the man was instructed by the DIA. This accusation is very serious. After all, it is the killing of a police officer. If this kind of thing comes true, the reputation of the DIA will be completely ruined. So not many people really believe it. What's more, this is completely Chloe's own guess, without a single bit of evidence. Pop, Kai threw the information on the desk very unhappily, and opposite him were several heads of the serious crime team. In other words, in the few days I was away, not only did you not make any progress, but you also lost several brothers? Is this your workability? Stared by Kai's extremely deterrent eyes, a group of people lowered their heads tightly, not daring to offend. Kai opened his mouth to continue scolding, but thinking that he had slacked off and ran to Afghanistan, it seemed that he had no position to continue scolding, so he simply waved his hand to keep Dan and Chap, and let the others get out. Dan and Chap stay, the others go out and get to work. Within a week, I want the crime squad to regain their ground. Dan, go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and cancel Chloe's vacation. Let Chloe come back. Dan looked at Kai in surprise. Boss, Chloe, she will be fine, Kai said to Dan in a frustrated tone. No wonder you divorced Chloe. You are her ex-husband, but you don't know Chloe. This woman is not so easy to be defeated. Dan opened his mouth. Of course he knew Chloe, but he was still afraid that Chloe would be hurt. Get out. Also, get everyone out and nail those DIA bastards to death. Even if he spits on the street, you can catch them back. Although Kai wanted to lead people to rush into the DIA to arrest people, the problem was that the district attorney would never issue a search warrant or arrest warrant. After all, doing so without absolute evidence would cause confrontation between the two major law enforcement agencies. And no prosecutor would be so stubborn. But Kai's approach is different. In the United States, the police's law enforcement power is actually much greater than imagined. The main reason is that there is a lot of room for maneuver. For example, if someone spits on the ground, the police can turn a blind eye, impose a fine, or even detain the person. The specific situation can be handled specifically. In short, compared to the DIA, the Los Angeles Police Department has its own advantages. Dan went out in disgrace, leaving only Chap standing there dejected. Tell me, what's the matter? My intelligence was inaccurate. I didn't expect that they would have so many people. Chap wanted to defend himself, but he gave up immediately. What's the point? A brother has been sacrificed. What else can be defended? You know I don't want to hear this. What happened specifically? Kai was naturally sad about the sacrifice of his colleague, but now it is not the point. The point is that the people in their serious crime team cannot die in vain. I found out that the Irish gang and the Tin gang had a secret deal, and the amount of the deal was very large, so I planned. But I didn't expect that the Irish group actually prepared so many people in secret. We were not prepared at all. Kai supported his chin and listened to Chap's story quietly. What's up with that group of Irish people? Kai didn't remember that there was any information about this group of Irish people in the intelligence Chap gave him directly. They are outsiders. They used to be active in New York. As a result, they appeared in Los Angeles in the past 6 months. They had been fighting for territory with Russian gangs in the south of the city before, and had nothing to do with our West District. In addition, they are also famous shippers. Recently, they have been shipping a lot in Los Angeles. So I think, to put it bluntly, Chap was a bit eager for quick success. The gangs that can be suppliers are all easy to deal with. On the contrary, those street retailers are not so dangerous. Although it seems that those street retailers of illegal drugs are more expensive and more profitable, the quantity available to suppliers is large. What's the way of these Irish people? The supply chain of drug dealers has always been relatively stable. For example, most of the drugs shipped into the United States go through South America, Mexico, and then into the United States. Most of them are handled by the same few companies. This kind of business is done by familiar people instead of new ones. Who knows if there will be any tricks in it? It is rare for a gang to suddenly appear in a city and then supply a large amount of drugs. After all, a large supplier requires a stable transportation route, and this thing can't be done overnight. That's the problem. No one knows how these Irish people got so many goods. I also want to find out their background, so I decided to take action, Chap said with gritted teeth. Kai thought for a while and decided not to care about this for the time being. Anyway, this place must be recovered. Okay, You go down and prepare, find the nest of those Irish people, and then I will lead the team to meet these bastards in person." Kai waved his hand and let Chap think about it. There is a saying that a snake cannot survive without a head. Although Kai spent most of his time in the serious crime team in the office. The serious crime team with him and without him is obviously two different situations. Without him, the serious crime team is leaderless, and with him, the serious crime team is more justified. There is no way. Kai's record and combat effectiveness give the serious crime team extraordinary courage. When Kai was not there, the serious crime team had no good way to face the DEA's aggressiveness. Even if Dan argued with reason, he still couldn't resist the pressure from the upper level, so the people working below naturally had no confidence. But Kai was different. He didn't care about any pressure at all. If someone was dissatisfied, they could just go to him. The pressure on other people would naturally be much less. At the same time, a strong leader can do more than just these. For example, that afternoon, Chloe, who was on leave, went directly back to the police station, and the police station's investigation into Chap's suspension also came to an end. This is the benefit of having a good boss. Kai dragged his tired body back home after arguing with Dustin for an afternoon. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. Kai once again confirmed one thing, that is, he was really not suitable for leadership work. For example, arguing with Dustin, he really felt more tired than fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. Welcome back, Master Wayne. Fortunately, after returning home, he felt a lot more relaxed. After all, there was an omnipotent Alfu. At home, he didn't need to worry about anything. Alfu would handle everything. Is the work tiring? Alfu took the suit he took off from Kai's hand, looked at Kai's tired expression, and asked with concern. Well, I'm more suitable to solve problems with swords and guns, rather than wasting time on those weird verbal disputes. No, only the weak will use words to achieve their goals. You are a natural king. These trivial matters are not what you need to worry about. Alfu is quite good at flattering. Kai shook his head and didn't continue the conversation. After all, Alfu's words were too mysterious. Seeing that Kai didn't want to listen, Alfu didn't continue. Instead, he asked, regarding dinner, I have learned the Chinese barbecue you mentioned before. Do you want to try it? Oh, Kai's eyes lit up. You are really good, Alfu. No, you are too flattering. This is just a trivial skill. Alfu seemed very reserved. In the night breeze, Kai held a large glass of beer in one hand and a string of kidneys in the other hand, and ate them heartily. Not to mention that it really looks like that, but the taste is a little light and the chili powder is not authentic. But it is already very good. The only shortcoming is that no one accompanies him to eat meat and drink. After all, it's always weird to eat barbecue alone. The real barbecue should be on the roadside, with a group of people taking off their shirts, drinking and sweating. Like now, in a quiet backyard, with a housekeeper standing beside me, eating barbecue alone, there is no such hearty atmosphere. But the dishes are indeed very rich. Alfu also prepared a variety of seafood, such as Arctic sweet shrimp and Australian lobster. Arctic sweet shrimp is boiled in white water, and the belly is full of shrimp eggs. The meat is delicious and sweet in the mouth, and it is chewy. Each of these sweet shrimps is about the same size, with a large head in a special row in this part, one by one, a bit like crab. As for Australian lobster, there is nothing to say. Cut it in half and brush it with sauce and grill it directly. It tastes pretty good. There are also red king crabs in the southeast waters of Alaska in season, but Kai is not very interested in this thing. He has never really liked eating crabs. He has a psychological trauma about this thing. There is no special reason, he just always thinks crabs look evil. By the way, Master Wayne, there is something I think you need to pay attention to. After finishing some of the ingredients, Alfu suddenly seemed to remember something and took out a tablet and handed it to Kai. What? Kai was also a little curious about what it was that made Alfu bring it up at this time. As a result, he took the tablet and immediately sprayed out the beer in his mouth. The tablet showed the latest news. Chicago's 3 female superheroes are fighting against a green giant in the downtown area. Chapter 492 Hulk. In Kai's previous life, before Marvel movies, the most famous superheroes were Spider-Man, Superman, and Batman. These 3 superheroes were also Kai's childhood. As for the later heroes like Iron Man and Thor, Kai didn't really know much about them except for some slight impressions. After all, before the rise of Marvel Studios, Marvel had sold out all of its first-line heroes. They even sold the copyright of the word mutant, so they couldn't even use mutants in Marvel movies. This is why Marvel later changed the origin stories of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch so that they were no longer mutants. You know, in the comics, Iron Man is at most a second-line hero, and he's not a very famous one. But no matter how much he knows about Marvel heroes, Kai still knows a little about the Hulk. It's not that Kai likes superheroes so much in his previous life, it's really the color of the Hulk. Saw you 3 times, it's really impressive. Maybe for foreigners, green is nothing special. Even if it's special, it means health or nature. They even wear green hats to party, Irish Carnival, a festival that Chinese people are extremely resistant to. In short, Kai has some impression of the superhero Hulk. At least he is much stronger than those Hawkeye and Black Widow, but it's also limited. He doesn't even know what the Hulk's name is. He only knows that it's called the Hulk. However, no matter what, Kai also knows that the Hulk should be a positive character. Why would the 3 of them fight with a positive character? But when Kai clicked on the video news on the tablet, Kai thought that maybe there was something wrong with his memory. After all, it was 10,000 years apart, and it was normal to have some deviations. In the video, the Hulk didn't have the demeanor of a positive character at all. He was like a rampaging bull, destroying everything that could be destroyed. In the video, the Hulk appeared on a street in Chicago, and like a naughty child dismantling building blocks, he destroyed all the shops and vehicles on the street. If the 3 superheroes had not arrived in time to evacuate the civilians there would have been casualties. In the video, Catherine wore a very retro-style bell-bottom jumpsuit, covered with hollow lace, with a face scarf on her face, revealing only 2 eyes, and huge revolvers on her hands and 2 high heels. Every shot hit the Hulk, and the monster, who was like a pile of muscles, was beaten back again and again. Diana was simpler, wearing an Amazon warrior's armor, a mask, and holding a shield and sword to confront the Hulk directly. The strong contrast of body always makes people feel like Don Quixote rushing towards the windmill, but such a small body contains power comparable to the Hulk. This strong contrast, somehow, gives people a sense of excitement. Finally, there is Kelly, who has been using magic on the periphery. Although she has the power of the devil, her physical strength is still far behind. If she really wants to fight the Hulk in a melee, she will suffer a lot, so she becomes a shooter, and has been holding the Hulk on the periphery. When she gets the chance, she will kill the Hulk. And their opponents also have extraordinary strength. Not to mention the huge muscle strength, grabbing a car is as easy as grabbing a plastic bag. In the video, this guy lifts up a tourist bus and uses it as a stick. What is really powerful is his unparalleled regeneration ability and infinitely growing strength. The video is very long, a full half an hour. This guy was beaten by Kelly and his 3 men and the National Guard who came, but he was still alive and kicking. In the end, the military and Kelly and his 3 men blew up an entire street, but this guy was fine, and became more and more energetic. Not only did he block the repeated attacks of Diana and his 3 men, but he also dismantled an entire armored unit into pieces. In the end, the military even sent out bombers to carry out saturation bombing in the area where they were. Even so, the Hulk was not hurt. He jumped out of the city and disappeared into Lake Michigan. Then the video ended. In contrast to the video, the comments section was even more lively. People speculated what this monster was. Kai looked at the comments and found that someone seemed to be controlling the comments, constantly linking the appearance of the Hulk with words such as terrorist attacks. And those little fools on the internet were also misled in minutes and began to speculate that this was another attack by terrorists. After that, the comments in the comments section began to completely go astray, saying that it was a secret biochemical warrior from Iran, North Korea and other countries. Of course, most people still suspected that it was the masterpiece of a bear, not to mention that the Hulk's reckless look was really a bit like the Soviet bear. In short, many countries that were unhappy with the United States were pulled out, including the Great Motherland. This reminded Kai of the origin of the Hulk. Kai had not seen many movies about the Hulk. In fact, the Hulk's personal movies were very bad, but Kai vaguely remembered that the creation of the Hulk was directly related to the military. If this is the case, then there is nothing strange. If people really find out that the Hulk is the product of a military experiment, it will be a lot of fun. The Pentagon and the military leaders will be scolded. After all, the damage caused this time is too great. No citizen will forgive the military for this big mess. Phone, Kai looked at the time of the news and found that it was just half an hour ago. Kai immediately planned to call Kelly to find out if they were okay. Afu was ready. He took out a special satellite phone, which was connected through Kingsman's own satellite. The confidentiality level was very, very high. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, the phone was picked up. As soon as it was connected, Kelly's excited voice came over. "Ah, Kai, today is so exciting. You don't know, today is so thrilling." Before Kai could speak, Kelly talked a lot. All of them happened today. It can be seen that the three of them should be fine, otherwise Kelly would not be so energetic. About 10 minutes later, Kelly finished telling the story. In fact, it was not that complicated. The green guy suddenly appeared in Chicago at night and wreaked havoc, and then Diana took Kelly and Catherine to stop him. As for how the Hulk appeared and why he went crazy, the three of them were also confused. But then, Kelly started complaining again, from the military wanting to catch them all in one fell swoop to Kai not returning to Chicago to see her for so many days. In short, Kelly seemed very excited and kept talking while holding the phone. Kai was not impatient, but listened very patiently to Kelly's narration that was more like a spoiled child than a complaint. Finally, when Kelly finished speaking, the phone was handed over to Diana. "How are you?" Kelly was still a child in Kai's eyes, and Diana was much more reliable in comparison. After all, she was hundreds of years old. "It's okay, it's just that the monster was too difficult to deal with." As a tank, Diana was the main force against monsters, so it was naturally impossible for her to wander around the periphery as easily as Kelly. After all, the power of the Hulk was really not to be covered. That guy is like Hercules. No. Even more terrifying than Hercules. Kai was stunned when he heard this. He had seen Hercules before. In terms of physical strength, that guy had reached the peak that the gods could reach. His pair of lion-headed traps could flatten a mountain. It was not an exaggeration. As long as he was given enough time, he could really flatten a mountain. You haven't seen Hercules. Diana was born very late. She was born many years after the gods left the earth. Kai was curious about this for a long time. The gods left the earth 10,000 years ago, and Diana was only a few hundred years old. Diana was also the daughter of Zeus. Ask, who is Diana's father? Just kidding. The fact that Diana is the daughter of Zeus has been confirmed by Ares and Zeus respectively, so there should be no problem. There will be no such thing as vowing next door. After all, Kai did not achieve this achievement at the beginning, and Zeus is a professional vowing, so he should not make mistakes in his profession. I've heard the legend. Besides, my mother has seen Hercules, so she knows. Diana suddenly remembered that the man opposite was much older than herself. When the gods were still alive, he had already been in society and knew much more than she did. It was indeed a bit of a show-off in front of him. In short, that guy is very difficult to deal with. The most important thing is that he can't be killed. I personally stabbed the sword of the god of fire into his heart, but he didn't have any problem at all. His wound healed so fast that it made people doubt whether I stabbed him with a sword, Diana complained. Next time I meet him, I will try to chop off his head to see if he is really immortal. Kai sweated. Diana was serious. Amazon women are all strong and do what they say. The Hulk is a positive character after all, so it's not possible. It's really not possible. So Kai quickly changed the subject. Kelly just said that the army wants to kill you too. That's right. Speaking of this, Diana got angry all of a sudden. If they had to fight the Hulk with real weapons, they wouldn't have anything to complain about even if they lost. But the military was completely stabbing them in the back. They didn't even consider the three of them when they were bombing. Diana was fine. The strength of the Proteus body made her not afraid of the bombing, at least she wouldn't die. But Kelly was different. If Catherine hadn't reacted quickly and summoned her familiar to protect Kelly at the critical moment, it would be hard to say what would have happened to Kelly. Diana was a typical warrior and hated this kind of double-faced backstabbing behavior. If you hadn't told me not to conflict with institutions like the military and the government, I really wanted to kill them all. Diana was kind, but she was a warrior. She adhered to the way of a warrior. She might be full of love at ordinary times, but she would not be soft-hearted on the battlefield. Well, thank you for your hard work. Although you don't have to be afraid of those guys, it's still a trouble. Institutions like the military and the government are not really powerful because of their military power. At Diana's point, the government's military force is not worth worrying about. No matter how powerful the weapons are, what does it matter? If you can't hit, it's useless to say anything. What really makes Kai afraid of them is that these people manipulate public opinion, and it's too easy for them to turn black and white. They may not be able to kill Diana, but it's not difficult to disgust her to death. So Kai has always adhered to the principle that if you can avoid being an enemy of the government, you should try not to confront them head-on. If you really have to take action, Kai will change his vest. You have to keep a low profile recently. I understand the logical thinking of those people in the military. They won't be so easy to calm down. Otherwise, come to Los Angeles and treat it as a vacation, Kai suggested. Diana thought about it and agreed. Among the three, Catherine has the lightest sense of right and wrong. The reason she got involved is just for fun. Not to mention Kelly, she treats this as a hobby. Diana's chivalry is very strong, but she is more out of the glory of a warrior, not liking to be a superhero. So it's not very difficult for them not to be superheroes for the time being. Besides, spring break is coming soon, and Kelly can move freely. It is a very good choice to come to Los Angeles for vacation. Just when Kai and Diana talked about the military people were also thinking about Diana and the others. Have you found out who those three women are? Kai's old friend, the solitary testicle warrior, no, the testicleless warrior General Ross, was having a meeting with a group of people. Speaking of which, Ross's network of contacts is really very strong. After losing face so much, he was not kicked out of the army, but became a commander again. No. The three of them were active in Chicago a few months ago. There are countless people who want to find them, but I haven't heard that anyone has found out their details. Ross's face has always been gloomy, as if he is unhappy anytime and anywhere. In fact, it is true. Since the symbol of manhood left him, everyone feels that Ross has become much more feminine. Although he was tough before, he at least gave people the feeling of an American tough guy. The symbol has directly become a sinister eunuch, which makes people feel chilling unconsciously. Even his voice has become much sharper. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that serious. After all, he was castrated at such an old age, so it shouldn't have much of an impact. But everyone felt that he was a bit too much of a sissy. Let people continue to investigate. They can actually fight against our super soldiers. If we can capture them, it will bring an extraordinary improvement to our research. Although Ross suffered the biggest blow in his life twice, he was still in charge of the Super Soldier Project. Especially after seeing the appearance of the Hulk, he thought that he saw the dawn of super soldiers. He even thought that he could research a super soldier that surpassed Captain America. The second update will be a little later. You can read it tomorrow. Please vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, Falling Out. Ross saw another way to become a super soldier from the Hulk. Ross's superiors were very supportive of Ross's idea and even thought it was better this way. What? You said it's hard to control when someone goes crazy? That's better. In fact, after the disaster in Chicago was reported, Ross's superiors were not angry, but very happy. Why do they want to develop super soldiers? It's still used as a weapon, so what's the most important thing about a weapon? Of course it's power. So is the Hulk powerful? Nonsense, a whole block was destroyed by him. Do you think it's powerful? So the superiors were particularly excited. This kind of invincible super soldier is simply a battlefield nightmare. Once it is released, it can resist several divisions. This cost-effectiveness is too high. As for the problem of control, they can even develop an atomic bomb. Can't they develop a way to control a beast? In short, they are very confident that as long as they catch the Hulk, then super soldiers will be just around the corner. More importantly, with such a living research sample, they can mass-produce super soldiers. In short, the future is bright. Ross also thinks so. Just when Ross was confidently discussing with his men how to catch the Hulk and the three female superheroes, a soldier came in and told him that someone was visiting. Ross certainly didn't want to waste time, but he had no choice but to show the order from above. It's you. William Stryker. Ross's mood became very bad when he saw the person coming. William Stryker, a colonel in the U.S. Army. He is also one of the leaders of the military's Super Soldier Project. As mentioned earlier, the U.S. military has never given up the work of copying super soldiers. In fact, since World War II, There have been many such research groups, each with its own direction and ideas. Stryker is the leader of one of the projects, but his research direction is very different from Ross's. Ross still follows the tradition, copies the super soldier serum, and then creates stronger soldiers. But Stryker is different. He completely abandons the previous practice of wanting to copy the super soldier serum. He tends to evolve. To put it bluntly, it's mutants. He believes that those mutants are the best carriers of super soldiers, and he hopes to create the ultimate mutant weapon. So he is Ross's colleague, and runs counter to Ross's ideas. In short, he is a heretic. More importantly, he and Ross are not from the same faction. Colleagues, heretics, and not from the same faction. With these three things combined, it would be strange if he could give Stryker a good face. And Stryker also doesn't like Ross. In addition to the above 3 points, there is another reason why Stryker hates Ross. Origin. The US military has always been a typical British army, and the army implements an aristocratic elite system. Ross is a typical example. His family is originally a military family, and his father-in-law is a 5-star general, a typical aristocratic elite. But Stryker is different. He is a civilian. This is not the key point. After all, the situation in the army has always been like this. What really makes Stryker unhappy is that he is much more capable than Ross. He has made so much effort and experienced life and death, but he is only a colonel after so many years. But what about Ross? What achievements does he have? Nothing. Even if he goes to the battlefield, it is just gilded. He has never experienced life and death. But he has made countless merits and has been promoted like diabetes. How many things has Ross messed up? Every time someone helps to clean up his ass, nothing happens. As for him, if Stryker fails even once, he will be finished. With this contrast, will Stryker like Ross? Dream on. Work. Busy every day. Unlike you, you can get promoted even if you do nothing. That's great. Do you know how envious I am? Although Stryker looks different from Ross and is shorter, they have very similar temperaments. They are both the kind of people who will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. The key is that both of them are radicals. Faced with Stryker's sarcasm, Ross chose to ignore it. Although he was really angry, after experiencing the finished journey, he became more feminine and his hot temper was restrained a lot. If you have anything to say, fart quickly. I'm busy, haha, can't you guess it? Stryker didn't do what he wanted and started to be mysterious. Those 3 women are yours. Get out, I don't want to see your face. Ross didn't know what he was thinking. Now he wanted the Hulk, while Kelly and the others were just killing rabbits. He was now afraid that Stryker would get involved in the pursuit of the Hulk, which would be the biggest trouble. Haha, I know what you're afraid of. But don't be afraid, you still have a chance, I'm optimistic about you. Of course Stryker wanted the Hulk, but unfortunately, the negotiations failed. Stryker was warned not to get involved in the pursuit of the Hulk. But if you can't seize the opportunity, don't block my way. After saying that, Stryker led his men away. Behind him, there was always an Asian man in a suit chewing gum. Not to mention, this guy is really handsome. But everyone present was very unhappy with this man, not because he was handsome. No one would be disliked because of others' handsomeness. The real reason was that this guy was unscrupulous. He opened his suit to reveal the pistol on his waist, and his eyes always moved between other people's eyebrows and hearts, as if he was ready to kill people at any time. The key point was that he had no intention of hiding it at all. When Stryker left, he smiled contemptuously. That disdainful attitude made everyone present very angry. Ross did not move. He knew that guy, Zero. Also known as Agent Zero, the product of Stryker's mutant experiment, the very famous Weapon X program. X is the Roman numeral X, 10, not the English letter X. The original Weapon I program was the experiment that created Captain America. Agent Zero is a successful product after Captain America. Of course, this success should be put in quotation marks. Because Zero did not show the strength of Captain America, it only restored Zero from his disabled state to normal, and at the same time strengthened his physique, making him taller, faster and stronger. It can be said that the input and output are not proportional. No one would be willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to create a soldier who is stronger than an ordinary soldier, and it is not even a super soldier. Of course, if Zero is really weak, it is not entirely true. The experiment did not bring two strong abilities to Zero, but Zero's own strength is extraordinary. Agent Zero is proficient in shooting, He also has extremely strong fighting skills, is also a blasting expert, proficient in computers, communications, etc., and is an absolutely excellent soldier. So he was not abandoned, but became Stryker's right-hand man. In short, he is a very difficult guy, and because of the experiment, his brain is a little abnormal. If nothing happens, Ross doesn't want to provoke him. Watching Stryker leave arrogantly, Ross's heart was also very depressed. It seems that he must speed up. After losing Dundon, he became more obsessed with his career. Thinking of poor Dundon, Ross thought of Kai again. Kazikazi. A sound of gnashing teeth came. When Kai returned to the police station the next morning, he found that the atmosphere in the station was very strange. After catching a police officer and asking him, he found out that just this morning, their people caught a DIA agent. The reason was that the DIA agent was found by the patrol to be attacking a passerby. DIA. We are DIA agents. My ID is in my chest pocket. You can take a look. I didn't attack him. I'm investigating a case. Investigating a case. This DIA agent is one of Norman's right-hand men. We are carrying out a secret mission. I am Brassburton. You can call to verify. Don't worry, we will verify it. Now be honest. Chap's voice also came. Obviously, Chap was going to find a breakthrough from this guy. Kai had given an order before, saying that he wanted to nail this group of people. As soon as they saw the opportunity, the West District Police Department immediately took action, and they were very efficient. Fuck. How many times do I have to say that guy is just a dealer? He is selling drugs. I will catch him. What's the problem? Bolton was going crazy. He was driven out by Norman in the morning to find the whereabouts of the little girl. He originally planned to catch a well-informed gangster to get some intelligence for himself. As a result, when he was beating up the dealer in the alley, he was seen by the police and was taken back without any explanation. Both the patrolman and the police who were interrogating him now turned a blind eye to his ID. Before Kai had time to see what was going on, there was a commotion at the door. A coquettish man in an off-white suit led a group of people and rushed in with a step that did not recognize any relatives. This guy didn't seem to care that he was walking in the police station. He was Norman, and Kai had seen his information. Perhaps Brassburton inside saw Norman and rushed out of the interrogation room. But he didn't expect that as soon as he rushed out, the surrounding police officers quickly drew their guns and pointed them at him. Fuck, Brassburton quickly raised his hands and stood up. Although things would become complicated if he was shot to death, he didn't dare to gamble whether they dared to shoot or not. If they really shot, he might really die, and then it would have nothing to do with him whether the police were in trouble or not. Norman didn't expect the West District Police Station to be so tough. Guys, what are you doing? It's not good to point a gun at your colleagues. Kai came out at this time. His face didn't change at all, and he said in a very formal way, there have been a lot of gun battles recently, and the guys are a little nervous. You should persuade your people to cooperate. Having said that, he still didn't let his people put down their guns. Norman set his eyes on Kai. You are, Kai Wayne, chief of the Serious Crime Unit. Oh. I remember, you're the one who wanted to summon us. Kai didn't deny it. You're harder to hire? It's not nice to use this method on your colleagues. You're welcome. You're much better than you. You guys are 2 minors, and you can do that. How come 5-year-olds are also selling drugs? Your DEA's handling of cases like this, are you planning to launch a bomb raid or a massacre? Norman's face changed. What do you think the dealers are? Devout believers, praying in church every day, and that's it? They can take out their guns and shoot you to death at any time. Only one of my guys died. Why didn't you say anything? Poor dealers. Don't forget that you're a policeman. Yes, do you remember that you're a policeman? A policeman who kills children. Kai has seen a lot of scumbags and a lot of black policemen, but it's rare to see a scumbag plus black policeman like the one in front of him who is outstanding, or a guy who is so cruel. No one can justify killing 2 children so confidently. You really should be a politician. You can say such nonsense so confidently. We are all police officers. Who can you fool? What? You want to keep us? Norman said disdainfully. After all, the DEA and the Los Angeles Police Department have already discussed this matter. Everyone treats it as if it never happened. What can he, the head of the serious crime team, do? Norman is right to think so, but it is wrong for Kai. That's what I think. Kai waved his hand, and several police officers were ready to step forward. Norman's brain was damaged by drugs, and when he saw this posture, he got excited. He immediately pulled out his pistol. As a result, dozens of guns appeared in the police station pointing at them. This is embarrassing. No matter how you look at it, you can't win. Look, the reasons are ready. You actually broke into the police station with a gun. I now suspect that you are carrying out terrorist activities. So I remind you, either put down your gun and surrender immediately, or be beaten into a hornet's nest. Anyway, there will be dozens of people who can testify that you broke into the police station with a gun. It's just right for justice. Perfect. Kai really had this impulse. Although the consequences are serious, at the very least, Kai will leave the police station. He doesn't need this job, but it's not worth it for these scumbags. You? Norman's eyes flashed with crazy light. But the little brother behind him looked at Norman nervously, fearing that his brain would break again. Unfortunately, Norman finally gave in. He is crazy, but not stupid. Knowing that he can't win but still forcing it, he really deserves to die. And he can guess that if this happens, the DIA can only let Kai resign at most. The reason is simple. Los Angeles will never let the police department take the blame, so it can only blame him. And the DIA is even less likely to tear its face with the Los Angeles Police Department because of him. It would be better if a deputy director came. Norman put down the gun with a sinister look on his face. Kai walked over, gently took the gun from his hand, and then patted his face with contempt. I've got you, bastard, then we'll see. Norman gritted his teeth and said. He could see that Kai was determined to hold on to the murder case. But so what? There is no evidence anyway. Just like that, a DIA action team was detained by the police station. This detonated the entire Los Angeles police community, and even some well-informed departments noticed this. Many people speculated that the Los Angeles Police Department was going to tear its face with a DIA. Many calls were made to Dustin's office that day, asking him to handle the conflict carefully. The DIA went crazy. Let the West District Police Department release the people immediately. Chapter 494 Stark Storm. In fact, Kai also knew that these people would never admit their crimes so honestly, and some extraordinary means would not work on them. After all, they are also police officers wearing the skin of DIA. Whether or not those means are really used on them, it doesn't matter, they will be backfired in the end anyway. This layer of skin on their bodies is their biggest reliance. But Kai still detained them. The reason is very simple, that is, he is unhappy. Why can a group of bastards who killed minors be so arrogant? Kai just wants to tell them, don't be complacent, I'm targeting you. Dustin called Kai and asked him to release them, but Kai was unmoved and still had these bastards subjected to fatigue interrogation, without stopping for a moment, asking the same questions over and over again. Those guys also understand very well, and they always remain silent in the face of all the questions. After all, they have the right not to speak, and Kai and his men can't do anything to them in this regard. In this way, Kai detained them for 24 hours. Anyway, there were many people in the police station, and whoever was free could interrogate them. Anyway, there was only one thing, not allowing them to sleep, and bombarding them desperately. Although he might not get anything out of them, what if? 24 hours passed quickly, and Kai still had to release them. There was no way. This was already the limit. The DIA had already slammed the table and cursed. They wanted to sue the West District Police Department for obstruction of public service. Well, according to the Los Angeles branch of the DIA, the Norman team was carrying out a mission, so the West District Police Department could also be accused of obstruction of public service. When Norman walked out of the interrogation room, he was in a very bad state, shivering constantly, with red eyes, runny nose, and pale face, like a consumptive ghost. But when he learned that they were released, Norman still used up his last bit of reason to make himself look a little more normal. Although this was useless, any experienced police officer could tell at a glance that this guy was addicted to drugs. The only thing that surprised them was that this guy was obviously addicted to drugs, but he could hold on for 24 hours. You know, once those drug addicts get addicted, they would rather die than live, but this guy could actually hold on. He was a ruthless person. But one thing remained unchanged, that is Norman's arrogant look. He walked in front of Kai with a swagger, as if he had won a battle. He looked at Kai provocatively. Kai looked at him with a smile. What? Don't want to leave? Then you can choose to stay. Oh, I wanted to, but we have more important things to do. Unlike you, you are more active in dealing with your own people than catching thieves. Norman was actually almost mad, but he knew that the guy in front of him was even crazier than him. If he really did something to let this guy catch a handle, this guy would definitely seize the opportunity to deal with him without hesitation. Maybe, Kai didn't care about Norman's sarcasm at all. Instead, he walked to Norman's side and whispered in his ear, "This is just the beginning. We have plenty of time." Norman looked at the crazy policeman in front of him, and somehow he felt a sense of fear in his heart. This emotion is rare in Norman. After all, after embarking on this road, Norman never thought that he could die of old age or die a violent death. He had been prepared for it. But such a bastard villain who had no tomorrow felt scared when Kai approached. Then let's wait and see. Norman quickly put aside the fear. How could he admit defeat in such an occasion? Seeing Norman still arrogantly walking away with his men, Kai smiled coldly. Chap walked over at this time. Boss, keep nailing them. Bring them back whenever you have the chance, Kai said firmly. These bastards dared to look down on the police. It's really annoying. Dia is awesome, but their function is single, only dealing with drug trafficking. But what about the police? They deal with everything. As long as it is written in the criminal law, the police can intervene. Kai has no evidence now, and he is not happy with them. What should he do? Naturally, he will harass them all day long. It will also make them unhappy. This is not just Kai's revenge. More importantly, Kai wants to force them to make mistakes. As long as they make mistakes, there will be opportunities. Of course, this is just a small trick. Kai will not put all his hopes on others making mistakes. Chloe. Kai looked at Chloe with her arm hanging. She was not seriously injured, just scratched. Find the little girl, yes. On the other side, Norman kept shaking after coming out of the police station. He was not afraid, but because of drug addiction. He quickly took out an iron box from his car and took out a capsule from it. He bit the capsule and swallowed the powder inside. After a while, he slowly raised his head, twisted his shoulders back and forth a few times, and his face became ruddy. Stan, what should we do? It seems that the policeman is determined to go against us, Miggy said worriedly. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes as he said, do you want to find someone? Miggy made a throat-cutting gesture towards his neck. After taking drugs, Norman calmed down. He shook his head and said to Miggy with a happy expression, remember to find a reliable one this time. Don't be like last time, when he couldn't even kill a woman. That bastard is different from the previous policeman. Don't be stingy with money. Find me the best one. Miggy nodded. Don't worry, I'll go to the Continental Hotel to place an order. After saying this, Miggy wanted to say something else, but seeing Norman's current state, he didn't know what to say. Why? Do you have something else to say? Norman closed his eyes, but he could feel Miggy's emotions clearly. It's the blacksmith, Miggy whispered. Our payment for the goods is due. If you don't pay. Hearing the name of the blacksmith, Norman opened his eyes, revealing a madness in his eyes. Then, in the surprised eyes of others, he suddenly smashed the dashboard and steering wheel of the car with his fists. Fuck the blacksmith. Fuck Lando. Fuck. 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 Fuck the police. Fuck. Fuck. Although the dashboard of the car is made of plastic, it is definitely harder than a fist. After a while, Norman's fist was covered with blood. But the people in the car didn't dare to stop him. They all knew that Norman was already high at this time. Stopping him at this time would definitely make him unhappy. After a while, Norman stopped panting. His two hands were now covered with blood. He panted for a long time before gradually calming down. Fuck, it hurts. The others looked at him speechlessly. If you know the pain, don't do such a stupid thing. Tell the blacksmith that I will give him the money before the specified time, and Guzman, I can kill a lot of drug sellers like him with 1 foot. Tell him. If you don't want to die, shut up. I don't know how many drug dealers' bodies sink into the sea off the coast of Los Angeles every year, and he is not the only one, Norman shouted irritably. Guzman was the buyer of this deal. Norman had always traded with this guy before, but this time he failed. Guzman had been looking for Norman and his friends because of the mistake in this deal. Miggy kept silent. The reason was very simple. Although this was true, the drug dealers who were killed were different from Guzman. Is a drug dealer who can take out 20 million to do business with them really an ordinary drug dealer? That's 20 million, not 2,000. Get the goods back as soon as possible. Norman was just venting. He knew very well that he couldn't really fall out with Guzman. After all, others also had something on him. We found out that a little girl left with an Italian. We are looking for that Italian. Norman found the key words. What is the relationship between this person and the Italian gang? It's not clear yet, but our people are already investigating. I believe the news will come soon, McGee replied. Besides, the police are also investigating that girl, then find that little bitch before they do. McGee. Don't let me remind you how serious this matter is. It's not a matter of money now. If the police find that little girl, we'll all be finished, understood. On the third day after Kai returned to the police station, the news of Tony Stark's kidnapping finally set off public opinion. Although news is timely and the incident happened a few days ago, Tony Stark was kidnapped in Afghanistan and then rescued. It was a big hit and still made all major media outlets collectively climax. For a while, Tony had clearly returned to Los Angeles safely, but the Los Angeles media was still reporting the case tirelessly. This forced the Pentagon to stand up and hold a press conference to explain the matter. Of course, the Pentagon could not tell the media. They did nothing. It was a Los Angeles policeman who went to Afghanistan to rescue Tony Stark. If that were true, I don't know how many people would resign tomorrow. In short, the content of the press conference was generally about you, me, and everyone else. The military took the credit for itself, and the Stark Group received a large order from the military. Kai's name did not appear at all. However, compared with public opinion, the stock market is more lively. On the second day after Tony announced his return, a major shareholder of Stark Group suddenly announced his withdrawal and transferred his shares of Stark Group to Tony Stark. The major shareholder who withdrew transferred more than 5% of Stark Group's shares to Tony Stark. Don't underestimate this 5%. You have to know that this is a personal shareholding. 5% of such a super consortium has a market value of more than $1 billion. This is not a small amount. What's more important is that this transfer was completed so quickly, and there was no news before. What it represents is enough to make those people on Wall Street crazy. If this level of news is operated properly, those Wall Street wolves will definitely be able to make tens of millions of profits from it. They can even use it to short or sell short. And the profit will be even greater. But Tony Stark did it very secretly, and many people suspected that there was some insider trading. More importantly, in the published news, it was not stated how much money was involved in this transaction. This made the outside world even more speculative. Kai guessed that a major shareholder must have some evidence that Tony had caught. For example, he sold Tony Stark's whereabouts to the Empty Cloth members. Only in this way would the major shareholder hand over the shares so honestly in exchange for Tony Stark's forgiveness. Just when the Wall Street wolves felt that they had lost hundreds of millions, Tony did not stop, and he once again ignited public opinion. The next day, Tony Stark held a press conference with a bandage on his arm and announced that he had been attacked in Afghanistan. Unlike before, Tony Stark was no longer as cynical and unruly as before, but instead had a rare seriousness. As early as the news of Tony's kidnapping came, many media wanted to interview him, a hot topic at the moment, but Tony had been busy sorting out the problems within the group and refused any interviews. Today, he was finally caught, and the reporters would certainly not let him go. A reporter asked, "What exactly did you do in Afghanistan?" Tony, who had been a little distracted before, seemed to be awakened by this, and suddenly stood up from the steps where he was sitting and walked to the position of the spokesperson. The group's press spokesperson saw the boss coming and immediately gave up his seat. "That's not important. It just made me completely sober. I realized that I have to make more contributions to the world, not just making those explosive weapons." Tony paused for a few seconds and said again, "So, I decided to close the weapons manufacturing department of Stark Group, effective immediately." After that, Tony took advantage of the moment when everyone was surprised and left directly. When Tony left, the reporters in the audience seemed to come back to their senses and shouted loudly, including countless viewers in front of the TV. "You know, Stark Group has always been inseparable from arms and weapons since Stark's father started his business. It can even be said that Stark Industries, like Lockheed Martin, is a synonym for the U.S. military's arms supplier. Although Stark Group is now involved in many industries, there is no doubt that the foundation of Stark Group is in the production of arms and weapons." The follow-up of the press conference is no longer important. It can be predicted that tomorrow's stock market will definitely be exciting. Kai actually didn't pay attention to this at first. Whether in his previous life or this life, he had only heard of stocks but never seen them. He had no idea about them. It wasn't until he got home from get off work that he found Afu looking at the stock K-line chart on the tablet and making a phone call. Afu, are you also investing in stocks? Kai has always had a bad impression of stocks because it always gave Kai a feeling of getting something for nothing. He didn't do anything, just watch the stock market go up and down to make money. What's the difference between that and gambling? No, I'm managing your finances, Afu said. Kai knew that there were stocks among his assets, but he never cared about them. Oh? So what's going on? After all, Afu had been doing his best, so Kai couldn't say much, so he just asked casually. Unexpectedly, Afu actually explained it to Kai. Stark Group's stock is plummeting right now, and I'm in the process of trading. Plummeting? Why? And we still have Stark Group stock. Yes, you personally own more than 2% of Stark Group's shares. Since Stark announced the closure of its weapons manufacturing division, Stark Group's stock price has fallen sharply, and it has dropped by a little over 5%. It doesn't sound like much, but considering the size of Stark Group, which is over 1 trillion, this means that more than 10 billion in wealth has evaporated. But Kai didn't know, and he didn't even have a concept of how much he owned in this 2% stake. He thought it wasn't much. Have you sold them all? Sell? Of course not. What we have to do now is to buy a lot. Unexpectedly, Afu said confidently. Chapter 495 Starkstorm, Part 2. Kai doesn't know much about finance, but he still has some basic logic. Since the stock price has plummeted, why buy it? Isn't this common sense? Kai is not a person who likes to pretend to know something, so he asked directly. No. Our analysts at Kingsman have always believed that Tony Starlin is a genius, a groundbreaking genius. The separation of the weapons manufacturing department has indeed dealt a heavy blow to the Stark Group, but we all believe that this is only temporary. Afu explained the reason why he bought a lot of stocks at the bottom. There is one thing Kai must admit, that is, Stark is indeed a genius. Who can make a set of steel armor with a pile of waste? That thing can also fly. Although it is not easy to control, it is also very impressive in Kai's opinion. Oh, is that so? It's up to you then. Yes. This opportunity to buy the bottom of the Stark Group is rare. We will use the name of the Wayne Group to absorb more stocks on the stock market and become one of the major shareholders of the Stark Group. It is a very normal phenomenon for consortiums to hold shares in each other. And a large consortium like the Stark Group needs to hold at least more than 1% of the shares to become a major shareholder. Afu obviously has bigger ambitions. At least the current 2% of the shares cannot satisfy his appetite. After all, let alone other things, the patents and scientific research strength within the Stark Group are enough to make almost all organizations in the world covetous. Kingsman is no exception. But because of Kingsman's special identity, Kingsman is destined to not be able to directly hold shares in a company like the Stark Group, which would cause dissatisfaction from the US government and SHIELD. Therefore, using the Wayne Group to indirectly hold shares in an important technology company like Stark is undoubtedly the best choice. Afu saw that Kai's eyes were full of mosquito coils when he heard this, so he shut up decisively. No one is perfect. The master he serves does have great power, but he is not omniscient and omnipotent. Afu has known this since he was young. But this does not affect Afu's loyalty to Kai at all. Isn't an excellent butler meant to make the master he serves more perfect? Let's not talk about the little things on Kai's side. The real excitement is the turbulent stock market. As Stark announced the closure of the weapons production department, a fierce quarrel broke out within the Stark Group. Those shareholders who were upset by the falling stock price held a shareholders' meeting at the call of Stark's uncle, Obadiah Stane, hoping that Tony would take back his decision. Unfortunately, willfulness has always been synonymous with Tony Stark. The playboy had no intention of changing his mind. So the stock price of Stark Group began to fall wildly. In the past week, the stock price continued to fall by 5% every day. The overall decline in the stock price has exceeded 40%, but there is no sign of stopping. Except for the willful and conceited Tony, no one can bear such a terrible loss. So at the latest shareholders meeting, Obadiah announced to the public that Tony Stark was in poor health and needed to rest, and resigned from all his positions in Stark Group. At the same time, he emphasized that the Stark Group was still stable, and everyone should not worry. The continuous plunge in stock prices made Tony, his uncle, unable to hold on. But such an action did not stabilize the stock price. On the contrary, Because of Obadiah's move, it was interpreted by the outside world as the Stark Group finally falling into division. Then after the stock market opened the next morning, the stock price of Stark Group began to plummet at an unimaginable speed. This is not the end of the story. Just when a series of shareholders including Abade were thinking about how to deal with it, two major shareholders suddenly announced their withdrawal and transferred their shares to Tony Stark. This made Tony Stark's shares exceed 47% at once. Some experts analyzed that Tony Stark was planning to take back the power of the company. This immediately detonated the entire market. The stock price, which had plummeted, began to rise rapidly. This is not because the market has restored confidence. On the contrary, everyone knows that the war is coming and wants to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Now the situation is very clear. Tony Stark does not want to be sidelined, but wants to take back control of the group, even at the cost of more than 51% of the absolute controlling rights. According to Tony Stark's usual willful personality, once he controls the company, the divestiture of the weapons production department will inevitably be realized. Of course, other shareholders cannot accept such a result. In order to fight against Stark, they must rush to acquire shares on the market before Stark completes absolute control. When other speculators saw this situation, they would of course buy up Stark's stocks wantonly. As long as they reached a certain level, they could influence the direction of Stark Group this time. They could have the best of both worlds. Would that mean they could offer whatever price they wanted? So the three parties exerted their strength and stirred up the stock market. Countless investors who sold their stocks at low points regretted it. If they had known, they would not have sold them so quickly. But what no one knew was that when Stark made his move, more than 4% of the shares quietly flowed to the name of the Wayne Group. The Wayne Group is a company that is not very prominent in the United States. The company's main business is the business of the former technology giant Valentine Group, which plays an important role in the field of communications. But even so, it is still not very famous. After all, after the plane crash, Valentine did not change the name of the company even if it was acquired. In addition, it deliberately kept a low profile, which led to many people only knowing the Valentine Group and not being familiar with the Wayne Group, the owner behind it. Of course, this is only for ordinary people. The real people who are interested still realize that the Wayne Group is a strong company. At the same time, some people noticed that the Wayne Group was quietly absorbing the shares of the Stark Group when the Stark Group was in internal strife. Pepper was very tired. With a boss like Tony, Pepper naturally couldn't relax. As the president's secretary, she was actually in charge of the daily operations of the entire group. It was already tiring enough. As a result, when Tony finally turned the corner, the workload became even greater. More importantly, after Tony handed everything over to Pepper, he really didn't care about anything and focused on studying that iron armor in his underground laboratory. That's right. This share war was handled by Pepper alone. Pepper. I hope you can persuade Tony. He should understand that he will only benefit outsiders and destroy everything that Howard and I have built. Abade made his last effort. He really wanted to kill Tony and take over himself, but not now. A series of things have put Tony in the spotlight. Abade is not a fool, and naturally he can't kill Tony at this time. That will only put himself in a disadvantageous situation. Mr. Stanley. You should know Tony. Once he makes a decision, it's impossible to change it. There's nothing I can do. Pepper could understand Tony's decision, but she really didn't support it. But you told her that she liked Tony. She was willing to support everything Tony did. I want to meet Tony. I need to talk to him in person, Abade said seriously. If you insist. Jarvis, Pepper shouted in the living room. Yes, Miss Pepper, please call Tony for me, please wait. After a while, Jarvis said, Master Tony refuses to visit, just say that Mr. Stanley wants to see him, Pepper continued. After a while, hello, Abade immediately called out, Tony. Where are you? Oh. Stan. How are you doing recently? Listen Tony, I'm not here to quarrel. I don't want to conflict with you. I watched you grow up. But what you are doing now is hurting me and the entire company. I hope you can calm down. Abade is Howard Stark's friend and business partner. After Howard's death, he became Tony Stark's mentor. On Tony's side, he has always trusted Abade, and he still does until now. Even though they have always had ideological conflicts over the future of the company. Tony still trusts him. No, I'm calm, Stan. I know you can't understand my decision, and I won't blame you. But this matter is imperative. Abade felt irritated. Where are you? I want to meet you to talk. Oh, then you have to wait for a while. I can wait. Where are you? On the way to Afghanistan. What? Abade was surprised. While talking to Obadiah, a bright fire flashed across the sea west of Los Angeles. Tony was going back to find a place to fight. Although Kai had almost killed all the terrorists in the valley, there were more than 200 members of the Ten Rings. In fact, as the world's first class and Asia's #1 Kung Fu organization, the Ten Rings had at least 12,000 members active in Afghanistan. The group that Kai defeated was just a small branch, and the impact on the Ten Rings as a whole was minimal. The next day, Obadiah saw the news. The U.S. military spokesman on the news claimed that the U.S. military did not launch any attacks near Camelot yesterday. Everything was just an internal fight among the Kung Fu members, and they tried to frame it on the U.S. military. Abade squinted his eyes and watched the news. He did not call Tony again, but sneered and said to himself, Tony, what are you doing? You closed the weapons department, but you made the most powerful weapon and used it to destroy my business. You always like to deceive yourself. At this point, Abade made an internal call. How is the research progress? Why not? I'll come right over. 20 minutes later, Abade came to a laboratory at the headquarters of Stark Group in Los Angeles, and asked a middle-aged man in a white coat and glasses who came up to him, what's the matter? The middle-aged man with the glasses was a little helpless. Mr. Stan, we have encountered a little difficulty. Abade, what difficulty? Power supply system. In fact, the technology to power this mecha has not yet appeared, the middle-aged man with the glasses explained hesitantly. Abade hugged him and pointed his other hand at a huge monster in front of the two of them. Wait, it didn't appear? William, it's right in front of you. I just need you to shrink it a little bit and put it in that suit of armor. The middle-aged man with the glasses looked at the huge thing in front of him with embarrassment. It was a giant arc shock reactor with a diameter of more than 5 meters and a height of more than 3 meters. This was also Tony's masterpiece, an experimental work of a new type of energy. It was also the core part of the power system that Tony was going to build at the new headquarters of the group. Not to mention the size issue, what really made Glasses feel embarrassed was that this thing was not stable at all. This was just a test product made by Tony, and there were still many obstacles that needed to be solved. Glasses didn't even dare to let the reactor run at full capacity, because he was afraid that this thing would explode directly. It might be a bit exaggerated to say that this thing would destroy half of the city, but it would not be difficult to blow up a few blocks. This is a bomb. Moreover, this thing has just been invented, and there is still a long way to go if you want to miniaturize it. This requirement is similar to shrinking the first electronic computer in the 1940s to the current notebook. It is unscientific. After all, computers have been developed for 70 years, and he has only taken over the armor manufacturing project for a month. After Tony was kidnapped, he was selected by Abade as the person in charge of this project. The boss who doesn't understand technology really speaks like an idiot. Yes, sir. We tried our best, but to be honest, it can't be done. Desperate for the technical idiot Abade, William could only give a straightforward negative answer. Abade's forward veins bulged, and he leaned forward, looking down at Glasses, who was a head shorter than him. With regret, Stark made it in the cave with a bunch of junk, and it was so small. As he spoke, Abade gestured. Glasses was helpless. How would he know how Tony did it? If he knew, wouldn't he be Tony? I'm really sorry, I'm not Tony Stark. The professional ethics of scientists force Glasses to tell the truth. Scientific breakthroughs can only be driven by a very small number of super geniuses. But super geniuses are always a minority. There are many scientists in this world, but how many of them can be called super geniuses? For example, Einstein, since he proposed the theory of relativity, he has pushed theoretical physics to peak, but so many years have passed, theoretical physics is still stagnant. The real top scientists are irreplaceable. In the eyes, Tony is the modern Einstein, and he, a nobody, may be smart enough, but not a genius. Abade widened his eyes, speechless. After a long while, yes, Tony is irreplaceable. After that, Abade turned and left. Glasses shrugged, thinking that Abade had given up. But he didn't know that Abade meant that since others couldn't do it, he should just go to Tony. Let you make one last contribution to me, Tony. After another conversation with Tony, Pepper had no choice but to leave Tony's house. She had more important things to do. For example, the shares in the hands of the Wayne Group. Since Tony insisted, the Wayne Group must be won over. At least it must not fall to the other side. As long as more than 4% of the shares in the hands of the Wayne Group can be obtained, Tony can truly have absolute control. Chapter 496 Negotiation and Iron Man. After Pepper learned from a secret message that someone secretly bought shares of Stark Group in the market, he began a secret investigation. Not to mention, relying on the Stark Group's strong connections and its own strong strength, they soon noticed some secret actions in the stock market. In fact, there are no secrets in the stock market at all. The difference lies in whether you have the ability to discover. Stark Group is undoubtedly at the top of the pyramid, and it is really not difficult to find something. So Pepper knew that Wayne Group was buying shares of Stark Group. Pepper didn't know much about Wayne Group, but only knew that this group was very low-key in the market. And unlike Stark Group, it is not a listed company. In other words, this company has always been privately owned. This kind of enterprise does not need to announce its shareholder list to the market, and even the list of senior executives does not need to be announced to the public. After all, others are privately owned enterprises and do not need to be responsible to anyone. So if you want to check Wayne Group from the market, it's basically impossible. But Pepper also has a way. Check from the tax bureau. No matter what, Wayne Group needs to pay taxes. There is no need to elaborate on how powerful the IRS is. And Pepper happened to have connections in this area. Although it is not allowed to investigate the tax list of a private company through the tax bureau, even the IRS needs to consider the privacy of others. But what is the privileged class without privileges? Soon Pepper found what she wanted. Then she began to contact the senior management of the Wayne Group, a private club in the west of Los Angeles. This club is not well known in Los Angeles at all. There is not even a sign outside the store. It is just hidden in a business building. Not many people know about it. Moreover, this club is not open to the public. They only entertain members. The conditions for applying for membership here are very harsh because the entry threshold is very high. First of all, they will verify the identity of the members. They only accept business people, but they are not interested in those high-profile people such as stars. Then you must have a certain amount of assets. This is a must. After all, the price of membership is really expensive. Finally, the terms of membership are very harsh, and there are many things to pay attention to. This is actually a marketing method, but in a place like Los Angeles, this marketing method is very popular. More importantly, the club can provide the most perfect and private service. In short, this club is very suitable for business people who need to negotiate in secret. Pepper arrived very early. She had to reach an agreement with the Wayne Group before the market reacted. Otherwise, when the group of people on Wall Street and the opposition intervened, the variables would be too great. Even though Pepper was already an important figure in the Stark Group, she was still very nervous facing the negotiations that could affect the direction of the group at any time. Time passed by minute, and Pepper felt tortured. Because the agreed time had passed. She was afraid that the other party would change his mind or be intercepted by someone. In short, there were many possibilities, and the more so, the more anxious Pepper became. She wanted to call to urge, but she felt that it was a bit inappropriate to do so. She could only be there alone, anxious. After about 10 minutes, Pepper's heart became heavier and heavier. Until, sorry, something happened, we are late. The moment she heard the voice, Pepper turned quickly and looked at the door. But she found that the person who came was actually Kai. Kai? Why are you? Kai smiled a little helplessly. Sorry, I'm late. Something happened. Kai originally planned to come at the agreed time, but the temporary serious crime team came to a murder case. On Venice Beach, someone found a body, which was washed up by the waves. The surface of the body was completely rotten, leaving only a highly decomposed skeleton and cement blocks on the feet. This is a murder and corpse dumping, which is also a common trick used by gangs to deal with traitors. More importantly, the identity of the body. According to the tooth marks on the body, he was an undercover sent by the West District Police Department 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the undercover suddenly disappeared, and the top police knew that he was in danger. Unexpectedly, the body was found today, and the top immediately paid attention to it. Because his body is very likely to be an important breakthrough for a gang. Kai went to the scene. But he didn't find any useful clues, which is normal. After all, it is not the crime scene. The body was washed up by the seawater, and after 7 years of seawater corrosion, even if there is evidence, it has long disappeared. So we can only wait for the forensic experts to conduct further identification before we can get more clues. Of course, Kai would not tell Pepper about this. No, Pepper was still a little confused. At this time, Alfred stepped forward and said, "Hello, Miss Pepper, I'm very sorry to be late. I am Alfred Pennyworth, who you have an appointment with, Mr. Alfred." Pepper's eyes widened immediately. "Yes," Alfred smiled. Kai walked to the sofa and sat down, pouring himself a glass of wine. As if nothing had happened. Pepper only reacted at this time. "Kai, you and Wayne Group, have you forgotten? My mother's last name is Wayne." In fact, Pepper really didn't know. She used to call Kai, "Oh no, it should be Adam's mother, Mrs. Milligan." As for the first name, she knew it was Mary, but she didn't know anything else. "I really didn't pay attention to her original last name. So, my mother's side is a British aristocrat, but recently a relative there died, so it was a good thing for me." This was the reason that Alfred and Kingsman designed for Kai, and Kai used it. Mary Wayne is the great-niece of Earl Wayne. After Earl Wayne passed away, there was no direct heir. Therefore, according to the inheritance law, the master is the person with the closest blood relationship to the Earl, so he inherited the Wayne Group, Alfu added on the side. Pepper was shocked. Pepper always thought that a poor boy suddenly had a rich relative who died, and he inherited a large inheritance. This kind of thing was a plot in the movie. Unexpectedly, she met the prototype today. Although Kai is not a poor boy, after all, when he was in school, Pepper knew that Adam's family was quite rich. But compared with the Wayne Group, he can only be a poor boy. But soon, Pepper realized that this was a good thing. "Kai, I need your help, Tony," Pepper was just about to persuade. But Kai interrupted, "You tell me about this, I don't understand it either. Alfred is the person in charge. He takes care of my things." Alfred stood up, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself. "Alfred Pennyworth, the Wayne family's butler. Pennyworth has been the Wayne family's butler for generations, and now I am also the Wayne family's butler. Please give me your advice." Although Kai thought that since Pepper needed help, he would help her. After all, for Kai, this kind of thing is not important at all. But Alfred didn't think so. This involves tens of billions of assets. Any casual concession in the negotiation will cause billions of value fluctuations. As a butler, Alfred can't sit back and watch his master lose such a large sum of money. Besides, personal feelings are personal feelings, and business is business. This must be distinguished. Kai didn't care, but it can be seen that both Kingsman and Alfred seemed to care about the Stark Group. Kai felt that there was no reason to stop it. Anyway, he would support Stark in the end. As for the process in between, it was not important to Kai. Pepper obviously understood this logic. After all, she couldn't make Kai pay billions or even tens of billions of assets for Tony Stark just because of their friendship. So she had to talk. But after seeing Kai, Pepper also understood that Wayne Group would support her in the end. So she could take advantage of Tony in some details. There is a difference between close and distant. Although Kai is the first love, he is not the current lover. Her boyfriend is Tony. The negotiation was difficult and smooth. After all, both Pepper and Alfu were inclined to cooperate, and this negotiation was based on this premise. It was difficult because both Alfu and Pepper needed to seek the greatest benefits for the people they cared about. Only Kai was the most relaxed. Don't blame him, because the two of them spoke very many words, which Kai had never heard, too professional. In short, in a tense and friendly atmosphere, Wayne Group and Stark Group reached an agreement. Wayne Group will send shareholder representatives to Stark Group and absolutely support Tony Stark on major matters. At the same time, Stark Group, or Tony Stark needs to transfer some of the benefits of Wayne Group. This includes some assets that Stark Group wants to divest. For example, weapons manufacturing and research departments. This is what Kingsman wants most. The Weapons Research and Development Department of Stark Group is also very famous. Although Tony cannot divest all the research departments, Kingsman is already very satisfied to get a share of it. Okay, cheers for our cooperation. Kai finished watching the matter and quickly stood up to show his presence. He felt it was too boring and quickly ended this boring conversation. The fact is that Kai regretted coming here. Although it was really cool to see Pepper's surprised expression just now. Kai really doesn't care how much money he has. After all, Tony may not be richer than him. But sometimes pretending to be cool can make people happy. At least Kai was really happy before. Just when everyone was happy, a news report suddenly appeared on TV. A golden and red showy mecha is attacking terrorists in Afghanistan. Pepper immediately became nervous. She knew it was Tony. Although she knew that Tony's Mark I armor was very powerful, but for dealing with terrorists. In short, it was right to worry. Huh? I didn't expect this guy to have this much free time. His company was about to be robbed, and he still had the mind to go to Afghanistan to fight terrorists. Pepper immediately looked over nervously. These days, Tony went to Afghanistan to fight terrorists whenever he had time, more punctual than eating. When he came back, he improved the armor. Except for Pepper, no one knew that it was Tony. She didn't know that Abate knew. Although Pepper knew that Tony was doing good things, the problem was that such things could be big or small. If it was not done well, Tony would definitely become the target of public criticism. The most important thing is that the ability of the Mark I will definitely attract the government's covetousness, which is not a good thing. But unexpectedly, Kai also knew it. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't forget, he was wearing this when I saved him. Although that one is a little uglier. Speaking of which, this guy's aesthetic taste has not improved at all. The red and gold color combination is too flashy. The flashy red and gold color combination that Kai remembers most is Gilgamesh. This guy wears golden armor wherever he goes, so flashy. Not to mention, in addition to his self-righteous humor, Tony is really like Gilgamesh. The same narcissism, the same bad taste. The same love of showing off. In fact, Kai doesn't pay much attention to the news. I don't know that Tony has been very outstanding during this period. Many media have given him the title of Iron Man. The media have speculated on the true identity of this Iron Man, and even many current affairs programs have discussed this. Anyway, it's very hot. By the way, seeing Tony beating up those terrorists like beating children, Kai suddenly remembered the question of the traitor. Do you have an answer to who betrayed Tony? Tony and Kai discussed this issue on the plane back. But there were too many suspicious people. For a moment, Tony didn't know who betrayed him. When he went to Afghanistan, not many people in Afghanistan knew about it, but in the United States, there were not many people who knew about it, but not few either. It hasn't been found out yet. But by the way, many people who have bad intentions towards Tony have been found out. It's helpless to say. You don't know until you find out. Once you find out, even Tony himself is shocked. He never knew that he was so hated and a lot of people wanted him dead. Tony always thought he was quite popular before. But now he has seen the dangers of society. This is the trouble of rich people, Kai said with a bit of gloating. Pepper looked at him strangely. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Have you forgotten that you are also a rich man? Now it was Kai's turn to be speechless. He really forgot. The mentality of a loser can't be changed. This is why I don't like to take care of those things. Kai shrugged and said, I still like to be a policeman. Pepper looked at Afu and suddenly thought of reminding Kai that it was a very dangerous move to hand over his financial power to others. For example, Tony. If Pepper wants to transfer Tony's property, it is easy. Pepper has confidence in herself, but it does not mean that Alfu is trustworthy. But seeing Alfu standing respectfully behind Kai, Pepper decided. In the future, when they are alone together, they must remind Kai. Chapter 497 Undercover. Kai has no time to deal with Iron Man and other things for the time being, because he is too busy. Kai used to be a detective in a second-tier city, but seriously speaking, the murder cases he investigated every year were not too big. Most of the time, they were more focused on cracking down on prostitution, gambling and drugs. He really had never seen the chaos in first-tier cities. Los Angeles, as the second largest city in the United States, is much more terrible than the small city where Kai worked before. There are too many cases to handle. In just these few days, there have been more than 30 homicides transferred to the serious crime team. Even Kai, the head of the serious crime team, has to go out. But fortunately, Kai has adapted to this kind of life. Originally, Kai was going to work overtime as usual tonight, but because he had to pick up Kelly and the others, Kai rarely left work early. Wow. Is this your house in Los Angeles? Kelly was very curious when she looked at the small villa in front of her. In fact, Kelly had never lived in such a small house. Her family has properties in major cities across the United States, and Los Angeles is no exception. When Kai was transferred here, Kelly originally planned to let Kai live in their house, but Kai refused. The main reason is that her house is too big. For a policeman like him, living in such a nice house is really too eye-catching. In fact, the house in front of him is already very eye-catching. Last time, after the renovation was completed, Kai invited colleagues from the serious crime team to come over for a housewarming party. As a result, many police officers were very envious and jealous. The salary and benefits of the Los Angeles Police Department are actually among the best in the United States, but in contrast, the price and consumption level in Los Angeles are also among the best in the United States, second only to New York. The police can still only be considered as working class. It's okay for senior police officers, who will receive subsidies, but many new police officers can only rent houses. Americans actually care about houses. It's nonsense to say that Americans don't like to be bound by houses and like freedom, so they all rent houses. The real reason is still poverty. Because most Americans like to consume ahead of time, generally speaking, they can't afford to buy a house, because their salary is only enough to pay rent and bills. Even if they can afford the mortgage, the annual property tax is also a considerable expense, so many people can only rent houses. This is a realistic choice, not their active choice. At least most people are like this. Generally, if they have a certain economic foundation, many people will still consider buying a house. However, although it is small, Kelly is still very satisfied with this house. There is no other reason, it is warm. Kelly's family is very rich, but the problem is that her family is not happy. There are countless houses but only 3 people. After her father died, only her mother and she were left. But even so, her mother is not reliable. Although she loves Kelly, she obviously doesn't know how to be a mother. Her mother was spoiled by her father. She is in her 40s, but she is still like a high school student, blindly pursuing enjoyment. She loves luxury goods, likes the feeling of being loved, likes handsome guys, and likes carnival. So Kelly was not happy before she met Kai. Which also made her have a more serious father complex, otherwise she would not have had a good impression of her teacher at the beginning. It can be said that Kai's appearance has replaced a position that originally belonged to her father. She likes the house prepared by Kai, as I just said, warm. Diana and Catherine are relatively plain. There is no way, the young Catherine is more than 100 years old. Ms. Diana, Sister Catherine, it's nice to see you again. Afu bowed for the girls. We have prepared dinner for you according to the master's request. If there is no other arrangement, you can have dinner, thank you, Afu. Diana said politely, let's have dinner directly. I'm hungry. Diana would not be too polite, and she didn't need to be polite to Afu. By the way, we like the uniforms you prepared for us. Afu bowed slightly. It is my greatest honor to serve you. After dinner, Afu disappeared very tactfully. Speaking of which, Kai has always been curious about how Afu did it. When it's time to disappear, he disappears, and when it's time to appear, he will never waste a second. It's so magical, just like teleportation. Kai once asked him. His answer was, it's just a trivial talent. It seems that he also said a lot of things, such as the necessary skills of an excellent butler. In short, it's very mysterious. After Afu left, the 3 girls changed into silk pajamas, showing their big white legs. Each of them held a glass of red wine, and casually sat on the sofa and talked to Kai about Chicago, not caring about the benefits being distributed everywhere. Kelly hadn't seen her boyfriend for a long time, and was a little restless. Diana didn't care, she wore much less than this on Paradise Island. Amazons are self-sufficient in everything, so they are very frugal with precious living resources such as cloth. After all, you can't expect a group of female warriors to know how to weave cloth. As for Catherine, she was just being coquettish. After all, except in front of Kai, she didn't dare to wear too revealing clothes, which would cause a riot among men. So the rare moment of release could only benefit Kai, a stinky man. Kai sat between Kelly and Catherine, and his hands were very naturally placed on Catherine's waist and Kelly's big white legs. Diana was a little reserved after all. Seeing that Kai was hugging left and right, she didn't get close to Kai. Kai was still quite curious about what the 3 of them did in Chicago. Kelly was the most enthusiastic. She told Kai all the heroic deeds she had done in Chicago. Diana would supplement them. Fortunately, these girls followed Kai's instructions carefully. They were not caught. They chatted until almost 2 o'clock. Catherine rarely spoke during this time, but her body was getting closer and closer to Kai. In the end, Her whole body was almost rubbed into Kai's body. Kelly was very open-minded about her good friend taking advantage of her boyfriend. Kai was not at a disadvantage anyway, and she herself didn't care much about this kind of thing. After all, she had a mother who wanted to seduce men every day and was very accepting of this kind of thing. As long as everyone was happy, that was fine. It was a very open attitude, but not a curiosity. After all, foreigners like to explore the diversity of love relationships. Diana, on the other hand, was curling her lips wildly. Although Diana was born in a feminist society like Amazon, her view on love was surprisingly traditional and very dedicated. She never concealed her interest in Kai, but she couldn't share him with other women, so her relationship with Kai had always been more than friends but less than lovers. In her opinion, neither Kelly nor Catherine could be considered a rival. Appearance and other external factors were one aspect, and she was not inferior to anyone in this aspect. The real reason why she was not anxious was something else. Lifespan. That's right. In Diana's opinion, whether it was Kelly or Catherine, or anyone else, even if they were with Kai, it was only temporary. As a god, her view of time was completely different from that of humans. How long could Kelly have Kai? 100 years? 200 years? But how long could Diana have him? 1,000 years? 2,000 years? In short, she had plenty of time, and no matter what, she would be the final winner. The next morning, Kai woke up from the bed. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling of the bedroom, sobering up his slightly confused mind. He looked at the alarm clock beside the bed. It was already 8 o'clock. It seemed that he was late. But then he thought, I am the boss. Unless Chief Destin is bored enough to check his post, no one will bother him for being late. Thinking of this, Kai relaxed. Then he touched a long leg with his hands. Hate it. I want to sleep. Morning exercise. Then a woman's laughter came, and then the sound was intermittent, like crying and sighing. Soon the actions of the two woke up another girl next to them. The girl looked at the actions of the two, cracked her mouth and showed a wicked smile, then pounced on them, and the three of them rolled into a ball. It was about 10 o'clock before Kai came to the police station. Looking at Kai's smug expression, the police officers all speculated whether the boss had encountered something good. Boss, did you win the lottery yesterday? The gambling industry in the United States is quite developed, and the prize pool is also very huge, so many Americans like to play a hand. Seeing Chloe and himself smiling frolicking, Kai's smile, which was originally released because of the accumulation of many days, immediately froze. How is the case of dumping corpses at the beach? Chloe curled her lips. She felt that Kai liked to target her. In fact, her feeling was right, but it was not targeting, but spurring. To be honest, Chloe was not an excellent police officer. She lacked many things that excellent police officers needed, such as action, judgment, strong logical ability, etc. But there was one thing that made her better than many police officers, that is, she had faith. The faith here did not refer to things like religion, but the kind that would make becoming a good police officer their life goal. This was very rare among American police officers. After all, most people became police officers just as an ordinary profession. Maybe Chloe had many shortcomings, but this was worthy of respect. So Kai was willing to train her. After all, other things could be acquired through training or experience accumulation, but such a beginning was extremely rare. After 7 years in the sea, everything was soaked. I only knew that he drowned. Chloe felt particularly indignant when she talked about this. Kill people if you want to. Is it necessary to be so cruel? He was drowned alive with cement hanging on his feet. Have you got the information of the undercover police officer? I got it this morning. Kai took the information. The deceased was named Laurie Smith. 8 years ago, he was assigned by the previous West District Police Chief to infiltrate a gang. Before his death, the police did not activate him, and did not even ask Smith to provide information, because the higher-ups planned to play a long game and let Smith deeply participate in the criminal activities of the gang, until they had all the clues and caught them all in one fell swoop. So the police took great pains to protect him. As a result, a year later, the police never received any news from Smith again. At first, the police thought Smith had defected and hurriedly ended the operation. Because of this, the entire plan failed, and even some other undercovers were discovered. In the end, 3 undercovers were killed, and 5 undercovers were discovered and had to leave Los Angeles. It was also because of this operation that the previous West District Police Chief bowed and stepped down. The police have never given up looking for Smith. Now it seems that Smith did not defect, but was directly killed. But in this case, the West District Police Department must give Smith an explanation. You know, because of Smith's disappearance, the police department has not given him the treatment he deserves, and has not even restored his identity and honor. Chief Dustin attaches great importance to this case. He hopes that you can investigate this case personally. I know, Kai did not even raise his head, but studied the information seriously. After flipping through Smith's information, the next thing is the information of the gang that Smith is undercover. 204th Street is a Hispanic gang organization. This gang belongs to the old gang in the South District. It is one of the 11 major gangs that the police focus on, and it mainly engages in the sale of banned drugs. Its members are mainly descendants of Hispanics. The organizational form is a bit similar to the situation of the Mafia Alliance. They are mainly composed of several major families. The highest power comes from the family council. It is notorious for its coldness and brutality. Among them, Smith was ordered to go undercover in the Rodriguez family. The head of the family is named Guzman Diego Rodriguez. This family is also a relatively strong family in the 204th Street gang. Of course, this is nothing. What is really interesting is that they are different from other families. Although they also sell contraband, unlike other gangs that mainly deal in cocaine, the Rodriguez family mainly deals in heroin. Most of the illegal drugs in the United States come from South America. The most mainstream illegal drug in South America is cocaine. The Silver Triangle region of South America is very suitable for the cultivation of coca leaves, the main raw material of cocaine, so the most popular drugs in the United States are still cocaine and marijuana. Heroin is mainly produced in the Golden Triangle and the Golden Crescent. Although these goods will move around, the Rodriguez family has been dealing in heroin for so many years, and there must be a stable supply. But the suspicious thing is that no one knows where the Rodriguez family's heroin comes from. For so many years, everyone knows that the Rodriguez family is selling heroin, but no one knows where their source of goods is. This is also the reason why Smith was sent undercover to enter the Rodriguez family. In the end, he failed. Qual chap for me. After all, Kai has only been here for a few months, and he doesn't know the Los Angeles gangs well. But chap is an expert in this area. Chapter 498 Visiting the Set. Los Angeles is one of the areas in the United States where gangs are rampant, and gang culture has also become one of the cultures of the West Coast. Hundreds of gangs are fighting each other in Los Angeles. Gang culture has long been prevalent in downtown Los Angeles and South Los Angeles, Southgate, especially Hispanic and African American gangs. Some media even call Los Angeles the gang capital of the United States. According to statistics, there are currently about 120,000 gang members active in Los Angeles, among which South Los Angeles is the area with the most gang members and the most active, including 11 gangs such as 204th Street, which have been the target of long-term surveillance by the Los Angeles police. Guzman, chap touched his hairy chin and looked embarrassed. This guy is difficult to deal with. Why? Is he strong? Kai asked. That's not the case. If he is really good at fighting, it would be easier to deal with. Indeed, gangs are always gangs. Except for a few abnormal countries in this world, there is no normal country where gangs can fight better than the police. If the Los Angeles police are really angry, the so-called 11 major gangs will not be enough for the Los Angeles Police Department to fight. The most important thing is that this guy is very, very cunning and very careful. Even though almost everyone knows that this bastard is selling drugs, no one has ever caught him in the act. For the police, they are not afraid of gangsters who know martial arts, but they are afraid of gangsters who are educated. In a civilized society, fighting and killing are things that only the younger brothers do, and the real big guys rely on their brains. Is that so? It is natural for the police to catch thieves, but it is also natural to abide by the law. If there is no evidence, it is useless for the police to be strong. That's it. So if Smith is really Guzman, we really don't have any good way, chap said a little helplessly. The police are law enforcers, and they must have laws to abide by. Okay, go down and arrange for someone to keep an eye on this guy. We can't just do nothing, right? Also, send a body to the Star Lab to see if those nerds can find some evidence from the body. Okay, I'll notify the forensic department to send the bones to the Star Lab. As mentioned earlier, the Star Lab has a cooperative relationship with the Los Angeles police. Many difficult cases will be sent to the STAR lab for detailed testing to see if some evidence that the police forensic department has not been able to find can be found. There is no way. The equipment of the police forensic department can never be compared with those laboratories. After all, those professional experimental equipment is really expensive. After a busy day, it was noon soon. The Los Angeles Police Department is different from the police stations in China. There is no cafeteria. In fact, Kai has always felt that this is very inhumane. After all, the police have to pay to eat out. If there is a cafeteria inside the police station, it will save a lot of money for many police officers. Because of work reasons, most police officers will not go to restaurants to order food and eat slowly. They prefer fast food. They go there and eat it, and leave after eating. These fast foods are also the reason why many police officers are obese. Among them, donuts are an indispensable food for policemen. Most policemen will choose donuts as snacks. After all, it is high in calories and sugar, which is the favorite of Americans. In addition, it is convenient and practical to eat with one hand, and it is also very cheap. More importantly, the 24-hour store of this thing is the most common in the United States. Policemen with extremely unstable working hours have become its loyal customers over time. So at lunchtime, you will see many policemen sitting in the car, eating donuts while holding a large bucket of iced coffee. Of course, pizza, hot dogs, and sandwiches are also the favorites of policemen. It is also because of this that there are many fast food restaurants around the police station. There are actually many advantages to opening a fast food restaurant in this location. First of all, it is safe. After all, no blind thugs will run to the police station to make trouble. If you are in the South District, those more chaotic neighborhoods, even if you open a hot dog stand on the roadside, you will be charged protection fees, but next to the police station, you never need to consider this. Second, although the salary of the police is not very high, they are also middle class, and their spending power is there. In addition, most of the police are big-bellied men, so there is no shortage of supply. At noon, Chloe called a few colleagues to go to the family restaurant opposite the police station for a meal. But just as they walked to the door, they saw a very arrogant red sports car parked in front of the police station. Parking is not allowed in that place. Just when two police officers were about to go up to stop them, they saw a beautiful woman in red getting off the sports car. The two police officers stood still immediately. Because the woman was too beautiful. About 1.78 meters tall, she is considered tall among European and American women, and the key is her long legs. A tight red dress highlights her figure to the fullest. Her golden hair is casually tied behind her head and inserted with a silver hairpin, looking casual and elegant. Not to mention her appearance, she has a typical American sweet girl appearance, but her facial features are three-dimensional and have a European elegance, which is very stunning and attractive. Such a beautiful woman appeared at the door of the police station, naturally attracting many people's attention. The beauty seemed to notice those eyes, and very naturally bent down and took out an extremely high-end pink heart-shaped suitcase and a box similar to a cake box from the car. The beauty looked at the things in her hands and found that it was not easy to close the car door with both hands. She could use her legs to open the car door, but it seemed a bit unrefined to use her legs to close the car door in a short dress, so the girl never thought of this option. Coincidentally, she saw two police officers not far from her. She didn't say anything, just casually raised the things in her hands. The two police officers went up to catch the things in the girl's hands like they had lost their souls. "Thank you," the girl smiled at the two police officers and said thank you. The two police officers immediately blushed, and their hearts beat like high school students who met their dream lovers, not knowing what to say. "No, you're welcome. Yes, that's what we should do. That's great. I'm here to find someone. Can you help me screw it in?" The girl's bright eyes flashed. And the two police officers immediately nodded wildly, looking like pigs. One of the police officers was very considerate and helped the girl close the car door. In this way, the two police officers unknowingly became the girl's followers. They followed the girl into the police station. As for the car, who cares where it is parked? She is so beautiful, and no one thinks it is a problem to park it in the chief's office. Chloe, who watched this scene the whole time, was immediately upset. Although in modern times, the issue of gender equality has been taken seriously, the police is still a profession dominated by men. The ratio of male to female police officers in the United States is about 11%. As a left-leaning city, Los Angeles has a high proportion of female police officers in the United States, accounting for 18% of the police station. But this number is still not large, and beauties like Chloe are even rarer. So Chloe has always enjoyed preferential treatment in the police station. After all, she is the flower of the police station. But now, this woman has taken all the attention away. Chloe is actually not that superficial. She can't stand others being prettier than her. After all, this is Los Angeles, and there are many beauties. What really upset her was that her colleagues were so disgusting. Just because she is pretty, he ignored her parking in front of the police station? Just because she is pretty, he turned into a bootlicker in a second? 2SP. The point is, she has been in the police station for so many years, but she has never enjoyed this treatment. So Chloe stood up decisively. She wanted to restore the already shaky dignity of the Los Angeles West District Police Station. But when Chloe really stopped the girl, she really realized why the two colleagues were so bootlickers. She is so beautiful. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Chloe didn't wake up from her daze until the girl spoke. You, what do you want? The original questioning also became soft. I'm here to find someone, who, my boyfriend. When Chloe led the beauty into Kai's office, the whole serious crime team was boiling. Another beauty is looking for the boss. The people in the entire Los Angeles Police Department are not really envious of Kai's ability to fight and solve cases. After all, it takes hard work, and no one is willing to lose their lives for work. But I was extremely envious of Kai's luck with women. According to gossip from Chloe, Kai had an affair with Hollywood star Charlize Theron, and later flirted with a psychologist. Still gossip spread by Chloe. Now another super beauty came to see him. So envious. After a while, I saw the office door open, and Chloe ran out with a gossipy look on her face. A group of people quickly surrounded her. Even Dan, who never cared much about gossip, came over. I tell you, that beautiful woman is the boss's girlfriend. She came all the way from Chicago to see the boss, blah blah blah. Dan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. To be honest, Dan had been very worried before. What was he worried about? Of course, he was worried that Chloe would be seduced away. There was nothing he could do. Kai's conditions were really too good. He had plenty of money, was handsome, tall and mighty, and could fight. He was simply too good. Chloe didn't have Kai with her all day, and no one knew what Kai meant. Dan actually prepared himself mentally. If it really doesn't work out, Kai is also good, and Chloe is not wronged. But now it seems that there is no need to worry, because Kai has a girlfriend. In fact, Kai has always said that he has a girlfriend, but no one has seen her before. Inside the office, Kai looked at the beauty in front of him helplessly. That's right, it was Kai's real girlfriend, Kelly. Kelly is undoubtedly a beauty, but reality is not a novel. No matter how beautiful she is, she can't do whatever she wants. There is no doubt that Kelly just used the power inherited in her blood. The Blessed Holy Mother Lilith was originally a civilization of charm. Kelly inherited her blood and naturally has a natural charm ability. Although it is not as exaggerated as Catherine's charm ability, people will be addicted to it at a glance and can't extricate themselves. But he can control it freely. Don't show your peculiarities in front of others casually, it won't do you any good. Kai has always forbidden Kelly to use his supernatural powers in front of others. That will only bring some unnecessary prying. Especially Kelly just likes superhero games. So some things must be paid attention to. HMPH, I heard that you've been running around with a pretty policewoman lately. Kelly immediately started to make trouble. Kelly is a young person who can't stand being suppressed. She obviously has superpowers, but Kai doesn't allow her to do this or that. If she didn't really love Kai, she would have rebelled long ago. This is why Kelly wants to be a superhero. It's so sad to have powerful powers but not be allowed to use them. It's better not to have them. Otherwise, do you really think that Kelly likes superhero comics and must play superhero games? She can still distinguish between comics and reality. Tisk. This reason really made Kai unable to refute. In fact, Kai is very accepting of this kind of temper. After all, he really didn't have such an opportunity in his previous life. I did it for work. HMPH, Kelly didn't dwell on this. In fact, Kelly's requirements for Kai were very low. She didn't mind Kai having something happen with some women, because she knew that she was special to Kai. After all, ordinary women can't transform. Work. I don't understand why you want to be a policeman. You can live a better life. Kelly really didn't understand why Kai was so obsessed with being a policeman. After all, Kai was already very rich. No matter which country, rich people rarely become policemen. In the eyes of Westerners, the police are considered a service industry, especially in the eyes of rich people. Bad attitude? Complain. Ineffective work? Complain. Not quick enough? Complain. In short, the police seem to be inferior to others. In fact, this is indeed the case. I mentioned the source of funding for the police before. Whether the police live comfortably or not depends on whether the rich are willing to donate generously. In this case, how can the police be soft-hearted to the rich? That's why Kelly didn't understand why Kai liked to be a policeman. It's tiring, makes little money, and is dangerous. Kai smiled. This is the difference between the East and the West in their understanding of the police. One is a people's policeman, and the other is a running dog of the capitalists. How can they be the same? Have you forgotten what I did before? I was a knight. What else can I do besides being a soldier or a policeman? Besides, I don't know how to do anything else. This is the truth. In his previous life and this life, Kai has never done anything else. He really only knows how to do this. He had the opportunity to become a barbecue master before, but fate did not allow it. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's eat. Look at what delicious food I brought you. As he said that, Kelly put a suitcase with a shiny silver shell that looked extremely high-end on the desk. Then he took out a complete set of bone china tea sets, including a teapot. Then, a thermos pot for black tea. Finally, there was a 3-layer pastry stand with isolation measures folded and stacked in the middle. After that, Kelly also took the cake box over, opened the ribbon of the cake box, and a pair of sandwiches were neatly stacked inside. Chapter 499 Matilda. Kai stared at Kelly's actions in amazement. Kai is not too particular about food. He eats good food if there is good food. If there is no condition, he can deal with anything. He usually eats fast food like other police officers. For example, Mexican chicken rolls are quite good, but he doesn't like the taste of raw onions. Everything else is acceptable. As for donuts, Kai declined. Except for tofu pudding with sugar, he rarely eats sweets. He has a strong taste. Look at the tea set, it is pure white with a little gold-rimmed pattern, which looks unusual. After pouring in the orange-red tea, combined with a rich tea fragrance, a strong British flavor suddenly hits the nose. Did Afu arrange this? Kai watched Kelly's actions, which were very much like Afu. What do you mean Afu arranged it? Kelly immediately said unhappy. I prepared this myself. Afu just helped with a little insignificant work. Kai shook his head and didn't dwell on this issue. Just think of it as her preparation. Try this sandwich, I made it myself. Kelly was too guilty to emphasize it, and she quickly took out her homemade sandwich. The sandwich tasted very good, with ham, bacon and egg yolk, and pickles, which was appetizing and refreshing. Kai thought it was very good. But you can tell it was Afu's work. Very good. When did you learn it? But seeing Kelly's eager eyes, Kai wisely chose not to expose her. Kelly was immediately happy when she heard this. I learned it from my mother, Sandra. Kai didn't remember this woman knowing how to cook. She got married at the age of 18, and her husband was a rich man. When did she need to cook? I learned it on purpose. Look, my hand was cut open. Kelly said this, and sat on Kai's legs, and stretched out her hand in front of Kai, and there was nothing on it. Although Kelly didn't have the terrible physical strength of Diana, she was still much stronger than normal humans. That kind of small wound would heal in an hour at most. Where can I see the wound? But Kai is not really a straight man. If he questions such things at this time, he will definitely end up alone. Okay, thank goodness for our little princess. Kai rarely says sweet words. In fact, this level is already Kai's limit. It's not that he has no words, but he can't say them. It feels too shameful. It's rare to hear Kai's sweet words. Kelly suddenly felt that all her efforts were worth it. After all, it's also tiring to help Afu. Okay, moo. Kelly rewarded Kai with a sweet kiss. Kai is the kind of person who can only passively take a beating. At that time, he planned to treat others with their own way, but just when he was about to take action, he found a group of black shadows outside the glass on the door of his office. How boring are these people? Ahem. Kai first let Kelly get off him, and then shouted, come in. A bunch of bastards. Hearing Kai's voice, there was a noise outside the door, and finally the door opened. Chloe was pushed to the front, and a group of people walked in hiding behind her. Chloe felt her calves throbbing when she saw Kai's straight eyes. Kai was not a demanding person, and he was even very friendly to others. Although getting along with him was not like being in the spring breeze, it was generally good. But the subordinates in the police station were afraid of Kai. This was what happened to Chloe. If she hadn't been pushed from behind, she would have turned around and ran away. Boss. Kai was originally going to scold them, but after thinking about it, it was not working time now, so it seemed unnecessary to blame them. This is my girlfriend Kelly. We are in a normal relationship. There is nothing shameful. Do you need to sneak around and eavesdrop? Aren't you afraid that I will sue you for invading privacy? Really? Come here, this is the lunch Kelly brought me. It's great. You can try it too. What to do with a girlfriend? Of course, show off. Otherwise, why do you need a girlfriend? Kelly immediately stood up and took the sandwiches and distributed them to everyone. A group of people were flattered and took the sandwiches with both hands. Maybe it was an illusion, but everyone suddenly felt that Kelly was not as stunning as before. If Kai knew what they were thinking, he would definitely tell them that their feeling was right. Just as the serious crime team was enjoying the food, a patrolman suddenly rushed in. Tommy, would you like some super delicious sandwiches? They are made by the boss's girlfriend. Chloe knew the patrolman and immediately waved to greet him. Unexpectedly, the patrolman named Tommy hurriedly pulled Chloe aside. Chloe, the girl has been found. Who? Chloe hadn't reacted yet. But the next second, she immediately understood who it was. Really? Chloe grabbed Tommy's arm. Where? Everyone was startled and looked over. She's in the dia. Chloe was stunned. Is this a sheep in the tiger mouth? So she quickly looked up at her boss. Kai pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at Kelly apologetically. Kelly seemed very sensible at this moment. She helped Kai adjust his tie and collar. Patted gently. Go home early. Kai nodded and ate the sandwich in his hand in 2 or 3 bites. When the others saw Kai's appearance, they immediately followed suit. A few unlucky guys ate too much and choked, and the people next to them quickly found water for them. Let's go to the dia. With a bang, all the members of the serious crime team walked out together. Seeing Kyle leaving with his men, Kelly suddenly felt that it was worth coming here today. The scene of Kai turning around just now was so handsome. Norman looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly felt ridiculous. He spent so much time looking for her all over Los Angeles, but he didn't even find a hair. As a result, in a blink of an eye, someone else took the initiative to deliver her to the door. Little angel, what's your name? Looking at the man in front of her, the girl suddenly felt like she was facing a devil. In fact, her feeling was right. Normally, Norman was already a top bastard. After taking drugs, this guy was a devil that even his accomplices were afraid of. Matilda, the girl was only 12 years old. Perhaps the hatred before could make her forget her fear temporarily, but when the demon stood in front of her, the fear that she thought had disappeared returned again and became even stronger. Matilda, a nice name, very poetic. Are you really Lando's daughter? That bastard doesn't look like someone who can give a good name. This is what my mom gave me. Oh, no wonder. As Norman spoke, he flipped through the things the girl brought, a pizza and a takeaway. Italian food. Now, Matilda, tell me the story of this Italian food, and by the way, tell me who is the chef who specially prepared this Italian food for me. Matilda said timidly, no one sent me here. I wanted to come here on my own. How? Norman sneered. So, this is our personal grudge. As he spoke, Norman twisted out a pistol from the takeaway bag, the Glock 18, which is small in appearance but powerful in firepower. The shooting control mechanism of the Glock 18 is extremely simple. There is a piece of metal protruding upward on the trigger rod. When the speed selector is in the fully automatic position, another piece of metal protrudes downward from the rear of the slide. When the slide moves forward in the shooting cycle to push the next round into the chamber, as long as the trigger is still pulled, the protruding part under the slide will contact the protruding metal piece on the trigger rod, thereby pushing the trigger rod downward, causing the trigger rod to automatically pull the compression spring rod, releasing the firing pin to strike the next round. And because of this body design and the lack of a deceleration mechanism, the theoretical rate of fire of this Glock 18 is very high, even up to 1,300 rounds per minute. This rate of fire enables this pistol to cause huge damage in a very short time, which is something that other pistols of the same type cannot do. Therefore, it is only provided to special forces. Of course, some professional killers will also choose this pistol. Norman doesn't believe that a little girl has become a professional killer after not seeing her for a while, and she is holding such a professional weapon. The rifling of this pistol is very new, and it is a new product at a glance. It is not a black gun used by those gangs outside, and some of the rifling is almost worn out. Cherishing something is a good virtue, my little angel. Norman suddenly became sentimental. Looking at the pitiful girl in front of him, he felt that he had to teach her some life lessons. Things are always like this. Only when you really feel the fear of death, you will learn the value of life. Do you cherish your life? Dear, the girl shed tears. She was only 12 years old. It is normal to be afraid. Yes, very good. Norman wiped the girl's tears with a very gentle movement. But in the next second, Norman's gentleness disappeared from his face without a trace. Instead, the original evil and crazy smile was replaced. I'm not interested in killing someone who doesn't cherish his life. If a person doesn't cherish his own life, it means that his life is meaningless. After saying that, Norman pulled out the revolver from his waist and slowly pointed it at Matilda's forehead. Matilda stared blankly at the muzzle of the gun that was getting closer and closer to her, her eyes confused with despair and relief. But at this moment, Stan, the shouts of his men rang out outside the office. Norman put down his gun very unhappy and looked at the door of the office. The men walked in. When he saw that the girl was safe, the men were really relieved. What? I'm busy, Stan, we are in trouble. His men walked up and grabbed Norman's pistol and threw it on the table. The police are coming up. Norman's face changed. What's going on? Before the men finished speaking, they were pushed away, and Kai walked in with Dan and Chapter. Matilda, Kai didn't even look at Norman, but went straight to the little girl. Although Matilda didn't quite understand what was going on, she could see that the people who came this time were not in the same group as Norman. Yes, sir, I am Matilda, Kai smiled. Very good. Miss Matilda, you are safe. After saying that, Kai turned his head and looked at Norman. I got you. Norman looked at Kai with a gloomy face. He looked at Matilda again, thinking quickly in his mind what to do, and seriously considering whether to grab the gun from the table and shoot this little bitch to death, once and for all. But seeing that Kai and the police behind him were all carrying guns, he could still see in his boiling brain that if he dared to shoot, he would definitely be beaten into a hornet's nest in the next second. Seeing Norman's face changing from gloomy to bright, Kai felt particularly happy. While observing the expression of this grandson, he pulled Matilda behind him. She's just a little bitch, she's only 12 years old. Do you think her testimony is useful? Whether it's useful or not, we'll know after we try. Kai patted Norman on the shoulder and showed a very sincere smile. A group of police officers walked out of the DIA building in a swaggering manner. In the lobby, the police officers of the major crime team were still confronting the DIA police officers. Both sides put their hands on the holsters on their waists, guarding each other, and did not draw their guns. After all, no one wanted to make things worse. What are you doing? Just as Kai was about to withdraw with his men, a white middle-aged man rushed out and yelled. Kai originally didn't intend to pay attention to him, but this guy actually ordered the DIA to block the exit. Kai handed the little girl to Chloe. Then he walked in front of the middle-aged man. Los Angeles West District Major Crime Unit, Kai Wayne. Who are you? Jot Hart, Deputy Director of the DIA Los Angeles branch. The middle-aged man acted very majestic. Agent Wayne, can you explain why the West Area Crime Unit showed up at our DIA? Are you Jot Hart? Kai did not answer his question, but asked, what do you think? I'm asking you. Jot was very upset about the offense the West Area Crime Unit had given him during this period. The Norman case was about to be closed, but it was this crime unit that insisted on holding on to it, and ignored Jot's calls several times, clearly wanting to make things difficult for him. Kai did not want to hide it from him. He pointed at Matilda and said, that little girl is the last survivor of the family murder case. What? Director Jot plans to detain us and take her away. Jot did not expect Kai to be so direct. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Kai helped him and said, you are the DIA. Your duty is to catch drug dealers. You have no right to interfere in other matters. Today, if you are brave enough, stop me. My people have all their weapons loaded. If you dare to obstruct justice, I will arrest you directly. If you dare to resist, I will shoot directly. Do you dare? Of course not. Once the shooting, what will happen to Kai at that time? He can't control it, and he doesn't care. Anyway, he will definitely not be well. Although it is too much for Kai to lead people to break into the DIA, the biggest mistake is that you, as a director, can't control this situation. You don't have this ability, and you are still a leader? Chapter 500 Lively. That afternoon, the entire Los Angeles law enforcement agency heard a shocking gossip. That is, the West District Police Department and the DIA had a fight. A group of police officers from the West District Major Crimes Team rushed into the DIA building and forcefully brought back a girl from inside. Then, less than half an hour later, the West District Major Crimes Team contacted the district attorney and asked the district attorney to issue an arrest warrant. This shook the entire judicial system. The city police actually wanted to arrest DIA agents. This is a big scandal in the judicial system. It is said that the Department of Justice exploded after hearing the news. An assistant secretary of the Department of Justice called the office of the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department at the time, and then scolded him and asked him to control this situation. But, what control? The Department of Justice is awesome, but it does not have vertical management over the Los Angeles Police Department. The Department of Justice is a federal agency and only has the right to advise the city police, not jurisdiction. The appointment of the police chief is decided by the city council. It has nothing to do with the Department of Justice at all. After all, the United States is a federal country, and state power is very large. Of course, unless necessary, the Los Angeles Police Department will not embarrass the Department of Justice. But now it is not a question of face or not, but a question of buttocks. Can the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department suppress this incident? Of course he can, but at the same time he can't do that. He is the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. He is not a subordinate of the Department of Justice. The DIA is directly under the Department of Justice. There is a natural difference between his position and that of the Assistant Attorney General. In order to avoid scandals within the Department of Justice, the Department of Justice will naturally suppress this case. But the problem is that the police department and the DIA have fallen out. As the chief, will he flatter the DIA? Does he still want his reputation? He is the chief, and he is indeed in a high position, but don't forget that the real work is done by the grassroots police. Now the police department and the DIA are in a confrontation. If his position is wrong, do you believe that the police below will make big news for him at any time? Perhaps because of the vast land and sparse population, Americans have a very strong interest in association. They like to form various associations, and even alcohol abstinence has mutual aid associations. The profession of police is naturally more united. Originally, the Los Angeles police and the DIA had conflicts more than once or twice, and there was already something dirty between the two. What's more, this time it was also involved in a family massacre, in which 2 minors were killed. One was 17 years old and the other was 5 years old. This kind of brutal tragedy is unacceptable to anyone. Well, there was already resentment, and now this tragedy. Can the police let it go? He, as the director, is completely making things difficult for himself by doing something wrong at this time. If he offends the Ministry of Justice, at most his future will be bleak, but if he offends tens of thousands of police officers under his command, he will have no future at all. It takes a lot of courage to betray the group he represents. So the general administration directly fought back, and it was justified. The DIA people killed people, and it was a family massacre. There were also 2 minors. Their fingerprints and bullet shells were everywhere at the scene, and now there are even eyewitnesses. What else do they want? And then there is a bigger explosion. DIA agents are selling drugs. Norman is suspected of colluding with drug dealers and using his power to sell drugs. And the drug dealer Dolan who was killed was one of Norman's subordinates. He worked as a driver, that is, the role of drug transport. According to the little girl Matilda, it was Dolan who stole a batch of Norman's goods. Speaking of which, Dolan is also a bit stupid. You stole his goods, but you didn't run away quickly, and you stayed in Los Angeles. Isn't this courting death? Of course, Dolan is not completely brainless. Of course, he knows that he has to run away quickly, but he must sell the goods first and run away with the money. Running away with the goods is too conspicuous. On the contrary, money is very useful. Dolan is of Mexican descent, and he has a way to launder money. He only needs to buy postal money orders in the United States. Although the United States has regulations that deposits of funds exceeding $10,000 will be recorded and reported, this method is also easy to solve. Just buy 9,999 directly. As long as it does not exceed 10,000, no one will care. Buy a bunch of postal money orders and then go to Panama to exchange the postal money orders for money. It is a very simple and crude way to launder money. Some big drug lords' money laundering methods are much more sophisticated than this, and there is no way to check it, but Dolan doesn't need it. He's a one-time deal. When he has money, he will run to a Nordic country and live a comfortable life. But just when he was about to sell the drugs, Norman came to his door. What bad luck. The only problem now is to find the drugs. Unfortunately, Matilda only overheard her father and stepmother discussing a little bit, and she didn't know where the drugs were. However, considering that Norman turned Dolan's house upside down several times, everyone has reason to believe that Norman is really looking for those drugs. Of course, it is a bit wishful thinking to want to bring Norman down by this. After all, he is the DEA's job to catch drugs. It can be explained. But killing a child is really hard to wash. According to the traces at the scene, the gunfight took place in the living room, and only there were traces of Dolan firing back, but the corridor, bathroom, and children's room were also full of bullet holes, which is hard to explain. So after the local prosecutor received the police application, although he was very hesitant, he still issued an arrest warrant the next day. This is Los Angeles. The paparazzi are more powerful than agents and can penetrate anywhere. Once this matter gets out, it will definitely cause a sensation. At that time, let alone whether the DEA was accidentally injured, even if it was accidentally injured, it will be in big trouble. At this time, the district attorney jumped out to obstruct. Is it going to go against public opinion? Don't forget that prosecutors are also elected by the people. So, even if the Ministry of Justice is unhappy, the district attorney can't do anything. They have to be responsible for the votes. The DEA and the Ministry of Justice were almost pissed off by the Los Angeles prosecutors and the police department. They don't have to do this at all. Even if there is really a problem, internal communication is fine. The DEA can be internally punished. Even if legal responsibility is pursued, their Ministry of Justice can handle it. Now that it's such a big deal, what can be done? Anyway, they will be in trouble anyway, right? Adhering to the principle of solving the problem if the problem cannot be solved, solve the person who created the problem. The DEA and the Ministry of Justice have two plans. The first one is naturally the plan with Elise Loss. Deal with Kai. He advocated the reinvestigation of the case. He was the mastermind and the main force in confronting the DEA, and the investigation power of the case was also in his hands. Everything will be easy if we can get him. But after checking, it's nothing. First of all, he is Tony Stark's connection. This is not really that impressive. After all, Tony has many connections. Does it mean that others will stay away if he has one connection? Although the United States is indeed a money society and rich people are awesome. But not everyone has to give face to Stark. He is not God. Secondly, Kai is also a rich man. Kai's wealth may be a secret to others, but it is not a real secret to the judicial system. Kai has to pay taxes. Kai is a shareholder of the Wayne Group. Although due to a series of operations by Alpha, some people have been allowed to hold shares by proxy, so that the shares under Kai's name are not many on the surface, it is still a huge number. Why should a rich man be a policeman? Stupid. He is rich and has a close relationship with Tony Stark. After all, Kai can hide the fact that he went to Afghanistan for Tony from the public, but he can't hide it from those people above. This is not easy to deal with. The DEA did not fail to find Kai's connections in the DEA. Kai and the DEA also cooperated in the past. But it was useless. Kai didn't take the bait at all. So this plan can only be aborted. The second one is naturally to deal with Norman. Of course, this is the last choice, and it is not that far yet. Although there are evidence and eyewitnesses, this is the United States. In the American court, a good team of lawyers can definitely turn black and white. The most typical example is the Thompson murder case. The whole world knows that Thompson killed his wife, but a group of lawyers manipulated the court and the guy was acquitted. Now the DEA and the Department of Justice can't be timid. After all, the pot is too big. If there's only one case of murdering a family, you can still use manslaughter as a defense, and there is still a chance to struggle. Although it will still make the public opinion scold you, there is still a glimmer of hope. But if you take this pot, what about the drug trafficking charge? They must have a motive for killing people, right? DEA agents trafficking drugs. Just thinking about this title makes the top leaders of the Ministry of Justice and DEA tremble with fear. Especially the DEA. They are a department specializing in combating drugs. If this scandal occurs, a bunch of people above will have to bow down and step down, and the entire DEA department will be criticized. so you must resist. Originally, I thought this matter was already very lively, but a call to the police in the afternoon pushed this matter to a climax. Norman's right-hand man McGee was dead. He was killed together with a group of Irish people. They were killed in the wine cellar of the kitchen of a restaurant, leaving no one alive, all killed in one shot. The time was exactly when Matilda sneaked into the Dia building to assassinate Norman. According to the investigation, the group of Irish people were not good people. They were Irish gangsters who were very popular in the underground world of Los Angeles recently. Their main business was to sell contraband. A drug enforcement agent and a group of drug dealers sat together in a secret place and were killed. As long as you have a little imagination, you can think of a series of negative words such as police and criminals collusion, embezzlement and so on. At this time, the police department was more confident. For example, the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department directly called Kai's landline and told him to uphold justice and enforce the law impartially. To put it bluntly, it was to tell Kai to let go and make this case a solid case. His idea was very simple. Since he was already in opposition to the Dia, he might as well just take action against the Dia and nail them down to win a good political achievement for himself. Dia drug trafficking agents were caught by the Los Angeles Police Department. When the chief thought of this, he couldn't help laughing. At that time, the Los Angeles Police Department would be in the limelight. He, as the chief of police, would be known for his good leadership, not seeking power, and upholding justice, right? This is called a blessing in disguise. The impact of falling out with the Dia and the Department of Justice on his career can be completely compensated by this amazing achievement. Even Dustin, who had never been very active, ran to the serious crime team with an expression of justice. Here I come to mobilize. Irish chap heard these words and immediately looked at Kai. The meaning was very clear. Kai naturally understood. After all, the world line was closed, so they could all be mixed together. So Kai found Dustin, who had been mobilized, and asked him to authorize him to raid the Irish gang's lair tonight. Last time, the Irish gangs caused the police to lose a brother and sent 3 brothers to the hospital. It is natural to take revenge now. At night, near a 5-story building near Chesterfield Square, Kai and Chap were watching the situation in the building. At 8 o'clock, Kai stood quietly in the shadows with his hands folded across his chest. We can start the action. Then Kai turned his head to the south and counted silently in his heart. 10 seconds later, gunshots suddenly rang out in a low building somewhere in the south. The gunshots were particularly clear in the dark night. Many floors of the 5-story building not far away began to run, and many people began to make phone calls. In less than 10 minutes, cars drove out of the underground garage of the building and headed straight to the south. The police below had already begun to count the number of people who ran away. According to previous intelligence, there were generally 100 to 100 gangsters stationed in the building not far away. In less than 5 minutes, more than 50 gangsters left the building. So now there are only 50 to 100 gangsters left in that building. The location of the gunfight in the south was the largest warehouse of the Irish gang in this area. The goods stored in it were enough for the sales of the gangs in the west area for at least 10 days. In order to get the location of this warehouse, Chap spent a lot of effort. He broke 2 baseball bats before he got this from a dealer. As for the police shooting, anyway, the warehouse is alone by the river, and there are no other buildings nearby, so there is no fear of accidentally hurting others. More importantly, it's all drugs. What's wrong with the police shooting? Fight crime. Seeing that no one continued to come out of the building, Kai touched his nose. It seems that these Irish are more cautious than expected. They didn't send all the brothers out, and the effect of luring the tiger away from the mountain is not outstanding. However, it is acceptable. At most, Kai will be tired by then, and he just needs to kill a few more. Let's start too. Kai lit a cigar and rushed to the main entrance of the building with 2 SWAT teams. Inside the transparent glass door, the 2 guards on the left and right were smoking. Of course, gang members will not stand guard in an orderly manner. If they can stay in their positions without running around, they are considered dedicated. The 2 of them were talking about the gunshots from the warehouse while smoking and talking nonsense. They didn't notice that a group of SWAT police were approaching quickly on the road opposite the gate. When they found out, the SWAT police had already rushed to the gate. One of the SWAT police officers was holding a large ball of something that looked like chewing gum. Bang! He stuck it directly on the gate, and then plugged an electronic device into it. Then everyone stood on both sides of the gate. Fire! A SWAT police officer took out a remote control and pressed it hard. Boom. The tempered glass gate shattered instantly, and a strong wind swept through. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.